We're live. All right. I think this microphone's working. Yes. Testing 1, 2. I think we're good. I just need some people in on the chat to help me out with confirm the sound. But welcome to those who'll be watching this later, because there's no one already here, to the NHL 2026 NHL Draft live reaction video. I've got my board up here. My actual stand broke just before I was setting things up. Of course, that's when it happens. So I had to use a different stand, and that's the lowest it will go. But I can do this. Whoa! Just don't get sick. And there we go. Okay. So we'll be clocking that. Here we go. Let's just try and do that. Okay. There we are. Through the draft, I'll be clocking the players. I'll be talking about each player that gets drafted, of course. I'll have the draft going on in the background through Sportsnet, obviously. And that's how we're going to run things here. And we're going to talk about, recent signings and picks, all that fun stuff. So stick around, hop in the chat, the comment section. And if you're new to the channel, please, don't forget to subscribe and give me a thumbs up. Be much appreciated. Now, I think I have to do a couple of things here that I'm just drawing a blank of that I need to do before I start. One of them is probably take out my phone to keep track of these trades that are going on. And the other is to let some of my chat groups know that I'm up and running. So that means I'll have to look at a screen, this screen, while I'm just trying to shove a link through the airwaves here. No, I don't want to hear about the history of Andre the Giant right now, but that is very interesting. Just some videos popping up on my feed. Okay, so let's looking at my crash test videos channel, which is my other channel, which I do mostly just book reviews and stuff, but a lot of fun stuff. Like I read a lot of biographies on actors, comedians, musicians, sprinkled in with a few other special interest things like anything to do with health and sociology, psychology, self-help even. So yeah, that's crash test videos. Be cool. Right now, I'm actually going to be doing I'm actually doing a book review. The last book review I did was on sleep. I had a book on sleep, which is pretty cool. Very insightful for anyone out there. And I have, where am I? I thought I had it in here somewhere. Where did I leave the book? Well, this, can't find the book that oh, here. Is this it here? Ah, there we go. Haha. So I just finished reading this book, The Anxious Generation. So especially if you're a parent, teacher, anyone in politics, this would be a good book to pick up because it's got a lot of insightful data-based science talks about children and screens basically. And then right now I just started reading this Food Fight, which looks like to be a pretty intriguing book as well. But moving on, the draft hasn't obviously started yet. We've got about at least 12-15 minutes to go here, probably a bit more because they like to throw in some fluff before it actually starts. But yeah, we're coming around to that very quickly. Let me turn on my fan because I'm already smoking hot with all these lights in here. There we go. Beverage, check. Ooh. Cream sodas, Zevia. I need some endorsements for this channel. Okay. Here we are. Okay, what I was doing, I was going to send some links to some of my chat groups if you want to bear with me here, or just fast forward if you're watching this after the fact. How do I go here? Me. Oh, I switch channels. History. What's going on here? Switch channel. Accounts. There we go. All right. I'll just narrate whatever's happening in my head aloud. They're right now they're looking at draft combine stuff on the Sportsnet channel. So yeah, nothing. I mean, for anyone who follows this as frequently as I do, it gets to be a little boring because you've already seen a lot of this stuff 1,000 times, right? Um, I love the awful picture they put up of me on my live thumbnail, which is great. I think maybe those might attract more people. Awful thumbnails. Me looking to the side like this or like this, and thank God there hasn't been any of me picking my nose or anything. I tend not to do that anywhere near cameras. Maybe just at night, middle of the night when everyone's sleeping. Anyway, okay, so share the link. I'm narrating myself here. Copy link, and we're gonna go to some of my other some of my chats here. Let's head up the chat. Draft starting soon. Paste. Bam. Okay. Anyone's had these stevia things? The root beer is actually pretty good. Um, the latest one, not the original one. The original one's the stevia is way too strong. It's just okay right now, but the root beer one is especially good. The cream soda, it's all right. It's okay. All right. Endorsements. All right. So that's one group. Next group. Paste. Okay. Copy paste. Copy paste. Copy paste. Ba-da-ba-dum. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Remember the Muppet theme song? I still remember some of the words to that song. Okay. Where am I going next? I'm going. Let's say, how about Twitter? Twitter. I'll be spending a lot of time on Twitter, going through the most recent trades. The best place to find out what's happening right off the bat. So that's good. Oh, here. Why won't it say live? It just autocorrects to alive. Here's the live link. Paste and okay, fantastic. Now we'll head over to Twitter, or do we do Instagram? I'm not really an Instagram person. I think it's a generation thing. I'm Generation X. I know I don't look it, but that's very nice of you to say. Yeah. Okay. So what do I got here? Nothing. Okay. Instagram. Let's go to my Instagram homepage. Let's put a comment in here. Here's the live link. I hope this translate on Instagram. I don't really know. I don't really know Instagram well, obviously. Here's the live YouTube link. Dun, 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 dun. Just talk amongst yourselves. Almost here. Anyone in the chat? Anyone? Nobody. Nobody's here. I'm still talking to myself. Wonderful. They still haven't started yet, by the way. I think we're about 7 minutes away. Uh, bam, there's the link on Twitter. Hopefully that works. Don't know if it will. I'll just sing everything about that for the rest of the afternoon. I don't know how long this is going to be. Usually it's about like 4 hours, I want to say, give or take, sometimes five. You think that I know they're continuing trying to make it, faster. So maybe this will be done in three or less than that even. Wouldn't that be nice? So we can just get on with our lives, right? So, okay. By the way, I will not be covering the draft tomorrow. That's rounds two and up. I'll be watching it, but it's too much. And I got two kids, and yeah. And okay, Twitter. That's next. We're doing Twitter next. Thank you for reminding me. Okay, here's the live link. Um, Here's the live link. I wonder if it's better to create an entirely different post or just comment on my own post when it comes to setting up the link, because I know nothing much about social media. Surprised this is working, really. Okay, here's the live link, folks. Colon, bam, paste, and right, happy face. I forgot a happy face. Can't go anywhere without the happy face. There we are. Okay, lovely. And it will not let me. Stupid. I think it won't let me comment on anything in Twitter. I think that's because I haven't updated. I keep on saying Twitter. I haven't called it the other name ever since it was bought by you know who. I hate that name. I prefer Twitter still, and I haven't updated Twitter on my phone since it became the other thing. So I guess I finally have to do that in order to make comments, which is uh, they finally got me. What can I say? Okay, here I'm updating it. This better work. Um, okay. Talking to John Shaika. John Shaika. I'm not horrible with pronouncing names, but I'm pretty sure that's correct. Okay. But this is all pre-recorded. Blah, 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 blah. Nothing too interesting. Okay. Um, Back to Twitter. Twitter. And let's see how this goes. No, I don't want to buy anything, and it's white. Why did it change? It was all black, and now it's white. Anyway, I can change that later. Um, let's find my post. Let's try this again. Okay. Uh, Here's the link. Here's the live. Getting to the point where it's like my thumbs are too fat for the letters or something. Don't have 15-year-old girl fingers, and it's so I always seem to hit the wrong letter, folks. Um, Boom, smiley face, and anyone? Nope, no one's here. Okay, paste, bam. Okay, and there we are. Okay, so it finally posted something, so that was it. I didn't update it. That's why it wasn't letting me comment on anything. Real pain in the butt. Um, Stop trying to sell me stuff. Okay, we're good. We're good. I think I've got that. I'm not on. Oh my god, what's the? It's not Twitter. It's not Instagram. It's not Facebook. What's the other platform for the short videos? I should know this. I'm not that old or ignorant. I haven't. I've kind of refused to sign up on it for whatever reasons. But yeah, the name is not coming to me for some reason right now. Anyway, let's go back to. Then we're starting to start checking the trade calendar here. I'll be keeping close track of that in a second. Um, Somebody shared this too. That's great. Thank you for the share, whoever you are. You're wonderful. Who shared this? Why won't you tell me who? Why won't you tell me who shared it? How about I retweet this? How about I retweet this? I'll repost that. Then I'll go to my other Twitter account because I have multiple. This one, I have at Hockey Crash Test if you're on Twitter, and then I have my personal one. I also have another one for my other YouTube channel, Crash Test Videos, at Crash Test Videos. Thank you for asking. Okay, so let's just. I'm going to redo this. I'm going to jump into the hockey very quickly here. Just going to cover my bases. There we go. That's done. And then you'll have my undivided attention. There we go. Okay. Well, yeah, was my friend saying you should put your hat on backwards if you're trying to appeal to a younger demographic. He's quite correct. That's quite true. Beat you to it. That's my super sarcastic friend, Warren. Okay, there we are. Now let's just switch Twitter accounts and let's see what's very, very current. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Oh, there's someone here. Welcome. Please say hello. Please jump in on the chat. Love to hear from you. Okay, Elliot Friedman. I'm going to shut up for a second here.
Busy week and there's more coming. First of all, the number 4.
Let me know how you hear everything.
Buffalo Sabres after the trade with Chicago earlier today. It's believed the Sabres and the Winnipeg Jets had some talks about Connor Hellebuck. Do believe Hellebuck would have been willing to waive to go to Buffalo, but at this point in time, that appears to have stalled. We'll see if that picks up again.
Oh, Hellebuck maybe to Buffalo.
Rejuvenating those conversations, but the Sabres and the Jets did talk Hellebuck today, and understanding was that Hellebuck would be willing to waive if they could work it out. There is a trade brewing right now, however. 1 year ago, almost to the day, the Buffalo Sabres traded J.J. Peterka to the Utah Mammoth. Now the Mammoth are working on a deal that will send Peterka to the Boston Bruins. And one added twist to this.
Interesting.
I understand that the former GM of the Sabres, Kevin Adams, is joining the Bruins front office. So there is some insight into Peterka there specifically. Elsewhere, things to keep an eye on. Jason Robertson. Last night it was reported that Robertson and the Dallas Stars had agreed to a trade with the Seattle Kraken that was contingent on Robertson signing an extension there. The Kraken offered 8 years in the neighborhood of about.
We all know this. Robertson turned down the Kraken trade.
The deal.
Like $15 million.
The Stars are still trying to trade him. We'll see how things go over the next couple of days. Mason McTavish. I thought he was going to get dealt last night to the St. Louis Blues or the New York Rangers, but that didn't happen. And one of the things we're kind of looking at here is if McTavish isn't traded for a first-round pick tonight, will the Ducks pull his name off of the trade block? And one of the reasons the deal with the Rangers may not have been happening was because the Rangers had some interest in Olin Zellweger. But Zellweger was traded by the Ducks today from the Ducks today to the Buffalo Sabres for a prospect and a second-round pick. Guys?
Wow. All right. So lots of news could be breaking. And Jarmo Kekalainen is right in the middle of everything.
Yeah, that's what it looks like when a computer glitches out right there. Elliot is absolutely AI, hasn't it? And hockey's been crazy.
Buffalo's busy today.
Wild leading into this draft.
It's been nuts.
And
The
Ottawa.
person we talked about was Connor Hellebuyck. Imagine if he gets acquired tonight by the Buffalo Sabres, the roof will blow off this place. But let's focus on these 18-year-olds, 17-year-olds, 19-year-olds who are going to be drafted tonight. This is the big night for them. Start with you, Sandy. What's the biggest storyline you're looking forward to?
2023 was the Connor Bedard draft. 2024, Macklin Celebrini. Last year was the Matthew Schaefer draft. This year, it is the Gavin McKenna draft. And we're talking about a guy who said no.
Left wing. By the way, Gavin McKenna. I think everyone knows that.
The NHL Combine. Wise decision. He's finishing top 10 in 5 different categories, including the VO2 max. That's the toughest one of them all. He gets to the combine. He's absolutely ripped.
Glasses?
For a guy his slight size can be. And then
No
the
glasses?
interview process starts. And
What do
he
you-
presents himself perfectly. He's candid.
Yes.
He's very
No.
calm. He's cool. He's collected. For me, that's what's
I might be. I don't want to age myself by wearing these goddamn things. I feel like my great-grandmother.
This is, make no mistake about it, the Gavin McKenna draft.
So I'm going to be the yin to the yang in this equation, and pretty much everybody in the hockey universe has been kind of hiding their own opinions on Jason Bukla's draft rankings, and I have Ira Stenberg #1 on my draft list, and it's 1A and 1A. These are just 2 different players, and Ira Stenberg approaches the game differently. He really dissects the way the game is played in all 3 zones.
I don't know how interesting this is. I think we've all heard about the top 2 draft picks so much. They're both wingers, although they say Stenberg is got seems to be more capable of moving to center with his hockey smarts and his 2-way game. We all know this, right? I don't think anyone's stepping into this, born last night. So what's Kobe Armstrong saying? Okay.
We were in LA. We're in a theater. Not anymore. We're on the floor. We're in Buffalo after an unbelievable season by the Buffalo Sabres.
Okay.
Look at these lunatics.
I'm gonna turn this down. This is just a lot of fluff right now. I mean, I like these guys, but they're not really saying much that we don't already know. There's nothing new per se in the last couple of hours. So unless you've been hiding in a cave or haven't been or got kids, because that's basically sort of the same thing. I've got to. Woof. Right. So the latest draft was the Ottawa Senators acquiring Burakovsky from the Chicago Blackhawks for a 6th-round pick in 2027. Next to nada. So I can't blame Ottawa for going in on some depth there. After losing, I mean, they did also pick up Eklund from the San Jose Sharks. I'm sure we'll talk about that a little bit later. Which isn't bad. I mean, they were already a deep team, especially center wise, which is the most hardest point to really get through. D, they're pretty good on that aspect of things as well. Pretty decent, I'd say. There's some teams you could argue are deeper, but there's not that many of them. Maybe 5, if that. Of course, Sanderson maybe he'll be the new captain. I have a feeling. I don't think it'll be. Oh my God, the diver. What's his name? He's a German kid. Stutzel. I couldn't think of it. So yeah. So that's my bet. Anyways, that Sanderson's going to be the next captain. Then another earlier trade, a bigger trade. Buffalo got Olin Zellweger from the Anaheim for Anton Wahlberg. No idea who that is. Some sort of prospect. And a 2nd-round pick in this draft. And Then we're moving on here. That's my old breaking news sound effects. Moving on, another Ottawa trade here. They acquire Samuel Harrison, the goalie from the Maple Leafs, whom they just picked up from the Philadelphia Flyers in that Joe Wall trade a few weeks ago. I want to say, and the Leafs picked up a 5th-round pick for next year. I'm surprised they got anything for him because I'm pretty sure they would have just waived him, and he would have, and someone would have just picked him up on waivers. So at least they got a pick for him, albeit next year's. Still a lot of fluff going on right now behind me. Nothing has started yet. It's about 3:40 p.m. Pacific time at the moment. That's 7:40 Eastern. Let me know where you're watching from. I'd love to hear from you. Unless you're one of my family members or friends, I do not want to hear from you. Most definitely, if you're related or you're friends with me, I don't want to hear. I'm just kidding. Am I? Okay. So yeah. Still they're running some segment of Colby Armstrong interviewing Gavin McKenna. We've all seen this 1,000 billion times. We're going back to the trades for today. Montreal acquired Brett Berard from the Rangers in exchange for William Trudeau. So it looks like Montreal and New York exchanged former Canadian prime ministers. Next, we got we're going into yesterday now. We're going into yesterday. The New Jersey acquired Declan Chisholm. Don't know who that is. From the Washington Capitals for a 4th-round pick in 2027. Ho hum. Montreal's busy here, huh? Yesterday, Montreal also acquired Hunter McCone, again from the Columbus Blue Jackets for Luke Tuck. Is that a brother of the Buffalo Tuck, now a Washington Capital? Interesting to find that one out. Still into trades from yesterday, Detroit acquired a 4th-round pick in 2026. So this draft from New Jersey for Amadeus Lombardi. Quite a name there. What's Amadeus? What's a short name for Amadeus? I don't know. I would love to hear what your thoughts on the draft, because that's what's important today. Next, we're still going into yesterday, reviewing a few things from yesterday. There's still some fluff going on Sportsnet right now. We don't really need to hear about how great it would be to acquire Gavin McKenna again. Columbus, yesterday, this is a bigger trade. They acquired, somewhat surprisingly, Valerie Nichushkin from the Colorado Avalanche for a 2nd-round pick in this draft, a 3rd-round pick in next year's draft, and a 5th-round pick in 2028. He's had some issues with A, staying healthy, and B, staying in the lineup for questionable reasons. Remember how he disappeared for like 2 playoffs in a row? And I remember one when they were facing Seattle. He was arrested. They pulled him out of a hotel room with a girl, of a woman of the night, who was with him. And yeah, so just some. I don't know if there's an addiction problem there or what. But he could put up some monster numbers sometimes. Like, he's got real power forward numbers. He's just so roller coaster. But when he's on, he's mean. And he can put it in the net. So moving on, more from yesterday, we've got the Pittsburgh Penguins acquiring Hendrix Lapierre. A little surprised they given up on this guy so early. Washington got a 3rd-round pick for next year's draft and a 5th round for 2028. Um, Interesting to see what Washington is doing here because there may or may not be um, Ovechkin may or may not be retiring. We all still don't know. We have no idea, right? He's got to be at least 30 pounds overweight at this very moment. Never mind, what he'll be like at the end of summer. Um, I think it's good to just retire, but at the same time, it seems a little bit of a quiet retirement for someone who's broken the biggest goal barrier in the NHL. So that's a bit bizarre if that were to happen. Currently, breaking news: we've got Schaefer on the panel with the rest of those guys. I don't think it's going to be anything that hot or interesting that they're talking about. He's probably just chatting about what a privilege it was to get drafted and what that was like, and blah 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 blah, fluff 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 fluff. Zevia break. Okay. Show more trades. Yes, show me more trades. Sportsnet. Okay. We're going into the 24th, June 24th here. They're still talking to Schaefer. Okay, so Nashville acquired on the 24th of June Jack Drury and Chase Bradley and a third-round pick in 2029 for Fedor Svechkov and Zachary Leroux. Don't know who those are. Don't know who those people are. Sounds like prospects or AHL players. One of the two, right? Then the bigger sort of trade on that day was Washington acquiring Alex Tuck for a third-round pick and David Kampf from Washington. I didn't even remember that David Kampf was traded to Washington. Maybe it was at the trade deadline that he went from Was he in Vancouver? Or was he Vancouver or was he in Chicago? Can't remember if he was in. I know he was in Vancouver, but I just can't remember if he was traded to Chicago and then he went to Washington. David Kampf. Ever since he's left the Leafs, he's been bouncing around very fast. So yeah, so I guess they got something, and they signed him, of course, for like $10.5 million. I don't remember that. I think it might have been 8 years on that deal for Alex Tuck. At what is he? He's probably around 30. I want to say, right? I don't know. Seems a little bit rich, but hey, if they're losing Alex Ovechkin, they need to fill in some gaps there. Sportsnet update. There's still just fluff happening. So when is this actually going to start? I wish they had 2 times. I wish they had the broadcast time and then the actual start time. Who we have on here? Who's here in the chat? Elizabeth Santondo Alfaro, if I'm pronouncing that right. Message retracted. Resignation. Huh? This is weird. Whoever's in the chat has retracted a bunch of messages. Okay. Anyways, and they're going to commercial break. So let's get back on the trades here. June 23rd. That was my birthday. Happy birthday, me. And another Buffalo trade what did they acquire? They sent Bowen Byram, of course, to the Chicago Blackhawks with Jordan Greenway for the 4th overall pick. Seems pretty rich. I do not know why Buffalo would give up that pick, or Chicago, would give up that pick for Bowen Byram. I guess they're trying to insulate Berard and get that team going faster, but couldn't you wait just one more year with the 4th overall pick? I mean, you could have grabbed Chase Reed, for instance, who would probably been ready in 2 years max. So that irks me a little bit about Chicago. I know when is Berard ready to be to sign his deal? I should have Cap Friendly open at this, or Cap Wages, excuse me. Because Cap Friendly is now bit the dust. I'm just going to bring up Cap Wages here quickly. to see where Berard is at with his contract at the moment. There's my wife. Merci beaucoup. My wife dropping off a drink for me. Where's Chicago? Chicago. Why are these logos so tiny? Or is it my eyes are so bad? Here we go. Okay, Chicago looking at Berard's contract. Connor Bedard. He's 20 years old. Okay, so he's an RFA. Okay, so he's an RFA with no arbitration rights. So they need to sign a contract. And okay, so I guess this makes more sense now because they want this to sign this guy probably for, the maximum deal. Can they still do 8 years? When does that kick in? That it's only 7 years to be able to sign a player for. When does that change? I think it may be July 1st. So maybe they're trying to do that, and that was part of that trade by acquiring Bowen Byram. But that just seems Bowen Byram's like meh. Okay, maybe he'll give you a couple of 55-point years, but Chase Reed just seems to have so much more promise, and Byram seems pretty awful in his own zone. We all know he's a great puck transporter. I wouldn't call him the greatest PP1 guy, but he never really got too much of that opportunity in Buffalo either, not to mention Colorado. So yeah, and Jordan Greenway is kind of a throwaway. Buffalo got the 4th overall pick and the 45th overall pick, and Louis Crevier. So Buffalo's obviously got to be flipping those as well, right? They just made the playoffs for the first time in good knows how many years. Was it, what is it, 14, 15? So I can't see them holding on to those picks. They've got to be flipping those for players, I imagine, because they need to be good now, especially with the Panthers going full on Chiefs with the acquisition of Kachuk and Hathaway, which is another trade we'll probably get to. There's someone talking about the Leafs at this moment, talking about the Sutter brothers. Why? Okay, they're talking about the other brothers in the draft being available. Let's see. They're talking about all the brothers who played together: the Sutter brothers, the Sundin brothers, the brothers and the twin brothers in this draft. Where are we here? What are the Rucks? I have to love it. What a great last name! What a great hockey last name, the Rucks. So now they're talking about the Rucks, and of course they have them dressing, playing golf, hockey, doing everything together, side by side, wearing the exact same clothes just to, make the audiences happy. I'm sure they have the same hair too. Wow, can't one of you just dye it blue or something? I don't know. Okay, so yeah, they're talking about the Rucks now. Nothing that you can't go find out about yourself, read the hockey news, all that kind of thing. Just more fluff. So the draft hasn't actually started yet. Okay, who's in the chat here? Did we get this? Did we get back? I don't know who this person is. I don't know what you're trying to say in the chat. The resignation recordings by Luke Inspire. What does that mean? I have no idea what that means. Sorry, you typed it incorrectly. I still don't know what you're trying to say. Anyway, is it a bot or something? Are you a bot? Moving along. Oh, really? They have side-by-side single beds in a gray room? That's the Rucks. They're talking about the Rucks. Exact same height, everything. Okay. One's a right wing who shoots right, 6 foot. The other one who's ranked higher. He is ranked by the Hockey News at the 21 spot. And the other ruck is a center also 6 foot, 167 pounds. The other one's 175, 10 pounds heavier. Wow. So the center is the lighter one. He's ranked 31st overall by the Hockey News. Okay. Should I just go grab? I'm gonna go grab my drink, my bubble tea drink that my wife made. Their bare hands for me. I'm gonna try and keep hydrated amongst all this light, Aziz, light. That's going on right now. So yeah, there's my pen. I'm gonna need some markers here to hit the players up with. Markers. There we go. Got some markers standing by. Pen and my book. Sorry, I'm not prepared. Such an awful tuber. All right, I'm gonna go grab my drink. Wow, that's. Cheers. My wife just handed me a bubble tea. It's pretty good, homemade. It's much better than anything. She's done it for like 4 or 5 years. Much better than anything you could buy on the street. Double drinking it here. They're still interviewing the Ruck brothers at the moment. Blah 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 blah. Like me. They're both. Oh, they're both. Okay, they're both wearing. Oh, thank God they're wearing different suits. Help us all out here. So, if everyone is drafting remotely, I guess these are all the families. So on the base, okay. So on the base floor, are like a bunch of sectionals, like couch sectionals, with I guess all the draftees, some of the first round draft picks all down there and their families, and of course the stands are filled up with more, and then you have all the sports channels and panels surrounded by them with a stage, and I'm sure there's a few representatives, excuse me, of each team, which makes me think for the first round, do the teams just do they draft on site or would they still draft remotely? Like, would Chaika be in Buffalo or he would be in Toronto? You'd think he'd want to be in Toronto for the first round, which means he'd have to coordinate with his war room, but they only have the one pick, right? So why wouldn't he just be in Buffalo for this first pick and then go back home, go back to Toronto for the rest of the draft? Probably makes more sense that way. All right, are we headed? Okay, here we go. Kyle Bukauskas.
That's fantastic. And you'll remember last year, Brady Martin being taken fifth
Buffalo's
overall by the Nashville Predators, but he did not attend the draft in LA.
Let's listen in for a minute here.
On the stage, and that was because there was choring to do back on the family farm in Elora, Ontario. We have a similar story here in 2026 with Carson Carls, the defenseman. He could be taken in the top 5 as well, but is not here in Buffalo because work to be done on the family farm in Cypress River, Manitoba. It all started at around 7:30 this morning. There was calves to be tagged and cows to be moved about the pasture. He did get some time kayaking with some buddies before
Rangers, Calgary,
where he skated with Travis Sanheim of the Philadelphia Flyers, just to clear his head a little bit ahead of what's to come tonight. Some 50 people are expected to be on hand for the viewing party at the farm, outdoors. We will see how big the after party gets once that night is over. What's really neat, though, quickly before we go, is that he has members of the Prince George Juniors staff also here as well. It's just a really important night for the Carls family. David will send it back to you.
That's a beautiful story. Thanks so
and
much.
Back to the panel.
When we return, Toronto is on the clock. The NHL entry draft begins.
Okay. We're finally starting soon. All right.
Wait is almost over.
Finally. Okay. Okay, so we got some commercials here. And we're going to get in on the action. That's going to start very soon. Let's just refresh the trades and signings. Anything new? Oh, signings. We could talk a little bit about this. Brent Burns was extended by the Colorado Avalanche for the league min, I believe, 850,000. Kulak was signed for a 5-year deal. The Avalanche for 22.5 million. That's just over 4 million or so per year. A depth defenseman. Ottawa, of course, signed Jordan Spence to a 4-year deal. It's 5 million per. Not bad for that type of player, I guess. I think he was playing on a third pairing, but he could be playing higher on certain teams. Certainly, I mean, that's a pretty good third pairing puck transporting defenseman. So then we have Ottawa. They signed Bolduc. Who knows to what? But Tony DeAngelo is still in the league, ladies and gentlemen, and he just re-upped with the Islanders. This is all today, by the way, for 2 years at a total of $9 million. So math at 4.5 a year. He plays obviously the second power play now. He's not good defensively at all. But I'm sure who would they be playing with him? I know who he plays with. I just can't think of his name right now. I'm drawing a blank. But you can, anyone in the chat, just, say hello. That's so good. Okay. Excuse me. I'll try not to smack my teeth as I eat the tapioca from my matcha. We're very close to starting here. There's just some commercials, and then the official draft is going to start. I'm just looking at some other signings. Yesterday, nothing really much. But on the June 24th was it Zach Benson from the Buffalo Sabres, a 7-year deal, total $52.5 million. I want to say that's around $8 million, but I'm horrible in math. This is a player that I thought might get what's the word I'm looking for? When other teams try to steal your player. I'm drawing a blank for a second here. I know the word. Anyway, I thought another team would come in and try and steal him because he's a real pest, especially in the playoffs. He had great playoffs, and he's only 20 years old. Here we go. Let's listen in. Bunch of sectional couches all around the floor of the draft. All right. Let's do this. Let's get to work. Is this what the hip kids look like these days? Is that? No? I can't pull it off. I'm sorry. Okay. Just look around. Look at the streets. Look at this. Okay, so there's some more fluff. There's a special intro to the draft. So we're like probably 30 seconds away, I hope. And we're gonna go in here. So I'm just gonna do one of these. Have I already been live for 50 minutes almost? Wow. Unbelievable. Say hi if you're in the chat. I'd love to hear from you. Moments away. Don't forget to give me a thumbs up, please. I'd really appreciate that. Subscribe if you're new to the channel. I don't do as many videos as I used to, but I will also be here for Free Agent Frenzy. Was it July 1st? I will be doing that. I'll be back doing the same sort of setup with the board and keeping track of all the trades. We'll be chatting a lot about them. I'm pretty sure that's the date, July 1st. Yeah, NHL free agency begins. Yeah, I think it starts at 9 a.m. Pacific. 10, 11, 12. So 12 lunchtime Eastern. So be here for July 1st. I'll be on YouTube covering that. So far, draft. So the trades and everything have kind of stalled. But let's look at Twitter really quickly here. The Blue Jackets have begun taking trade calls on Zach Werenski. Okay, here we go.
Thousands of fans are descending into the KeyBank Center for what will be a magical
Columbus
night.
believes the Norse winner is unlikely to resign. Whoa. Interesting. Maybe Werenski will get traded today.
Matthew Schaefer. All right, we got a little bit of time here, Matthew. What's the big storyline you're keeping an eye on?
Yeah, I gotta go with my boy McKenna. Obviously, growing up playing with World Juniors and all these places. I mean, he's a lot of high expectations for him, obviously from such a young age, and a lot of ups and downs. But he just keeps moving forward, and I'm really excited to see what happens tonight for him.
Well, last year, besides when he went, the skilled smaller D-man, it was all monsters. It was all monsters. And with all the trades and dog show that's coming into this draft, I'm going to look at the defenseman. The defenseman, I think, once you get through the little wave at the start, stick with the defenseman theme here, having Shake Daddy with us. A lot of good defense.
Can you hear us fine? Let me know if you can hear everything fine in the chat.
Well, I don't think it's ever happened, to be perfectly honest. What are the Vancouver Canucks going to do in the three-hole guys? The head coach, Manny Malhotra, his first NHL job. His son, Caleb Malhotra, the top available centerman in the draft class. I'm curious to see the direction the Canucks take.
Oh, Canada. That's what I'm looking at. 9 of the 32 picks are going to be chosen by Canadian teams. 3 of them have multi-picks. We'll see how this shakes down. But you're talking
sometimes his humor is so.
Since 1993.
What's the word?
It starts here tonight.
Oh, so old. Dad jokes. It's more like granddad jokes.
Like what he said either about them winning the cups, right?
I like the man, just not, his humor is just like. Elliot Friedman.
Right now we're talking about decor, David. For years, decor on the floor here was tables. Now it's couches. With a decentralized draft, what they've done is they've got couches for all the top prospects. Here's the McKenna family with their friends. They're aging Pat Brisson as they wait and see if he is the #1 pick. The other prospects are out here too. They'll go up onto the stage after they're selected. You remember the famous podium. This is Gary Bettman's podium. He will announce the picks from here. After the players are selected, they'll go to the other coaches. Ailish Forfar is here doing the interviews with all the players. And then Kyle Bukauskas also roaming around the side.
Elliot Friedman's got quite the bald spot up there now.
For example, is here with the Malhotra family tonight. What an honor to see your son drafted and to talk to Kyle Bukauskas. Dave?
Well, it's going to be a lot of fun. And we're just moments away from Commissioner Bettman and the Maple Leafs on the clock. Gentlemen, how are we going to view this draft? Big picture here. We're talking about it being sort of Gavin McKenna's night potentially. But aside from that, you can say this is a very good, strong draft in the top of the draft.
It sure is. And I'm going to look at it a little bit like 2008.
When these guys going to start drafting, it's just like, takes forever.
And it moved from there. Drew Doughty on to Petrangelo. Luke Shen ends up going to Toronto at #5. I think we're going to see that one of the best.
Luke Shen.
In this draft, so I'm going to like it in 2008.
Is this place electric or what? You gotta get a feel in it here. This is awesome. I'm feeling 2013 vibes for me, guys.
Will the Leafs stun everybody and not choose McKenna with the first overall pick? I seriously doubt that. But wouldn't it be? And as a Leaf fan, I prefer they take him as well. Unless they trade the pick and then get 2 picks in the top, let's say like 7.
There's been tons of questions like, are they going to keep this pick? We're hearing like Hellebuck coming to the ring. We got ushers in the arena here tonight going, what are we going to do? What are we going to do with our pick? So exciting to have it here in Buffalo with the season they had, and they got an early pick, and there's all these trade rumors happening to us.
I guess the host team Buffalo will be on the clock at this point. Animated deal, they're on the clock at #4, but it's going to be the Toronto Maple Leafs for the 3rd time in franchise history. Selecting first overall, 1985, Wendell Clark, 2016, right here in Buffalo was Austin Matthews, and we're about to find out 2026 who the Leafs take first overall to the commissioner.
Are we actually starting? We're actually starting now. This is the start, real start of this video. Which, I don't know, it's more like this, right?
Good evening, Buffalo, and welcome to the 2026 Upper Deck NHL Draft. Since hockey is the ultimate team sport and Buffalo's support of its teams is legendary, I figured I'd ask a couple of local line mates to help me get this draft started and minimize the boost. Buffalo Bills offensive tackle Deion Dawkins. And Buffalo Sabres forward Josh Stone.
Oh, Josh Stone. Okay. Saber and a Buffalo Bill.
Being selected in the 2017
Please, Gary, just keep it minimum. Just don't talk much.
Yes, sir, man. Look, when you're a Bill or a Sabre, you don't just play your home games here. You become a part of the community. These fans
I love those sunglasses. They look like they're almost made out of reptile skin.
This becomes a huge family here in Buffalo. And they support you no matter what.
Okay, more fluff. Fluff, 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 fluff. Just get it started. Start picking. Please, God. Let Gary speak less.
And the Buffalo hockey fans showed it at the first Winter Classic.
Josh, you were acquired a year ago yesterday. What a difference.
Okay, Josh Stone is going to speak. Here we go.
It's been a pretty good year.
Yeah, as Dion said, there's nothing that compares to playing in front of these fans, running into these people at the grocery store, wherever you are, restaurants. They're always there to say hi. It's an honor to represent them every day. It was a thrill this year to get back to playoff hockey and show the NHL what a great city we are and how tremendous our fans are. And I think I can speak for all of Buffalo when I say we're honored and really excited to host our fourth draft here in Buffalo.
Thank you to the Sabres organization, particularly owners Thierry and Kim Pagula, and the city of Buffalo for being such welcoming hosts this week. Congratulations.
Oh, they think Justin Bieber is going to make the pick for the Maple Leafs.
And all around the hockey world who will hear their names called this weekend. And to the parents, family members, coaches, and friends who made it possible for you to pursue your hockey dreams, congratulations.
So as we all know, Buffalo is a beautiful place. We've been seeing all night. There's a lot of make-believe fans out here. We know you guys have the first overall pick. We get it. We understand. But as we also know, there is a lot of Buffalo fans in here too.
Well, a lot of Toronto fans' favorite team is the Buffalo Bills, so it's a weird relationship.
Us Buffalo fans do this and we do it well and we do it together. Pleasure saying this. Where else would you guys rather be than right here?
That is awesome. Just
Okay,
awesome.
so not too cringy, really. It's all right. It's all right. This webcam kind of sucks, huh?
Special teammates who assist me throughout the evening. The members of the Blackstone Valley Schools team. They experienced an incredible tragedy this past winter.
Okay. This is nice. It's nice.
Boys High School State Championship.
This is nice. Yeah. Blackstone Valley High School. Okay.
Led by their captain, Colin Dorgan, they will present
NHL club sweaters to each first round selection who takes the stage tonight.
Kings have signed Brant Clark to a 5-year extension, worth $7.4 million per season. There we go. Finally. What are they going to do?
Leafs and 246 and counting. And I know Leafs fans feel hard done by in the sense it's been a long time since they've had team success, but they did get a stroke
Okay.
on the draft lottery. They had an 8.5% chance to win the draft lottery. They moved up from 5th to 1st. How pivotal is this? Oh, hold on a second. There's a call happening, and what's happening here?
What's happening?
This is interesting.
Well, good luck hearing that phone call here.
Gavin McKenna. Okay.
McKenna apparently taking a call. I wonder who that's from.
I don't know. The tears in the eyes are starting to gather.
This
there.
is weird. This is weird. They cut to Gavin McKenna getting a call on his phone.
Player of the Year back in 2025 in the CHL set 9 Penn State records.
Why are the Leafs taking so long to get to the podium?
The first overall selection.
You know, fans got their jerseys made up already. They're not hyped for this kid. Yeah, they came prepared, no question.
But just an hour, 20 minutes down the road to get here.
Are they going to drain the clock on everybody? Like, they should just give them a minute to get up to there. Give them almost 2 minutes.
The phones ringing, people are
Or are they
cheering.
trying to connect everyone remotely? Is that what's happening?
I don't know who it was in this building. This group of Leafs fans are getting oiled up outside in the pregame too. Before I saw, they're really happy about this, and it's a unique opportunity. He looks pretty shell shocked and happy at the same time. Yeah. Yeah, I would say so. Just before that little confident nod with the, I got this. And you know what, I talked to him. If you join us in the pregame show, I had a feature with him there, talking to him with the pressure of being number 1 and going to Toronto, and he wants it.
They're going to milk the clock.
He wants that opportunity. He wants
They're
to
really
challenge
going to milk the clock for the first overall pick. Why is this taking so long?
Here's the commissioner once again, Gary Beck.
Don't tell me they traded it. Don't tell me they traded the pick. Please, God. Please don't tell me they traded the pick.
In Buffalo. It is now time for the first pick in the 2026 NHL draft. Please welcome one of the Toronto Maple Leafs' most diehard and
Got scared there for a second. I thought they would have they were trading the pick. I was like, yeah, the clock was going for the Maple Leafs. Why is Gary back on the stage? Just bring the Leaf. Bring the guys making the pick on stage. Like, move it along. Let's go. Let's. Okay, Justin Bieber. So they probably just.
Child in me is ecstatic right now. I've been a Leafs fan since I was just a
Please don't make this cringeworthy. Please. Please.
We got something to talk about right now.
No, just make the pick. I don't want to talk about anything. Make the pick.
What's going on, guys? How are you guys?
No. It's weird. It's weird.
We got something to share with you guys tonight. I don't know if I'm supposed to come up right up here. Hey, how are you? Good,
Okay.
good. Thanks for
Oh my
having me
God.
tonight.
NHL.
Yes, sir.
They cannot get out of their own way. The NHL.
Mr. McKenna, we would like to draft you to the Toronto Maple Leafs.
Okay, yay! McKenna's a Maple Leaf. All right, there we go. I don't know why I just didn't pencil it in there, but like, did we have to milk that? And it's just awkward. A lot of awkward. I know Bieber's used to being on stage and talking, but God. Oh, McKenna. Okay. Oh man, NHL. Oh, God. NHL just cannot get out of their own way. Awkward. Okay. The music they're playing. Can you hear this? It's like this dance club music to like soft. No, it's not dance club music. It's more like makeout music or something. They're just taking pictures. Sorry, I should be narrating some of this. They took a picture with Gary and Bieber, and then with just Bieber and they. Oh no, Bieber! No, don't talk. Don't talk anymore.
Dear friends, one of my dear friends couldn't make it here tonight,
Oh
but
boy.
he's got a message for you.
Okay.
And I wanted to show you up on the screen right here, right now.
Okay.
Thanks, JP. Gavin, welcome to the Toronto Maple Leafs. I'm sorry I'm not able to be there with you guys today. But it was 10 years ago when I was standing right where you are. I know how exciting this is for you and your family and what an incredible honor it is. Congratulations. I'm just as excited to have you join the Maple Leafs and we cannot wait to get started. You're coming to a franchise with an amazing history and fan base, and we're all working to write the
It's a
next
canned
chapter
video.
together. And you're going to be a very important part of that. For all the fans at the Leafs draft party at Scotiabank Arena, thank you for your passion and your support. We're looking forward to seeing you guys back in Toronto very soon.
I hope they're not all as awkward as this.
With the top pick of the first round, the Toronto Maple Leafs select Gavin McKenna.
So they had 2 minutes on the clock, so that took more like 10 minutes for the one pick through that whole scenario there. I don't know. Maybe I'm a little bit harsh, but now they're going to do an interview with him on the couch. Oh, my God.
All right, Gavin McKenna, first overall selection tonight. You're wearing your brand new jersey. You walk up to Yukon by Justin Bieber. You're sitting beside Justin Bieber. Is this more than your wildest
He
dreams?
probably hates Justin Bieber.
Nuts. Obviously, I just want to start by thanking my family. I love you guys. I wouldn't be here without you guys. To all the Yukoners at home, that song's for you. Thanks, Justin. I'm so grateful. I got no words right now.
Justin, when you wrote that song, were you maybe manifesting a Yukon boy to
You
your
hearing
hometown
this?
team?
You hearing it?
Sure. Yeah. We'll take it. Okay, Gavin, congratulations again. And when you saw your captain, Austin Matthews, 10 years ago drafted, same place, same jersey, what's it going to be like to play with him?
Obviously, he's a special player, so
All the stuff. All the stuff is so dry.
I've got a lot of talent in Toronto, so I've got a lot of experience. And
Okay.
as a young
Gavin
kid,
McKenna.
I want to learn as much as I can.
Okay, so Gavin McKenna. This is getting a little dry. Gavin McKenna. I'm just gonna read you what the Hockey News had him ranked as number one. Obviously, Justin Bieber's talking. I don't know. Do we really need to hear that? I don't know. All right. So, by the way, he does shoot left. He left wing, 6 foot, 170 pounds. After dominating WHL international competition, McKenna gave every indication he was going to do the same in the NCAA. But a funny thing happened on the way to stardom at Penn State. McKenna found the adjustment a little more difficult than he anticipated, and he struggled through the first half of the season. And the player who once the undisputed top prospect suddenly became, well, a little disputed. Is he going to do more interviews here? There's just more interviews with Gavin McKenna. Schaefer is now interviewing Gavin McKenna. Yay. Okay. I'll move on with what the Hockey News has to say about him here. And even though he's probably not going to be a generational talent, there is no doubt McKenna is a special player. He's going to make a team really happy. One scout said, there's nothing he doesn't do well. He's just going to score. McKenna was outstanding in the second half of the season and finished the campaign with the fourth highest points per game rate among draft-eligible NCAA players in the past 30 years. He has tremendous vision and playmaking ability. Another scout said he is going to have a big offensive impact. At the World Juniors, by the way, in 7 games, he had 4 goals, 10 assists for 14 points. He does have a mean streak to him. I've been watching a lot of those videos lately, which has been fun. So yeah, there you have it. McKenna's drafted. Hopefully the rest of these videos, the rest of these picks don't take forever. Let's listen in on what they're saying.
It's not months. What do the Leafs get in Gavin McKenna?
It's pretty fascinating because he had 244 points in 133 games in Medicine Hat, so he decided to challenge himself. He goes to Penn State, and immediately he's held to Celebrini and Fantilli standard with huge point production. It doesn't work out in the first half. Oh, World Junior starts to get that old confidence back. It's the mighty momentum on his side. Comes back, has 33 points in 19 games to round out the season for Penn State. And now you're starting to see the guy who comes to the combine. He's fit. He's ready to rock and roll. He's answering questions. And it looks to me like he is ready to take on the challenge of being the Toronto Maple Leafs' first overall pick.
From a scouting perspective, fellas, the easy statistics to take a look at is the scoring profile, the 33 points in the 18 games to finish the season. But for me, and we talked about it at the combine, I put it on him a little bit. What improved in the back half? Show me, and I showed him some clips. So tell me what was happening here. Tell me what was different there. And he owned everything. And the 33 points stands out, but it was his defensive play, the way he played a more complete game. Because the National Hockey League, it's hard every day, Army. It's hard every day. And when you're not scoring, you got to do other things to help the team win. He was much improved in the back half, and his offense went to another level.
Colby, you played in Toronto. I know you weren't a first overall pick, 21st overall, but I know you know the pressures in that market. What can Gavin McKenna expect when he enters training camp in September?
Well, I think expect the same as he's dealt with his entire young career so far. Like, he's been under a microscope, and for him to get in there and be in this situation is a place, I think, with what we saw through the back half of this season and how he made some adjustments and he figured it out. I thought you asked him at the combine too some tough questions and challenging him a little bit, but I thought he answered some of those questions really well. He said, look, I'm a smart player. Look at the NHL. Like, smart guys figure it out. And I think we'll see that with a guy like Gavin McKenna going in there. Yes, he's a star. He's been that his entire life for junior, and then all eyes on taking the leap to the NCAA. So I think there's a guy that's ready for it. It's him in this draft.
If I could put a bow on that, I call that accountability, fellas. The easy thing to say is, okay, we're going to project him. He's going to do this offensively. But what I took away from the combine, especially the accountability factor, it really, really resonated with me.
It's very interesting when you look at this player. You think a little bit about Mitch Marner, not so much the defensive profile, but the vision, the creativity, making plays that you're not supposed to make. And then you have a guy on the other end of that, Austin Matthews, who's going to be able to facilitate the goal scoring. I think this is going to be a match made in heaven for the Toronto Maple Leafs. It's going to take time for Gavin McKenna to adjust. We saw that adjustment period going from major junior to the NCAA. That will also be the experience he has in the NHL. But I think after a while, this guy's going to figure it out, and he's going to have Austin Matthews finishing.
You mentioned his combine scores. He looks pretty big, too. Like,
he
he's
does.
great. He built up.
All right, we have the second pick being announced now. Commissioner Bettman, the San Jose Sharks. Will
Okay,
also
thank
move down
God.
to the
Okay,
draft
let's speed it up here. Less talky, more Dewey. Will San Jose take a defenseman here? That'll be interesting.
The second selection with the San Jose Sharks is an Olympic gold medalist who last week became the first draft pick of the new PWHL franchise in San Jose, Layla Edwards.
I think there's a chance they might jump to Chase Reed here. The right shot defenseman, 6'2". They desperately need tea.
How's it going, Buffalo? All right. Well, thanks for having me tonight. I'll just get right into it. All right. Here we go. I should have brought the gold medal, he said.
Yeah.
Well, with the second overall selection in the 2026 NHL draft, the San Jose Sharks are proud to select from the Frölunda Swedish League,
Okay.
Ivar Stenberg.
Okay, they went with a safe choice. Okay. That's good. Good player. Great player. San Jose. San Jose picks Stenberg. Okay, so he's gonna walk to the stage, hugging 1,000 people on his way. So let's read a little bit about what Hockey News says about Ivan Stenberg. He also shoots left. Is also a left wing. He was ranked number 1 amongst international skaters. McKenna was number 1 amongst North American, by the way. Now in the World Juniors, in 7 games, he had 4 assists. 4 goals, 6 assists, for 10 points. And what do they say about him here? This season, when Stenberg has usurped Gavin McKenna as the number 1. Stenberg, this season, there were times, I missed like a whole sentence there. There were times this season when Stenberg had usurped Gavin McKenna as number 1 prospect. And it's still possible he could wind up going first overall. Nope. Like McKenna, Stenberg adjusted to a higher level of competition, and he was impactful for the gold medal winning Swedes at the World Juniors. He's a wizard with the puck, a scout said. He's definitely going to be a first-line player and power play guy in the NHL. He's a high-level skater, has elite agility, and he has top-level touch. That was evident in his performance this season. Only Daniel and Henrik Sedin recorded more points in the SHL during their draft years. That's the Swedish Hockey League. And there were times during the World Juniors that Stenberg and fellow draft-eligible prospect Viggo Bjork were driving forces for Sweden. What sets Stenberg apart is the maturity in his game. And we'll get back to that in a second here. Talking about
them, they can get right in there right away. Talk about the numbers. You said 1A and 1A. Both you guys with regards to both these players. They are different, but electric. And then I look down the list, and you talk about defensemen, and I see San Jose number 9 as well.
Yes.
And maybe they have a chance at a defenseman right there. They're sitting pretty juicy here in this draft in Buffalo.
No kidding. I mean, when they traded Eklund out, guys, it obviously opened up the roster spot here. You can't draft for need at number 2, right, Sammy? They can't just go to the defenseman there. You got to take the very best player available in the world after Gavin McKenna, and that's Ivar Stenberg.
And he joins an elite group. Look at that list. My goodness. I mean, Hall of Famers and exceptional All-Stars right there. And he joins that list as the 2nd overall. Vancouver Canucks are on the clock. We'll get to their pick in just a matter of moments. But first, Ivar Stenberg with our A-list scorecard.
Okay, interview with Stenberg. Who cares? Okay, so that's their bit on Stenberg. I'll just finish up here very quickly. Because he was forced to play a two-way style to earn his ice time, Stenberg has developed a strong game on both sides of the puck. He works, another scout said. He doesn't cheat the game, and he's an honest player. There you have it. There's all the little tidbits on Stenberg. Goes number 2. I'll just update my board here. Stenberg. What is San? I'll give San Jose the green. Stenberg. Okay. I don't know. It's dark enough. I think they're still just interviewing the dude. That light is way too bright there. There we go. You can't really see the marker on the board, huh? Yeah, it's too close to the light, but there's nothing I can really do about that now. Vancouver is on the clock. And they're back to the panel.
Come forward. And this is where the draft gets interesting. You guys had said all the draft experts
Will
said
they draft
the Canada
Maholtra's
Sun,
son?
the Canada
What will
Regardless,
happen
if he goes
next?
first overall. We know that. And now, it's sort of in the air. What's going to happen now, Sam?
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, the talk has been, we've talked about it a lot. Caleb Malhotra is going to be that guy. But when Dad got hired, that suddenly threw a wrinkle into the mix. Do you want a kid in the room with your dad coaching? There's all of this debate happening about whether that's the right pick. Mooks, I love your take on this. Tell me.
My take is pretty simple. It's a two-lane highway for me. The first one is this. The Vancouver Canucks went out and hired who they thought was going to be the best head coach for the franchise going forward, former pro and a pro through and through, Army, in Manny Malhotra. That's job one. Job two now, you have to nurture what's going to be on the horizon. How do you do that? You got to build infrastructure, guys. The best player available on the court next is Caleb Malhotra. There's two different things here at work. There's one, the coaching side of it, and with all due respect, NHL coaches, they don't last as long as the players do with that one organization. You have to build infrastructure. You have the best player available still on the draft board. For me, this is Caleb Malhotra. I'm foaming at the mouth, but this is the way it's got to go in my investigation.
Caleb looked like he was in pain there.
Malhotra is actually listed as number 6 on the Hockey News list here. They have Chase Reed actually as number 3, Verhoff number 4, Carson Carroll's number 5. And then him. So, what are they going to do here? The pick is in. Okay, here we go.
Making the selection for the Vancouver Canucks is an acclaimed actress known for her fan favorite performance as Robin on the hit series How I Met Your Mother. Please welcome Vancouver native and Canucks fan Kobe Smulders.
Hey, Canucks fans! I am so thrilled to be here. Today is an exciting step forward for our favorite team, my favorite team. With the overall third pick for the 2026,
they're going to go with Malhotra.
Is Caleb Malhotra.
Interesting. Okay.
Go.
Okay. Are they going to jump right into the analysis here? Caleb Malhotra goes number 3.
Caleb Malhotra of the Brantford Bulldogs had a debut OHL season to remember, ranking 2nd in rookie
An
scoring.
incredible story. Manny Malhotra brings his son into the mix in Vancouver.
Okay.
His mom, Joanne.
Coach and son.
Steve Nash there as well.
Interesting.
This is an incredible story, right? Absolutely incredible. The number 1 ranked center, and he joins his father. What do you guys make of this? Colby, you have a son who's playing elite hockey now. What's your thought when you see this?
Coach. Yeah. It wouldn't be like anything changed. I think
That's Steve Nash is there with
look who was there. Manny played.
with Malhotra too.
His kid plays. There's a comfort level with that, with a father-son that played. You know the dad, but you know the coach.
Okay.
The game's black and white, right? You played good, you did the skill good, or you didn't. And you got to get better. And I think it's a relationship with the professional athletes in that family that they understand that kind of relationship.
He's been preparing for this day without even knowing it as a young person. He's super mature. He's ready for this challenge, just like his dad's ready for the challenge to be the head coach. This kid's a pro through and through. He's going to probably max out north of 200, 205 pounds easily, a complete player. Think of Bo Horvat when they traded him out of Vancouver. How did that Canucks room feel after that? To me, it felt chaotic. This is a future captain type of material here.
All right, well, Caleb's standing by with our A-list scorecard. Let's hear from the new.
Okay, so they're going to interview Caleb. Let's see what they have to say about him here in the Hockey News. The best case scenario, by the way, in the Hockey News, they connect him to Anthony Cirelli. His last year in the OHL in 67 games, he had 29 goals, 84 points. They rank him number 6 amongst North American skaters. And let's get into what they say about him here. The OHL's Rookie of the Week honors got pretty boring in the playoffs. More often than not, it was Malhotra winning. He was one of the league's top scorers while playing on a deep, experienced Bulldogs squad. He's a franchise number 1 center. One scout said he is fit on a good team. And when Jake O'Brien was out and Malhotra was a driver, He is a 200-foot player, but he also has the grit and edge, borderline meanness. Teams were trying to bully him, and he gave it back. He's built for the heavy hockey in the playoffs. The son of former NHL and current AHL coach Manny Malhotra is also the nephew of NBA Hall of Famer Steve Nash. So elite athletic advice was always available. Malhotra is committed to Boston University. He is just a really smart 200-foot player with skill, and he can play any style of game. Another scout said, he's a good skater with good hockey sense, and he has the pedigree with his dad playing for a long time. You can see a lot of that in Caleb's game. He's got a very bright future. There we go. Let's talking about him now.
Third overall.
This was the final of a number of touch points. If I go back to his time in the BCHL, he puts up 17 points.
And they're chatting about him now.
Then he has to go to Brantford. Brantford's got all kinds of first rounders. They're all at camp. So this guy says, I'm going to sneak in and take somebody's spot. He maintains a spot in the top 6 for Brantford all season long. We go to Alberta, the CHL USA Prospects Challenge. He's the captain. You see why. All the important draws, defensive detail in his game, the ability to produce some offense. And then finally, that last touch point that we talked about was in the playoffs, 13-13. Brentford ends up losing out in the Eastern Conference semi. But Malhotra cements himself as a guy who at the start of the year wasn't even really on the first round radar. And here he is, the 3rd overall pick.
Some athletes at a young age, they wait for opportunity to present itself, and then they kind of bounce. Other guys create their own opportunities to thrive. And that's Caleb Malhotra. That Brantford lineup was locked and loaded with a ton of great prospects. He took the bull by the horns and elevated his game.
Incredible athleticism in that family, including his uncle Steve Nash standing by with Archambault.
David, so 2 years ago, you come to the draft to watch Macklin celebrating go first.
Interviewing Steve Nash.
Steve, you really are Uncle Steve to Caleb. So Vancouver, that's the coach. I mean, you know pro sports and the locker room dynamic as well as any. Like, what do you think about that?
Obviously, it's something that's very unprecedented, right? So we'll see. But at the same time, what a dream come true. I think for Vancouver Canucks fans like myself to have Caleb in the organization is amazing. And Manny is the highest character you could be, and I think you get similar. The apple doesn't fall from the tree. So this is an exciting night, I think, for our family, but hopefully for the Canucks franchise.
So you told a great story a couple of years ago.
Okay, yeah, it's Steve Nash, yeah, being interviewed here. Okay, what do we got here? Anything new on Twitter? I don't think we see anything else new at this point during the draft, unless you probably hear it through here first. It's possible you'd hear something early through Twitter, but okay, all right. Okay, back to the panel.
NBA MVP Steve Nash. All right, our special correspondent Matthew Schaefer's working the floor. Last year's #1. What do you think of that? Getting a chance to play for his father. How do you like it, Matthew?
Man, I love it. I mean, obviously, following my bed, he was in Hamilton, and I mean, he's had an amazing year. I know a lot of people there, especially to be with his dad. I mean,
They're really working Schaefer hard, huh? I wonder if he's getting paid for this. He's like a satellite reporter now for them. Besides sitting with them at the desk, like looks like he's going to be there all day doing this. Anyway, I know we all know how great of a kid he is to do it. So anyway, back to the panel.
Just hired 3 weeks ago, and now his son is one of his key players. Let's get back to the podium. Buffalo, the host team.
Okay, Buffalo is in on the next pick. Will they take Chase Reed? What will they do?
Making the selection for the Buffalo Sabres, please welcome back Theon Dawkins and Josh Stone.
Awesome news here that Larkin could end up with Minnesota.
It's only right? We have a lot of unfinished business, but I get the honor to announce and bring to the stage Thurman Thomas.
Okay, the guest hosts are inviting another guest host to make the pick. Oh, God, Gary Bettman almost tried to dance.
With the 4th overall selection in the 2026 NFL Draft. NHL Draft, my bad. Sorry about that. The Buffalo Sabres are proud to select from the Prince Albert Raiders, Mason Rudolph.
Really? An interesting, a right shot D. Ranked number 7 by the Hockey News. Interesting.
A big man at 6'2", 205, goes 4th overall. Remember, this was a pick that they obtained from Chicago. What was a very interesting trade earlier this week, Sam.
They made 2 trades. They moved out a couple.
Wow, first D-man. And they jumped Verhoff and Reed.
They were going to have the option at any one of the top D in this draft class. It expected to go 1, 2, 3 the way it did, and now you were looking at 5 good defensemen, 3 of them right shot guys. The right shot guy is always going to get the preference. Jackson Rudolph wins out. You could have picked Chase Reed here. You could have picked Verhoff here. And I give the Buffalo Sabres all kinds of credit for maybe bucking that trend a little bit and going with Rudolph.
And why Rudolph over all those other great defensemen, Jason?
I think it's the truculence, to be honest with you. I think that the offense and the defending was it was too close to call probably, but you're looking at a guy with 37 goals, 68 assists. He had 100 penalty minutes. Old school. This is old school Western League hockey, our dog, and I love this kid. I was on record this week saying he could be to the Sturber in the first round, and there it is, Sammy.
You did say that. You said it at the combine to me when you left the room. Super impressive kid at the combine, by the way, when we sat down with him. And you know what? Born in Alberta, playing in Saskatchewan. Welcome to Buffalo.
Checks all the boxes for Kobe. Our first D-man taken. Matthew, your thoughts on this? Is we have Mason Rudolph, a big boy off the board. Yeah, no, I mean, it's awesome. We don't know how much defenseman being, and I'm pretty biased as me being a defenseman. But, no, I mean, defenseman, you get to play all around. I mean, from what I see, he's an all-around player. I wish I got to play with him. I never got to play with him. But I mean, the draft class for defenseman is, so high, and I think he's going to be so good at Buffalo. So it's a great pickup for Buffalo.
Okay, they're going to interview him in any second now. Okay, so Jackson Rudolph, he was ranked number 7 by the Hockey News. He goes number 4 to Buffalo. They call him best case scenario Adam Larson. I don't know how exciting that is, but in 68 WHL games, he had 28 goals, 78 points. Wow. They mentioned, of course, his 75 penalty minutes in those 68 games as well. Now he's 6'2", 202 pounds, right shot D. He's from Alberta. And here's a little ditty that they've written on him here. Only 2 CHL defensemen scored more goals this season than Rudolph, who put up 28 in Prince Albert. If and when his defensive game and physicality develop more, he'll round into a valuable NHL blue liner. People sleep on him a little, one scout said. You hear a lot about Karels, Verhoff, and Reed, but not as much about this guy. But he's so smart. He's got a bomb of a shot. His timing is really good, too, and he's deadly on the power play. Even though Rudolph has NHL size at 6'2" and 200 plus pounds, there's a sense he could still get stronger, which would help his defensive game. If there's a gap in his scouting report, it's definitely on the other side of the puck. Where am I here? The only thing with him is every once in a while, a little bit of softness creeps into his game, another scout said. He's more than happy to deliver, but he's sometimes less happy to be accountable and take it. He's not fully developed yet, and he sometimes struggles a little on the defensive side of the game. What do they say about him here?
It's a lot more than this, though. The goal scoring is great, but the defensive metrics, just the overall competitiveness, it really stands out for me, guys. And this is a great pick for Buffalo.
From an analytics perspective, first in the CHL, all 3 leagues combined in slot passes. 5th in shot attempts, over 8 per game, and scoring chances tied for 5th in that regard. That's everybody in the CHL. So I'm surprised he scored 28 goals this year in the regular season. And another big line is he's got 107. He's making his indelible.
Well, they're having volume problems here. The music is playing louder than the broadcast.
Just a disruptor. Archambault is another disruptor. The history that I've been on the floor, Yarmo has always been a disruptor, so this fits the MO perfectly. It's a great pick.
Well, Darlene, you got him there, and you look at what they did this year and adding a big
Rangers
shot
next,
at
by the way.
defenseman with that kind of package, 100 penalty minutes, and he can provide all of that. That's kind of trending Buffalo Sabres hockey. When you look at some of the big battles they had this year when they gained their confidence, it's that kind of game.
Look at the Atlantic Division. Look at what the Florida Panthers are doing. Look at how even the Washington Capitals in the East, how they're loading up with big guys. This guy's going to do things offensively, but he's going to punch you in the nose, too, when things go off the rails. And that's what you need in the hardest time of the year, April, May, hopefully June.
And you mentioned that Jarmo Piccalani has a history of being a bit of a disruptor. Alex Tuck, sign and trade, he goes to Washington. Zach Benson,
The Rangers have traded for Pavel Dorofeyev. Interesting.
They're not done yet. They have the number 20 pick coming up as well. But
I don't know details on that yet.
First member of the WHL. Last year we had 9 members of both the WHL and the OHL selected in the first round. And that means New York Rangers are on the clock.
And they just traded for Dorofeyev. I wonder if they traded away this 5th pick here for Dorofeyev.
And on the descent, we saw the Rangers. They're looking to change that with this 5th overall pick.
I'm surprised with all the action that we've seen.
I wonder if we're going to hear this now. I wonder if it's this pick that they traded for him.
Some Trocheck rumors. We've heard some stuff. Nothing really out. So now they get an opportunity to make their mark here with their pick. We're looking through that run of defenseman. You're also looking at Beagle. You're looking to see a guy who's going to be a disruptor here. There are plenty of good options, and those options extend to me right through to pick number 8. I think we have the names right. We're just wondering what that order is going to look like. The Rangers will have a chance to impact that order here.
What do you think is the greatest need for them? When you guys look at the Rangers, Colby, start with you. I mean, you watch this team a lot. To get them back to where they were a few years ago, what do you
It's
think?
crazy for me watching them this year. I don't know. I didn't expect them to be what they were this year. Mike Sullivan comes in from Pittsburgh, and a lot of pump around his name and what he did in Pittsburgh, and it just kind of fell on its face. And as the year went on, it kind of wore on. We saw Panarin leave. Did they go for a forward and try to kind of build in some of that skill and what they got York? Is he a guy that they're going to look at up front?
All right, well, we're about to find out. So the mystery won't be a mystery coming up now.
Is this pick going to be traded
the Rangers, the number
to
5 pick in this year's
the Golden Knights? Why would they trade Dorofeyev? I hope they're not re-signing Anderson. Well,
The 5th overall selection in the 2026 NHL draft, the New York Rangers select from Jokerit and Munchen of the Finnish and German leagues, Albert Smith.
Bettman's making the pick for the Rangers. That's got a little weird. Albert Schmitz,
And what a resume.
ranked
for
number
Albert
8
Smith. Remember, this guy played at the World
in the
Championships
Hockey
and
News.
the Olympics. He was the youngest Olympian on the Latvian
Left shot
team.
D.
He also won the E.J. McGuire Award of
6'3", 205 pounds.
Exemplifying, character, compassion for the game, competitiveness, athleticism. Albert
Best case, they say Mort Sider, says the Hockey News.
Smith to go.
You just kind of knew that the names in the run of defensemen was going to
Latvian,
happen.
too.
And Smith's here and Rudolph. It looks to me not necessarily in reverse order, but I would expect that Reed or Verhoff to be
Wow,
the
that's
top
amazing.
2 defensemen off the board. It's not gone
Reed
that
and
way.
Verhoff
Again,
are
you
still
can't go wrong here.
are
To
have
me,
still not
this
been
is the
picked.
most NHL ready guy that this draft class has to offer.
The easiest way for me to describe this to the viewers is that this kid here, Smith, he's got the highest floor out of all the defensemen that are still left on the board. His ceiling is not as high offensively as the other names, the Verhoffs, the Carls, those types of players, the Chase Reed. I love the player. He's a two-way guy. Secondary
I don't think you're going to be
offense at the
interviewing
very,
this
very
guy.
best. If I could see that Fox was going to be there a long time, or
Okay, so I doubt they're going to interview him. Like, are they going to try or what? Anyway, so yeah, the best case scenario they say is Mort Sider. Let's read what they have to say. 205 pounds, 6'3", left shot D, and they're just going to move on to the next pick. I think
Well, really saw him.
they're not
Yes,
interviewing. Yeah,
right away.
yeah. I don't think you might not be able to speak.
26 NHL draft belongs to the Calgary Flames.
Calgary Flames going next.
Section 301.
Smiths.
Do you have something for us?
Oh, trade alert! Trade alert!
We have a trade.
Calgary.
The Utah Mammoth trade J.J. Peterka to the Boston Bruins.
Oh, we knew about this already.
Exchange for pick number 23 in this year's draft and a conditional first-round pick in the 2028 NHL draft. Peterka from Utah to Boston for pick 23 and a conditional first.
Okay. Ho hum. We talked
You
about that
still
already.
there? You have something else for us?
Another trade. Okay. Dylan Larkin, maybe?
Thank you, 301. The Vegas Golden Knights
Oh,
trade
Dorofeyev.
Pavel
Dorofeyev.
to the New York Rangers in exchange for picks number 26 and 92 in this year's draft and a conditional first-round pick in the 2028 NHL draft. Dorofeyev to the Rangers from Vegas for 26 and 92.
Who is
this
Vegas
year,
making
and a conditional
cap
first
space
round
for?
next year.
Would it be Rasmus Anderson? He was awful in the playoffs.
Wow, Elliott's head's going to explode here. Pavel Dorofeyev, very talented player. All those power play goals during the Stanley Cup playoffs. Traded for 2 picks, including the 26th pick. And then we saw the other trade, J.J. Peterka and Boston. Peterka going to Boston, the 23rd overall pick, going over to Utah. What do you think of what we're seeing here? We'll get back, obviously, to the selections, but we expected a little bit of craziness, and it's coming our way.
I don't know if Bill Armstrong's done yet. You look at the pick at 19 and 23, what could you package to potentially move up here? I think that is a definite move up sort of strategy that they're employing here. Fascinated to see how this plays out. The phones will keep ringing, surely. And that is one thing about not having the teams here. You normally might be able to see that action going on. They're hunkered up in their bunkers in their respective rinks, and they're taking calls and text messages and whatever else.
Really interesting to see what the trickle-down effect of this whole sequence is. It's going to be easy to analyze the defenseman in the top 10, but after that, now that you've seen this order kind of go off the rails just a smidgen, that upsets the apple cart from 15, 16, and beyond. So keep a close eye on some more surprises on the horizon.
Hey, Gary's killing it too. Section 301, the trade button. Like, get out of town. This guy's on fire. You can pull him all you want. He's put an absolute clinic here in Buffalo.
And it is the Calgary Flames that are on the board. In fact, it's almost off the board, only 16 seconds to go. Calgary, are they going to continue this run of defenseman, or could they go? You mentioned York, could be another good option for them.
They need to address both positions. It'll be interesting to see. They have options.
All right, busy man, Commissioner Gary Bettman, back on the podium. The Calgary Flames about to make the number 6 overall pick.
Okay, here we go with Calgary. We haven't talked about the last player, by the way. We'll get to that in a second. Albert Schmitz from that the Rangers selected.
Co-captain of their 1980
Now it's Calgary.
Stanley Cup championship team and a member of the Hockey Hall of Fame. Please welcome Lanny McDonald.
Lanny McDonald picking it for the Flames. Nice. Nice touch.
Hello, Buffalo.
Okay.
Thank you very much for the hospitality. I'd like to say a special hello to our fans, our season ticket holders, and our partners back at the Scotiabank Saddle Dome in Calgary, where they're hanging out at the Sportsnet draft party. Hello, gang, and here we go.
Okay.
With the 6th overall pick in the 2026 NHL draft, the Calgary Flames are very proud to select from the Prince George Cougars, Carson Carroll.
Carson Carrolls. Verhoff and Reed still not picked. Wow. Carson Carrolls to the Flames. Okay.
As he's actually working on his family's farm in Cypress River, Manitoba. Despite not being able to be here, he's going to join us remotely. Carson, congratulations.
Okay, so Carson Carrolls is a 6'1", 175-pound left shot defenseman. The Hockey News attributes him to being best case scenario Thomas Harley. Let's read about him quick here. See, we got time. In a draft that is top heavy with franchise type defensemen, Carl's might be the best of them all. In fact, one scout thinks Carl's may be the best player, period. You want me to be honest, said the scout, whose team was not in the running for the top pick. They're talking about him here.
So you bring in Simone Nemec. You've got Zane Parekh in the hopper there. You got Kevin Paul.
It's hard.
Now you add Carson Carls to the mix here, Sammy. Two-way defenseman. He's got offense. He's got growl. He's an outstanding skater. It takes about a half a second to realize how much a transitional defenseman means to winning organizations in the NHL. This guy fits the bill.
He looks to me like a future letter wearer, and he's a guy here that I think is a sheriff out there. You feel really safe when he's on the ice.
And he'll be down in North Dakota playing down in North Dakota next year. He's committed to go there. All right, Matthew Schaefer, our special sports net correspondent. A run of D-men here.
Okay, yeah, Schaefer's talking. Anyway, so I'm going to finish here with Carell's. I would consider him first overall. He's a better skating Jack Sanderson. Okay. He's a big farm boy, and he's probably the most physical defenseman in the draft. That makes Carell's rather special among draft prospects, as you don't see too many players who can skate and snarl with equal plume. If his WHL play translates to the NHL, he'll be a valuable commodity. He has a Ratko Gudas / Jacob Trouba element to his game, and he's one of the higher hockey sense guys, another scout said. You don't usually see that. Coaches are going to just want to shove him into the lineup. Carl's exploded offensively this year, and even though he established himself as a punishing physical player, he didn't translate into an overabundance. It did not translate to overabundance of penalty minutes. In the World Juniors, in 5 games, he had 1 assist, 1 point. So that's who Calgary just got. I'm going to put him on the board here. Carell's. Carell's. Okay, there we go. Now, going back to the Rangers here for a second, let's talk about Albert Schmitz, who they picked at number 5 overall, who they said the best case was Moritz Seider. This is a 6'3", 205-pound left shot defenseman, ranked number 2 among international skaters. How many teenage defensemen can claim that they've gone into the corner puck battle with Gabriel Landeskog and come out on top? Smits can, thanks to his Olympic experience as a member of Team Latvia. Not only did he make the squad, but he played solid role and wasn't afraid to make plays on the world's biggest stage. I think Seattle's up next. Yeah. Smith's play at the club level was also impressive all year long. It became clear early in the season that he was way too good for the junior league. One scout said he played really well at Liga level 2. He was able to create offense and defend effectively as well. Smits finished his year in Germany after Jukurit missed the playoffs in Finland. As an underager, I thought he would become a mobile, physical, hard to play against D, but then he came into the Liga this year and put up great numbers, another scout said. He put himself in the spot where he has the size and skating ability to be one of those players in high demand at the top of the draft. Okay, that's Smits. That's Albert Smits, picked by the Rangers, number 5 overall. I think these guys are talking about Carell's.
Well, I don't know. A few Benjamins at the end of the rainbow are going to help out a little bit, but there is no rush. That is the long answer. Get stronger, get more timely for your defending metrics, and arrive.
And Craig Conroy's not done. The Calgary Flames also up the 30th pick, courtesy of that Noah Hannafin trade to Vegas. Again, this was their highest pick.
Wow.
You could chuck 10 years ago.
So of the top 8 rated by the Hockey News, Reed and Verhoff are still hanging around. Who's going to jump in on this? Seattle.
NHL draft. The Seattle Kraken select from the Sault Ste. Marie Greyhounds, Chase Reed.
Chase Reed, there he goes to the Seattle Kraken. Wow, was ranked 3 overall by the Hockey News. Goes at number 7.
His dad, RJ, his mom, Megan, his brother, Blake, celebrating some tears.
Now, they say the best case scenario for this guy is Noah Dobson. In 45 OHL games last year, he had 18 goals, 48 points. He is a 6'2", 187 pound right shot defenseman from Michigan. Beep beep, and let's see what the spiel is. I had a feeling they'll be interviewing him here. Less than 2 years ago, Reed was cut by USHL Waterloo, forcing him to find his footing with the NAHL's Bismarck Bobcats. Say that 5 times fast. Before he caught on in the Sioux. Now he's one of the top prospects in the draft. It's been an incredible evolution for the Michigan-born blue liner. He's approaching the elite stratosphere where he can be at minimum a top 2D. Yeah, they're interviewing him on the couch right now. And maybe a number 1 on a team, one scout said. He can skate, he has skill and good stick, but he's also a vacuum along the right side. He can test any puck near him. Inside the blue line, neutral zone, entries, he just doesn't give any ice, and he's so driven to make plays with and without the puck. Reed has been fantastic since he got to the OHL, and his next challenge will be NCAA, where he committed to Michigan State. He's not a physical player, another scout said, but he relies on hockey sense, anticipation, and stick positioning to steal pucks and transition to offense. Probably the most upside offensively in the draft among defensemen. I wonder if this whole American players leaving Canadian teams had anything to do with this pick. Maybe not at all. But I'm wondering if that's why he hasn't been picked up yet. I mean, because Toronto was going to pick McKenna no matter what, but you thought maybe Vancouver would have jumped in on him. Yeah. Anyways, it doesn't say he's much of a physical player, which maybe that scared people away from his game. And the other guys, they seem to be more well-rounded. Anyways, you heard my. Let's listen to what the panel is saying about him here.
Happens like a drop pass, not so much there. Chase it down in the corner, make a play. Again, here we are through the neutral zone. Look at him off the puck. That's hockey sense. Give, go, look for open ice, make a play. The Seattle Kraken,
highest career points of a game defenseman in Subaru Hounds history. Yeah, 4th. D'Angelo 1st. Paul Coffey 2nd.
I think that this is what makes this an even better pick for the franchise.
Let's go to the floor. Kyle.
Well, David, it was here in Buffalo 3 years ago that Chase Reed attended tryouts to represent the U.S. in the Five Nations tournament in Czechia. Came to that with zero expectations of making the team, more for the experience. But there you see Dad RJ on the left. He said one of his favorite memories of Chase growing up was the look on his face that weekend when he found out he had made the team, how emotional he was. It's another step in believing he could be considered among the best. More great memories of Buffalo for Reed and his family here tonight as he joins the Seattle Kraken.
All right, so the Seattle Kraken, it's been a rough week. Jason Robertson didn't want to go there, but Chase Reed looked more than happy to be joining the Kraken as the number 7 pick, and that means the Winnipeg Jets at number 8 are on the board. We've seen this great run of defensemen now. What have we seen? What? 1, 2, 3, 4 defensemen. Is it going to keep going, or is something going to change things up here for the Jets?
Yeah, and again, there's great optionality here for the
Smits
Winnipeg Jets.
is
a lot of talk about maybe they were going to acquire the 4th pick. Is Hellebuck, is he on the way out of town?
Carrell's,
the strict focus and the strict business right now for the Winnipeg Jets is right in front of them with this pick. And there's still so many good players available in this spot that they're going to be able to hit a home run whichever way they go.
One thing I'm looking for with the Jets here, it's not going to be
Jets are next.
size. It's what this is going to be, this pick. They need to get quicker as a team. They need to start to get faster, play faster, bring it that whole organization up to another level of speed. Skill, speed, hockey IQ, and you know what else? Lead Winnipeg Jet blue and white.
4th Canadian team picking in a top 10 so far.
So it's curious to see where this goes.
Maybe Carroll's got away from him right at the Florida.
So Verhoff is right now the only one left in the top 8 that hasn't been picked, according to the Hockey News.
So curious to see as a Winnipeg Jets alumni by way of Atlanta. Oh my gosh, really? Very curious who they take here.
Well, Joe Dayoff, this is his 15-year longest tenured general manager. Next to Doug Armstrong, who's retiring this year.
Okay,
so
pick is in for Winnipeg.
2026 NHL draft. The Winnipeg Jets select from your garden
Vigo Bjork.
Bjork. Okay, Verhoff not picked. Bjork was ranked 12th by the Hockey News.
This is a smaller player at 5'9", 180. Very solid, though. And the word I have written down, because I've read all of the different draft previews, was fearless. He's absolutely fearless, isn't he?
100%. He's short. He doesn't play small, if that makes sense. He's like 181 pounds, and look at the smile, and look at how he's being celebrated by other people on the draft floor right now. This kid can play the middle. He can play the wing. He can play the bumper on the power play. He can play the flank. He can kill penalties. He gets up ice as F1. He's going to be a disturbance to create turnovers. There's so much to like about him. And you know what I like about him even more, boys, from meeting and really spending time with him at the combine? That personality lights up the room. This kid,
right wing.
He's something special. There's something about this guy. This is an elite pick for the
5'9".
I definitely know Mark Hilliard's dancing a jig right now in their war.
Talk about that personality piece and the character piece. Like, this guy's going to walk in there, and he is going to be super proud to be wearing that jersey, and he's going to do whatever it takes. The lasting impression, yes, the combine, but previous to that, 6 points in 8 games as the youngest Swede ever to dress at the Men's Worlds. This guy is elite. He did not look out of place, not one bit, at the Men's World Championships playing on their top line.
And his dad, Jesper, played pro hockey. His brother, Wilson, drafted in the 5th round by Vancouver. So it's in his blood there, clearly, and will be, as you guys said, a key to this is a guy who just goes with that competitive level dynamic, and that was the word I think you used, Sam, that they need to get a bit more dynamic.
Well, I think we saw him too. Like, we saw in the playoffs, Stankoven, Blake. You look at those guys that won the cup, not the biggest guys. Compete.
Seth Jarvis.
Yeah.
Jarvis.
Jesper and Keita, his parents are so proud. Let's send it down to Ailish.
Vigo, we're watching your family on the screen here, and they're
Okay, so he's being interviewed. Let's talk about him quickly here. Vigo Bjork, pick number 8 by the Winnipeg Jets, ranked 12th overall by the Hockey News. The best case scenario, they say, is Nick Suzuki, although he's not a center. He's a right winger at 5'9", 177 pounds, shoots right. And here we go. In a just world, Bjork would be a top 5 pick. He has that kind of talent, but history constantly reminds us that shorter players get overlooked in the top 10, and Bjork comes in at 5'9". Will a team break the mold and cash in on what is otherwise an extremely skilled prospect? This is the one that the video that went viral with Sidney Crosby saying how good he was at the World Tournament. That's pretty cool. I didn't realize that was this kid. He's a sturdy, hockey strong, and has real good edges. He has a combination of elite hockey sense with a big-time compete. With smaller guys, when they have that, you don't worry too much. Bjork was fantastic at the World Juniors, helping Sweden win their first gold medal since 2012. He could easily be a catalyst for them going back-to-back next year. Outstanding prospect. Another scout said, everyone in Sweden has been in awe of him for years. So smart, selfless, and does all the work. Smart decisions on and off the puck, good skill, and makes his teammates better. The only knock is the height, but then you see him in the SHL or the World Juniors, and it's nothing for him. Here they go.
Here he is in Winnipeg. How did he change the complexion of that Jets team?
Well, Luke's talked a little bit about it. It's the speed, but for me, it's the compete. It doesn't matter what size you are. He's not afraid to go to any area. This guy's a really good playmaker. He anticipates well. The hockey IQ. You see him. How many breakaways did he have? We're watching him at the World Juniors.
He can't score in one game.
And not by cheating.
No.
Just by anticipating.
Now, he didn't
being
score
really smart.
That's what I'm saying. We'll forget about that.
And listen, it's the Jets' highest selection since they took Patrick Laine 10 years ago right here in Buffalo. So it's been a long time since they've had a top 10 pick. They're pretty excited about this guy.
When you see a 5'9" forward grab a puck on the flank, TA, and then jump to the middle of the ice, it tells you that he's fearless. Middle lane, net drive. You're going to see him on the face-off dot here as well. This is at the World Championships against men, fellas.
The Worlds.
Off puck play, bumper, no problem. He's just versatile, Army.
Yeah, and how do you not love this? I talked about Swedish players, how they have the ability to do this stuff. And, you know, for a guy that's going to go in with a simplistic fan base, really like that blue-collar style, doesn't that fit with his skill set and the way he plays as well? It's perfect for them. And they get a really
San Jose's next, by the way.
young player that has that hunger, compete level style. That
Verhoff is still on the board.
Now we're going
Well, he could go in the top 10.
Just don't let Bjork get out of town.
Let's put a bow on this as well. At the end of the season, he had a choice to go right to the U18.
I got a feeling San Jose's taking Verhoff.
The national team, but he chose to stay back and play J20 playoffs.
This is their chance to take a defenseman.
Because they didn't have, he wanted to finish off what they started there. There was unfinished business. He reeled off 20 points in 9 games.
Because a bunch of players after that are mostly rated wingers or centers.
Yes, gotta love it. Yeah, and that brings us to San Jose. They're going to be back on the board, and it's a busy night for Mike Greer. And maybe we're not that surprised. Ivar Stenberg going second overall.
I get a feeling it's going to be Verhoff.
Bringing all the great young talent, Sam Dickinson, Will Smith, etc. And remember, this was the hot potato pick, the number 9 pick. It went from Florida to Chicago, back to Florida to Ottawa, and it finally landed in that man's
How
hands
good
at
is
the end
their
of the
life
day for
right
San
now?
Jose.
Like, everybody's talking about San Jose. If there's a player up for anything, it's like, oh, San Jose, you should go to San Jose. They're going to
Like the lottery tickets, boys. Yep. Oh, wait a sec. They won.
So Stenberg at number 2, and now Keaton Garrett. Now the pick coming in.
Okay, here we go. San Jose.
Who will be taken?
Making the selection for the San Jose Sharks. Please welcome back Layla Edwards.
I'm back. Thank you for having me again.
Okay.
Good crowd, really good crowd. I love it. All right. Do we have any Sharks fans in here? That was a lot more than I was expecting. I hope to see you guys at some PWHL San Jose games. All right. With the 9th overall selection in the 2026 NHL draft, the San Jose Sharks are proud to select from the North Dakota Fighting Hawks, Keaton Verhoff.
Verhoff, there you go. Finally off the board. Okay. Ranked number 4 by the Hockey News. He finally goes at number 9 to the Sharks.
4th youngest player in the NCAA, and most impressively, 4th most points in NCAA history for a 17-year-old defenseman. He becomes the 5th D-man chosen tonight at number 9. He joins San Jose. They can leave. They can leave the building right now.
Like that, Stenberg and Verhoff. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
celebrating picking up in his jet.
Put the ski mask on, Mike Greer. Because you got a couple of steals right here.
Yeah.
When I'm talking about Keaton Verhoff, he walked into the combine and he had a chip on his shoulder. He felt like his move to college was going to help develop him, and it did. But the numbers, when they go down, it just has a different look about it. If he goes back to Victoria this year, he's a 30, 80-point guy, the same as Carl's, the same as Rudolph. Instead, he takes the tougher route, the more difficult route.
From Alberta.
North Dakota, and still puts up what is really good point production for a defenseman. His age in that league, unbelievable stuff here. I mean, San Jose, an absolute steal, getting the big right shot defenseman. These are foundational type players.
Can you imagine when Sam Dickinson and Keaton Verhoff roll over the boards now? I mean, this team in San Jose is building a championship caliber roster, and this is a huge get.
And
There's nobody in that war room that will honestly tell you that they thought Keaton Verhoff was going to be available at 9. This is a huge win.
And boy, are they lucky.
Oh, they're not interviewing him on the couch.
And now they also have the 9th pick overall. And coming up, we will have the 10th. The newest Winnipeg Jet will join us.
Okay, we're going to commercial. I really got to take a pee.
Number 1.
So I'm going to let you talk amongst yourselves. I'll be right back. Very quickly. Okay. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. Oh, ah. I washed my hands. Don't worry. Okay. Verhoff. Okay, so best case scenario, the Hockey News has him as Jackson Lacombe from Anaheim. You couldn't find anyone else to compare him to. Lacombe hasn't been around only maybe 2 years now. Anyway, he is a 6'4", 215-pound right shot D. San Jose really lucky here with these 2 picks. At the World Juniors in 5 games, he had 4 assists, 4 points. Oh, we're back on the board here. What are they saying?
Led by Gavin McKenna. Big ovation here. A lot of Leaf fans celebrating number 72 to Toronto. Ivar Stenberg, Caleb Maholter joins his dad Manny in Vancouver. Daxon Rudolph, the first team out off the board, and then Albert Smith to the Rangers. That's your top 5. Meanwhile, over at number 9, we welcome Indigo Bjork.
Okay, they're interviewing Bjork at the minute. So let's just go over Verhoff right now. They say some pundits were unimpressed with Verhoff's showing at the Frozen Four, but one scout had a message for the critics. He was a true freshman defenseman playing against college kids who are 24, 25 years old. What Verhoff has going for him in his size, strength, confidence, and swagger, he had a real nice adjustment to college hockey, and he played a lot. Putting up 20 points at 17 is remarkable. Especially since the Fighting Hawks had title aspirations. It's not like they were willing to lose, so Verhoff could grow on the job. His critics don't understand how good college hockey is right now. Another scout said his stature, strength, and mobility. Oh, the Nashville's about to pick. Okay, gotta stop.
Picking the selection for Nashville is a huge Predators hockey fan.
I hope it's not. I hope it's not Donald Trump.
In Buffalo in about 90 minutes.
That would be funny,
He's
though.
a 5-time Entertainer of the Year and one of country music's biggest stars, Luke Bryan.
No idea who that is. Never listen to country music.
How we doing, Buffalo? Looking good. So, it's good to be here representing Music City and a hockey town. And so this next selection, they'll learn to appreciate beer chugging and catfish getting thrown on the ice, all right? So with the 10th overall selection in the 2026 NHL Draft, the Nashville Predators are proud to select from the United States National Team Development Program, Wyatt Cullen.
Wyatt Cullen?
There's Wyatt Cullen. You might recognize
Wyatt Cullen.
Cullen, a 3-time Stanley Cup champ and his mom, Bridget. His 2 brothers are all taking in the moment.
Okay.
He goes 10th overall from the USNTD.
That's Nashville at 10th overall. He was ranked number 19 by the Hockey News.
And they get with the number 10 selection.
Second most dynamic player that this draft class has to offer. I truly believe that this guy grew so quick, and it was that growth spurt that actually caused an injury. Once he got up and running again, the Chipotle All-American game was the big one for me that said, all right, he's back 3 points in that game. He was the MVP, absolutely brilliant, the full skill set on display there.
All right, so he goes number 10 to Nashville. And let's get back to Indigo Bjork, the newest member of the Winnipeg Jets. And Jason, you got a question for him?
Yeah,
Okay, so they're not okay. We got a minute here to finish up with Verhoff. What we were saying quickly, his stature, strength, and mobility are all pretty good, and the coaching staff did a good job of balancing his usage when he wasn't going and when he was. He does get messy, and it has more to do with awareness than vision. The level of forechecking he faced this year cleaned him up. When he gets into trouble, he tries to do a bit too much. That's just the rest on Keaton Verhoff, who they compare to Jackson Lacombe. They're still interviewing the Winnipeg draft pick. So let's get to the Nashville pick, which is 19th overall by the Hockey News, but was picked 10th overall by the Predators here. Now, he's a left wing. That Wyatt Cullen, 6'1", 180 pounds. He shoots left. And he's going to the couch for an interview. All right, so we have a minute here. to talk about him. They say the best case scenario is Dylan Holloway. In the world, it was in the under 18s, World Juniors, USA in 5 games. He had 3 goals, 9 points. He's from Moorhead, Minnesota, by the way. One of the big risers in the draft class, Cullen, was buoyed by a growth spurt that saw him go from 5'8" at the start of the 2024-25 season to being 6'1". You're talking about him now.
Challenge to beat his career that his dad had.
With all due respect, the U.S. national team development program this year, they weren't as electric offensively as they have been in the years gone by. And what did that mean? They needed this kid to carry the mail offensively. And boy, did he ever do a job. That's him in Slovakia at the U18 Worlds. I'll tell you, fellas, on the half wall, and when he starts dusting the pillow, he's got a little Patty Kane in him. He's got that swagger with the puck on his stick. So this kid's an elite talent. Great pick for the Nashville Predators. And they're going to love him down there for sure.
And a huge growth spurt. You were talking about this yesterday. You were saying, he grew, 5 inches and 40 pounds or something in the last 2 years?
Oh, it's crazy. Like, he walked into the program, and the 17-year-old year, he was 5'6", about $150. I mean, he could play hide and go seek with a lamppost, this guy. He was just tiny. But then the growth spurt occurs, the injury occurs. But as he gets back to playing, what's fascinating to me is he didn't lose anything. When guys get bigger and gangly, they have trouble adjusting to the height and the stick length and all the different things that go along with that. There was no transitional period. This guy got back up to speed, and he didn't lose his boots. He didn't lose his mitts. He's been brilliant. This is a really good pick here for Nashville.
Let's get back to the podium. The commissioner, Gary Bettman.
The St. Louis Blues. St. Louis, you're on the clock.
Going, I'm in Pittsburgh, right? Matt Cullen in Pittsburgh. Couple cups there.
They didn't expect to hear the music. They thought they were going to pick right away. They're taking some time to decide. Okay, so the rest of what I was going to say here about him is he has about Wyatt Cullen. Where was I? Beep, 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 beep. He's got a ways to go, and his body needs to fill out, but you can't deny talent. It's hard to find guys with those skills. On a subpar NTDBT squad, Cullen was the only player to average more than a point per game this season. He missed time due to injury early on, which may be why his star continued to rise as the season went on. The best term would be a savvy offensive player. Another scout said he's smart and has really good skills. The son of former NHLer Matt Cullen, Wyatt spent time in the NHL dressing rooms as a kid. A University of Minnesota commit, he'll join older brother Brooks on the Gophers, while younger brother Joey is on the watch for 2028 draft. Yeah. All right. That's best case scenario. They say Dylan Holloway. Was it Bukala who dropped Patty Kane? I don't know about that. We'll see. So that's Wyatt Cullen, number 10th overall to Nashville, and now we got St. Louis on the clock at number 11. So those are your top 10 picks so far. I think Nashville is the one who's gone off the path the most when it comes to picks. With the Cullen, everyone else, pretty much went according to what a lot of scouts have been talking about. Of course, Verhoff dropped quite a bit, but San Jose reaped the rewards. So let's see what's happening here.
Commissioner Bettman has the pick.
Here we go. Nashville's picking. Okay. Thanks to the thumbs up. Whoever did that. I love you. Okay, St. Louis.
Before making the 11th pick, please welcome Blues fans live from the Enterprise Center.
Oh, why did I put my phone in my pocket?
Well, at least it worked that time. With the 11th overall selection in the 2026 NHL Draft, the St. Louis Blues select from Boston University, Tynan
Lawrence. Okay. Ranked 9th overall by the Hockey News. Best case scenario, they say Dylan Larkin. He's in Boston University, where in 18 games he had 2 goals, 7 points.
Hook up with St. John's. It's in the family. You see that with a lot of these hockey families. It's not just the kid being drafted. It's obviously in the genes as well. There he is. What do they get? All I've written down is about how great a skater he is because you guys kept saying how great and elite a skater he is.
Yeah, so this guy's really interesting to me because if you go back to last year, he's in Muskegon, he wins a Clark Cup, he's the MVP in the playoff. He starts the year, gets hurt and can't. He's hanging around Muskegon, he gets back in fits and spurts, but he's not up to full speed until about the end of November. And he starts getting rolling a little bit. And then I think what happened was he's looking around at Verhoff, he's looking around McKenna, and he's saying, I should be squarely in this group. You know what? I'm going to go try the college route. He goes to BU. The numbers go down a little bit. Yeah, you're looking at his game. He's still doing a lot of really good things, but he doesn't look the same as he did at the Heindl where he put up really good points, pounding pucks into the forecheck, using his speed, tenacious. Doesn't look quite the same. He comes back at the end of the year, under 18 Worlds. It looks like he recovered to the point now where he's the 11th overall pick.
We're 11 picks in. 6 Canadians have been chosen, the very latest. Tynan, Lawrence, and yes, the NHL.
Okay, that looks like they're going to break. So St. Louis just picked Tynan Lawrence from Fredericton, New Brunswick. He is a 6-foot left shot centerman, 185 pounds. Best case scenario, as I mentioned, Dylan Larkin. Let's read a little bit about him right now while we're in commercial. Given Lawrence points for trying, but leaving Muskoka for Boston University midseason didn't pay off the way many thought it would. It was a big jump, and it took him a long time to adjust. One scout said the last game of the year against UConn was his best game, so you hope that that's the trend. It was always between him and Caleb Malhotra as the top center. Okay, that's big praise. And Lawrence probably took a hit because it was a tough move, strength-wise. Lawrence started the year hurt, then dominated the USHL before leaving for BU, where points were scarce. At the World Under-18s, he was one of Canada's top face-off men in scores. Okay, a good round game, but the team fell to Sweden in the quarterfinal. He's got a really good motor, another scout said. Speed, acceleration, he can make plays off the rush and the cycle. He only had 1 goal in his first 7 or 8 games at BU, but he was also... but we also have the viewings from the USHL and Helinka, where he was arguably best player for Canada at his age group. He'll be a good two-way center. Again, that's Tynan Lawrence, left shot centerman, 6 foot, 185 pounds, and he's ranked number 7 among North American skater. Let's get him on the board here for St. Louis. Lawrence. Let's give him purple. Lawrence will get the purple. Lawrence. All right. Lawrence. And what did I say he was? He was a left shot center. Center. / lefty. Okay. Oh, here we go.
Overall, Carson Carl, 6 overall.
We're back.
We are back. With us. And that is a recap of the Canadian teams brought to you by your local Toyota dealer. Visit shoptoyota.ca. It is time to Toyota. Let's get you back on the floor. Alish Sport Bar.
All right, congratulations, Tynan. What's going on the East Coast? I hear the party's pretty loud from all the way over here.
Yeah, I can only imagine, seeing all those.
Okay, they're interviewing the kid now. Was it Byron Batter, a creator of hockey prospecting, has a little thing on Gavin McKenna here. He says, every forward that's ever looked like this in the model has turned into a point per game or better superstar. McKenna will surely be next. He's going to be electric and a perfect fit with the Matthews, no doubt about it. Perfect replacement for Marner. Okay, if you want, you can go to my Twitter account at Hockey Crash Test if you want to see this chart that I just retweeted there. So there's that. Oh, a round 1. Next pick.
April, here he is.
New Jersey's next.
Guru that helped Florida to those back-to-back championships as an assistant GM. He has the big spot here, the big chair, as they're about to make their first and only selection. Actually, they do have another selection because virtue of those trades that we heard earlier tonight. And it's number 12, and on the mic is going to be Gary Bettman with their pick.
Okay, here we go. Jersey. Coming anytime now.
Gary's got tremendous stamina, but let's give him a breather here.
Yeah.
He's been dominating.
Well, we can all use a bathroom.
When is Gary going to retire? I've heard like maybe she's got 2 or 3, maybe 3 more years. Okay, here, the pick's in. All right. Enough fluff.
With the 12th selection in the 2026 NHL draft, the New Jersey Devils select from Araujo in Sweden, Alexander
Kuman. Why are they playing that country music?
And that is
Come on.
the third Swedish player off the board in the top 12. New Jersey gets their guy, Alex Command. And Jason, you said you
Command.
his call.
Like command almost.
He's got a little back
Com-
and center going.
Command, yeah.
He was like, oh my God, yeah.
Listen, what an interview this kid was at the combine. We looked him in
Wow.
the eyes, and first of all, let's give a little background. He gets cut from the U18 team in Sweden last summer.
Wow,
And
this is
everybody
sort of really off the board.
Something about it. He rises, and he keeps
Centerman.
rising right to the end of the year. He's the top centerman on the U18 team by the end of the year. He looked at us. This kid's ultra competitive. He's a two-way guy, secondary, better than secondary offense, but he can be used in all situations. He's a hard out physically. He says to us, when I get to the rink and I strap on the blades, I develop a hatred towards my opponents. I hate my opponents. And I looked at him, I said, my God, kid, let's go to dinner. Let's just get the book out of it right now. That's the end of that. Yeah.
And he turned 18 just 10 days ago, so he's one of the younger prospects here as well. Mature, though, and poised and fierce. And Colby, you kind of have the same write-up about you. Like, you were a fierce competitor.
I didn't have a build like this.
That's Alexander Command. New Jersey just picked at number 12, ranked number 40 by the Hockey News. He was also ranked number 11th by International Skaters. He's a left shot centerman, 6'1", 183 pounds. He's taking pictures with Gary Bettman right now. They say the best case scenario for this kid by the Hockey News is Shane Pinto. Not a bad comparison. The World Under 18s, in 7 games, he had 3 goals, 7 points.
He wants it. This guy takes a piece of you at every turn. So we're going to see some of the offense for sure. But every opportunity he has to get a piece of the body, he is taking. And oh, by the way, when you get thrown off your game and distracted, and he's yapping at you, which you love to do, he's going to do this because you're going to be distracted.
From
This guy's
Sweden.
got all kinds of different elements.
Not
to
usual
his
for a
game,
Swede.
and he brings that sort of heaviness, that tenacity that I think the New Jersey Devils need.
Reminds me of Landeskog a bit. One of the few
So this is
Swedes
from our group at
and
the
OEL
hockey
maybe.
Group with the support from my sponsors that my partners actually at Huddle Instat and Elite Prospects. Hockey IQ, what do you look for, boys? You need the staples. Are you smart? Are you going to be a good skater? And are you going to be a relentless competitor? Hockey IQ, skating's 85, his shots an 80. Equal parts offense and defense. He can be used in all situations, and he's going to give you that physicality as well. Potential second-line centerman, character guy for the New Jersey Devils. Sonny Maida, Braden Birch, the entire scouting staff down there in New Jersey. Well done. This is a nice start with the new regime.
They really like this guy. They really like everybody, but
this guy.
So what's a
win with this guy?
comparable? Like, if you talk with York and everyone said Zach Benson's the comparable, is there a comparable here for Command?
Lundell in Florida.
Really?
Yeah, Lundell in Florida on the horizon is what I've got in my back pocket for this guy. That's how valuable he's going to be. He might not pop off every night offensively, but he's going to help you win games, and that's the bottom line. You know what he's going to do? The wingers, the guys that right flank with this guy, they're going to be 15 to 20% more productive because of the space he's going to open up for them.
So let's look at this. Islanders, by the way, they're on the clock with the 13th selection. Matthew Darch and the gang there, and Matthew Schaefer, of course, will be standing by to listen in on what happened.
Chief Daddy on the clock?
No, Shape Daddy's off our clock. He's sitting around doing some NHL stuff as well. But I do want to know, we're 12 picks in. What's been the biggest surprise so far, and what's been maybe the best pick so far? Start with you, Sam.
So I look at Jackson Rudolph as being the biggest surprise as the first defenseman off the board, and it's not a wrong pick by any stretch of the imagination. There was not much between those 5 defensemen we talked about. That for me is the biggest surprise. When I look at the best pick, I'm looking at Vigo Bjork at number 8 in Winnipeg. Like, this guy's a
okay, so they're talking about some former picks here. I just wanted to look at Alexander Command, do a little bit on him. He's a 6'1", 183-pound left shot centerman. As I mentioned, yeah, let's little ditty here. He's got is you probably won't hit one out of the park with Command, but teams looking for a safe pick in the second round will find him appealing. A top 10 second round, really. And Jersey took him 12th overall. A top 10 second score in Sweden's highest junior circuit. Command projects as more of a two-way player at the next level. There are so many things that he does well and so few things he doesn't do well. One scout said, for me, He's a lock. There are no real weaknesses in his game. He might not have the high end of some of the other guys, but he's a big guy with no glaring shortcomings in his game. At the World Under 18s command, led Sweden in shots on goal, 21, and was third, scoring 7 points in 7 games. He did see some limited time in the SHL with Orebro, but spent most of the season playing junior hockey, where he was his team's leading scorer. And he's also been a stellar performer on the international stage. I really like the way he competes. Another scout said he's a good two-way player, and he's one of Sweden's better players in tournaments. That's Alexander Command, who the Hockey News compares to like a Shane Pinto type. Everyone seems to talk about him like a really good second-line center. Back to the panel.
You'll get to that bridge when you cross it.
It's a national hockey.
Islanders
These guys
are up
ready
next.
To be pros. The dad's ready to be the best head coach he could possibly be. The rest of it is just noise. Just get out there and play in between the whistles.
And we're expecting to get Manny and Caleb Holtron our set a little bit later. Alan McKenna, the number 1 overall pick, we're hoping to have him here as well, the newest member of the Toronto Maple Leafs. And I went on the Halford and Ruff show, and they said it will be the best available player. That's what, when you're bottom of the league like Vancouver, you have to just keep adding talent. You can't worry about position. You can't worry about relations to the
When you
coach or
can have
not.
talent and you can have character and leadership, because that's something that they certainly need a little bit of right now. I think it's great.
And Bruce, your background scouting, looking at these players, yes, they all have room to grow, right? But seeing the way Malhotra skyrocketed too as a player, he's got the baby face still, he's young. But you look for that, right? That pop and that development.
Absolutely. Projection, the pop, the commitment.
The pick is in, number 13 for the New York Islanders, Peter DeBoer, the new head coach, and Matthew Darch, ready to make a selection.
Islanders selection was the player who 1 year ago was the number 1.
There you go. Islanders pick is in. Oh, Schaefer's going to do the pick, obviously.
The recipient of the Calder, Matthew Schaefer.
Excuse me. Very relaxed in front of the camera now. Well spoken, too. Everybody loves this kid.
This is awesome.
I've got him in my fantasy hockey draft for the next 2 years as my keeper.
The city of Buffalo, the Buffalo Sabres, and the NHL for hosting such an amazing event.
Very well spoken kid.
I'd like to say hello to all the Islanders fans across the world and all over. And without further ado, with the 13th overall pick,
Really well spoken, Philly. That wasn't me who farted, by the way. It's my cat.
the New York Islanders are proud to select from HB 71, Malte Gustafsson.
Okay. Ranked 25th by the Hockey News.
Well, the New York Islanders
Left shot D. 6'4".
6'4", over 200 pounds, a lefty out of Sweden, the 4th Swede taken in this draft. It's Malte Gustafsson. And everyone says it's the Matthias Ekholm comparison that really gets them. Is that a fair comparison?
I like that. I like that a lot. So that's secondary offense, but a lot of pushback physically and presence. The cool thing here.
Yeah,
is
Matthias
Shea
Ekholm.
plays
That's the first time they
left
agreed on a
side.
player.
Gustafsson is a left shot that plays the right side. And you're going to see these two kids play together a lot in the future. One guy is going to be more pushback physically, not that Schaefer doesn't do it. But if you think Matthew Schaefer was a whirling dervish this year, wait till he plays with this guy as they grow older, and he's responsible on the defensive side. I love his character. He's got a kind of silent assassin look about him, right? Like, don't sleep on this guy. He's big, strong, gets scared, makes a good first pass, leader.
Looks like he might say, "Excuse me, can I have the puck?" But he doesn't.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
Take it from you.
Yeah.
Look how he's towering over Matthew Schaefer, who's a big man in his
He's
own
big,
right.
man.
Wow.
6'4.5", 203, fellas.
He was fun when we got him in the room too for the interview.
You're right.
Like,
Yeah.
he was
What was he doing?
like great personality, like you guys said, like humble, just really kind. And then we talk about his game, and I'm like, that's not the same guy.
Matthew Schaefer announcing the pick. The man has been all over this broadcast and all over the floor here in Buffalo. So loved by New York Islander fans.
Yeah, they're going to commercial. I should have taken a bite of something. But Tommy, okay. So the Islanders at number 13 just picked up Malte Gustafsson, a left shot D, 6'4", 200 pounds, ranked number 7 by international skaters. The best case scenario, Sportsnet seems to agree with Hockey News here, is Matthias Ekholm. There's a little ditty on here. I'll read it to you right now. Let me just get this chocolate chip cookie down my throat. Okay, there we go. Some scouts see a bit of an identity crisis in Gustafsson's game at this point in his career, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. He's a big guy who puts up decent numbers for a defenseman, but scouts are unsure which way his game is going to trend. He gets caught trying to play a more offensive skill game sometimes. One scout said, when he matures and figures out who he is, we'll probably see a little bit more of the defensive side, and whatever team takes him is going to get a little more out of him too. One scout said Gustafsson reminds him of Simon Edvinsson, and another, that's a good comparison, and another compared him to Philip Broberg. Both wins. If he can develop into either one of these players, the team selecting him will be thrilled. He's probably in the top tier of skaters among defensemen in this draft. Another scout said he moves well in straight lines and has good agility. He's competitive and has some physicality to him. There might be growing pains, but once he figures things out, he'll be good. He'll be good. Okay, that's Malte Gustafsson. The Islanders at number 13, a left shot defenseman who is massive. Yeah, there we have it, folks. Commercials are on at the moment. I think we're caught up right now with everything. Let me get to the beep, 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 beep. Let's get to the old Twitter box here. They're back, but they're interviewing kids. They're interviewing the New Jersey pick now, which is Command, the Swedish centerman. A lot of stuff going like way off the board now here in terms of pick rankings from the Hockey News to what is being picked out there. The top 10, top 9 sort of went mostly according to what was the rankings are here for the Hockey News, but after that, it's kind of a little bit over the board. The highest ranked player that's been picked so far was ranked number 40th, which is the New Jersey Devils did 12th. Okay, Columbus is picking.
With the 14th overall selection in the 2026 NHL draft, the Columbus Blue Jackets select from Boston College, Oscar Hemming.
Oscar Hemming, ranked 10th overall by the Hockey News.
Oscar Hemming, his dad Jonas played pro in
left winger.
Of course, drafted by Dallas in the first round just 2 years ago. And what an interesting year for him, right? He's on the Kitchener Rangers. By the way, he's the first Finnish-born player to be taken in this year's first round. And it was just a strange year for him, right? Youngest player in the NCAA. It wasn't by design. He wanted to be the OHL, couldn't get there. What happened, Sarah?
6'4".
Is using his body, elite shot, 6 points in 5 games, set to go to Kitchener, but a contract impasse with his Finnish club, Kiko, which I believe is still being litigated, blocked his path to play with the Kitchener Rangers. So he's sitting there, he's not playing any games. They say, you know what, you can't block the path to Boston College. He goes there, but it's so late in the year, it's tough for him to really find his stride. In fact, he went from August to December without playing a game. And now you're asked to go right into college as one of the youngest players and think you're going to be successful? He played well. He played the body. He used his physicality. But I don't think we saw the best of him. And that's got to be exciting for the Columbus Blue Jackets, knowing that there's still so much more ahead.
You know, I watch these big trees come up on the stage. I wonder if we're watching the NBA draft. They're drafting small guards here. This guy's a big rank fella, straight lines, power forward. There's lots to like. Hey, Heindl Lawrence started the year in Muskegon. We talk about how hard that was to transition to BU. How hard is it for this kid? He wasn't even playing
From a dead start.
Yeah, from a dead start to hop into the college game.
And he turned 18, or he turns 18, I should say, in August. He actually was the absolute youngest player in the NCAA. An unbelievable story. So they love the potential here of one of the youngest
nice hit
in this game.
What I can say about this guy is the character, okay? That's one thing I can speak to. The Kitchener Rangers, he fell in love with those guys. He was skating with them. He got to know them a little bit. And then when they go and win the Memorial Cup in Kelowna, guess who's there? He comes back from college. This guy says, I love you guys. I want to hang out with you. He's out on the ice with the team.
Fewest games played by draft-eligible players, this guy.
When you thought, oh, man, this is not a great situation, he made the very most of it. Good on him.
A big kid. I went and watched him play a couple times this year. You know, you're big and lanky, kind of floppy a little bit. He'll grow into that. I look at Dean Letourneau, right? A big guy, had a tough year in college, bounced back last year. He could be a guy like that.
Don Waddell, Rick Bowness got their guy, and Kyle has more.
So, David, Greg Brown has spent over 18 years.
Okay, so let's read a little spiel on him here. They say the best case scenario for him is Ivan Barbashev. That's Oscar Hemming that just got picked number 14 by the Columbus Blue Jackets. He's 6'4", shoots left winger, born in Finland. In Boston College in 19 games, he had 1 goal, 8 points. Beep, beep, beep. Just doing a shoulder check. St. Louis has got the next 2 picks. Oh my God, and they're on the count. Okay. Much like Tynan Lawrence, Hemming joined the NCAA midseason, but in a much different scenario. Hemming wanted to play in the OHL for Kitchener, but had a contract dispute with his Finnish team, Kiekko Espoo. Then got really heated. Unable to play in the OHL, he considered the BCHL, but ran afoul of the IHF because of the Finnish contract situation. In the end, Boston College was the answer. He's big, he's powerful, and he protects the puck well, one scout said. His boots are a little off, but he gets there. He was in a weird position since he hadn't skated for so long because of what was going on in Finland, then jumped onto a team where the lines were established. You could see this kid's a pro, untimely. Ultimately, Hemming got into 19 NCAA games, but perhaps unsurprisingly, was not invited to play for Finland at the under-18s. I was impressed by him, another scout said. He's a big, strong, physical player. He was ready for the jump into Lawrence, more than Lawrence. I wouldn't be surprised if his numbers pop this year. They're talking more about him now.
The 16th pick from Washington and the 29th pick as well. So what's the expectation? Doug Armstrong, currently the longest tenured GM. Again, he's stepping aside Alex Dean after a 12-year career with the St.
Wow, still be St. Louis is coming up.
Official draft for Doug Armstrong.
2nd and 3rd picks.
As well. What are you expecting in what's like a very serious move right now?
Oh, we finally get rid of that guy. My goodness. Well, I think he's Bill Armstrong. He's got all the guys in the same outfits there.
Yeah,
they're all dressed up. I think this is a strategy where you can literally go around the horn like baseball, right? So you get your first pick. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to dress a different position. Yeah, we can still intersect with best player available, but man, the optionality when you have all of those picks is really absolutely fascinating to me. At some point, you think you're going to move.
Talking about St. Louis now.
But hey, if you pick 4, you have a lot of prospects because it was just 3 years ago where they had 3 first-rounders. We're starting to see the Dvorsky, the Otto Stenbergs come along, Lindstein. I like where they're going this team.
You know, Lindstein's a stud. That guy right there, nobody knows a lot about him yet. And when he makes the St. Louis Blues, he's going to be a glue guy. You're not going to hear a lot about him, but that's a fantastic product. The St. Louis Blues do a fantastic job drafting and developing talent. And you know what they do really well? They reset their franchise.
Yeah.
They have guts to do things, and they do it very well.
13 overall picks, the most of any team in this year's entry draft. And maybe we get a sense they love to draft the forwards. With Ty Lawrence, they've now drafted forwards in the first round in 12 of the last 13 drafts.
So it's just like a ladder now. You got to go to D-Math. It's going red enough.
Around the horn.
It's going red enough. It might hit the black one sooner or later, and maybe they get a D-Man here, and they got a couple chances at it right now with back-to-back picks. I wonder if Gary
looks like
301 again. That would be exciting.
Dorfiev got $11 million
let's see some action
from the Rangers. AAV. What? That's a huge risk. No wonder Vegas got rid of him. $11 million.
We'll see what happens now. We're waiting. The commissioner.
I think the one thing
I mean, good player, but
all those prospects, there's only so many
7 years, $11 million for the Rangers. What?
For all these players to play, you run out of contracts. So when you have 4 first-round picks, 3 we talked about in 2023.
Hasn't he just had one good year? I had to double check that, but
question marks. The Parayko block trade here to Buffalo. Of course, we all remember that one last year.
Let me check his
info.
Dorfiev.
So it's going to change. Like it seems like so long ago, and I guess it kind of has since they won the cup. But it's like, okay, here's our new look, St. Louis Blues, and now that new look is now going to get another new look.
New York Rangers.
It's a straight shot, right? 10 teams don't have a single pick. 7 teams have multiple picks. St. Louis Blues, as we mentioned, have 4 picks, and there's some sort of delay here because their clocks run out. Nothing much is happening.
Man, their phone's not working. Eric Tulsky called.
Okay, I'm being told by our producer, Scott Lennox, that there's some issues with central registry. So what could that mean, gentlemen?
So I'll tell you exactly what it means.
Yeah.
So when you're at the table,
Trade,
you have all
maybe?
the players that have been registered for the draft cycle. Everybody has to be in there. You pick the player, he comes out of the registry, and it goes into the system.
All right, let's get our insider here, Elliot.
Dorfiev is not up on cap wages yet, so
I can solve this problem for you, Dave. So the delay is because the St. Louis Blues are acquiring Mason McTavish from the Anaheim Ducks. So this is the one we were waiting on last night. We thought it might be the Blues for pick number 11. It's not. It's the Blues for picks number 15 and 29. Now, the other thing to be aware of here is that Anaheim has not always been interested in futures this year. There was some talk if they traded for picks, they might flip them themselves. So we'll see where this all goes. But the first step, if there are more, is McTavish to St. Louis for 15.
Dorfiev's 25, by the way.
Great having the insider right at our fingertips right there.
I called it, boys. Section 3.
You felt
Come on, Marty. Let's go.
So big trade, okay.
Mason McTavish, that's a big pickup for St. Louis.
McTavish to St. Louis.
McTavish, remember, third overall just a handful of years ago, and St. Louis trading him, according to our insider who we trust, Elliot.
Okay, so Dorfiev, this is his second year. His third, no, fourth, fifth year with Vegas-ish. 2 years in a row, he scored 35-plus goals. And he's 25. 60, between 50, 65 points. Okay, so we're going to hear about this trade right now, I assume. Trade horn. Okay, so it's going to tell McTavish going to St. Louis.
We have a trade.
Okay.
The Anaheim Ducks trade Mason McTavish to the St. Louis Blues in exchange for picks 15 and 29 in this draft. Anaheim trades McTavish to the Blues in exchange for 15 and 29.
All right, so that's the third trade. Elliot's on it as usual.
Free AI. He's all over it.
Anaheim will be selecting next at 15. We're almost halfway home for the NHL entry draft.
Okay, so St. Louis wins the McTavish Awards here, and picks him up from Anaheim. Okay, going to commercial. All right, so so Anaheim picks, or St. Louis picks up Mason McTavish from the Ducks for picks 15 and 29, from what I just understand, which Elliot Friedman was talking about. So it's Anaheim's on the clock right now. I wanted to get back to quickly the Dorfiev, because he was just given a 7-year, $11 million AAV contract. And he's 25 years old. Only 6'1", 194 pounds. 25 years old. Has a birthday in October. He'll be 26 soon. From Russia. Now, this is the second year he's put up 35 plus goals. 35 last season, 37 this season. He had 52 points last season, 64 this season. Is about 0.63 and 0.78 points per game. $11 million. Yeah, we're really getting up there with the money now, huh? For a player like I would have, I don't know, but like I know Tuck got 10.5 or whatever it was, but I felt like he should have gotten like between 8.5, around 8.5, 9.5. So it seems like an overpay. Dorfiev, 11 million. Wow. So no wonder Vegas had to trade him, really, because of his contract demands. We'll see what happens there. So at least we got some trades. There's something exciting to talk about here. After a bit of a slow start. So Anaheim's coming up next. Let's see what's in the Twitter feed here. Let's see what's happening. Justin Bourne says, Flames pick not being there because he's on the farm is my favorite thing of the draft by a mile. Instant fan favorite in Calgary. Yes. Okay, well, at least he's like a Saskatchewan. He's from the prairies too, so hopefully it'll be easier to keep him in Canada, keep him on the team, because it seems to be a bit of a problem lately, especially, well, mostly with just American players, especially if you play on an Olympic team. Okay, Anaheim's pick. Here we go.
Team selection in the 2026 NHL draft. The Anaheim Ducks select from the Saginaw Spirit, Nikita Klepov.
Nikita, what? Nikita Klepov.
The left winger out of Saginaw, and what a year he put together. First Russian off the board, but plays in the OHL. First rookie to lead the OHL in points since Patrick Kane. Think about that. My goodness. Klepov, 15 to Anaheim. They obviously loved what they saw. They moved Mason McTavish, and they grabbed Klepov. What do they get in him?
Yeah, you see his coach, Chris Lauzary, really happy. But what they get in this guy is a highly skilled, dual threat offensive player. And he comes over from the USHL last year, playing in Sioux City, 12 goals and 31 points. Think about that, guys. He goes from 12 and 31 to 37-97. He comes in, he's trying to identify what he's going to be in Chris Lazary's lineup in Saginaw. So he's playing a pretty good two-way game. He starts to gain some confidence. The points really start to roll in. But by December, he's 2 in love with points, and he gets away from that defensively responsible game. Lazary calls him in and says, hey, dude, we need a more complete game from you. You got to get back to doing what you were doing at the start of the year. He does it and then finishes the year off, as you mentioned, tying Patrick Kane for a record we haven't seen in 20 years in the Ontario Hockey League.
Part of the projection of young athletes like this has to account for their growth spurts and where they are in their cycle, just turning from boys to men, to be frank. And when he played in the USHL, Sammy, 5'10", 160 pounds. And he put up those numbers. And now all of a sudden you get an athlete who's 6 foot, 186, and he's already got the puck touch and the offensive skill set to do things. And this is what you get right here. So you're going to see Klepov working off the half wall. He's got great patience. Great patience. And that's a big body going to the paint. That's going to be really hard to defend. That little small area escape, as good as it looks right now, there is room for improvement for Lozano. Kind of first 3 steps. He's even got to get a little bit quicker there. But look at this. Like, he finds quiet ice and he goes bar down. He's got elite hockey sense offensively. He's a dual citizen, Russian.
Most points by an AHL rookie since 2000 to 2001 regular season.
And he certainly hopes he has an NHL career.
97.
To bring it, not necessarily Neil Yakupov, but 97 points, OHL Rookie of the Year. And it's an early birthday present for him. Well, he turns 18 tomorrow, so he's one of the younger players here as well.
Yeah, and he gets to go to a pretty dynamic young lineup as well, right? If he can crack in there and play on this team. And McTavish, a guy that's got at least 23 years old. He's not that old himself, but acquiring another guy that can put up points, has that ability, he can get the...
Okay, so we've heard as much as we can. So I'm just going to give his dig here. They compare him to best case scenario Luke Evangelista. In the OHL, in 67 games, he had 37 goals. 97 points. 6 foot, 180 pounds, left shot, right winger. You heard of what the rundown was on him, but I can give you a quick one as well. See how fast I can read this. Scouts would have liked to have seen Klepov at the under-18s, but he turned down the U.S. reportedly to keep his options open to represent Russia in the future. Born in Florida, Klepov played in Russia and the United States while growing up, and last summer he represented the U.S. at the Hlinka Gretzky Cup. Interesting, which is not an IHF-sanctioned event. Klepov became the first OHL rookie since Patrick Kane to win the scoring title, and he did it in the middling Saginaw team where he was one of the few offensive options. He's really highly skilled, and his offensive sense is off the charts, one scout said. He's a great passer, and he's probably more of a playmaker, but he can score too. He's got great vision, and he's really aware with the puck. St. Louis is about to pick here. After just 1 year in the OHL, Klepov is committed to Michigan State for the next season and is expected he'll make a quick transition to the NCAA. He has a lot of passion for the game, and he wants the puck, another scout said. He's great. Has great one-on-one skills. All right, that's Klepov, picked at number 15 by the Anaheim Ducks. Did I say? I don't want to Dykes.
You look
After
at
a trade
the
with St.
salary
Louis.
cap going up where it is
St. Louis is up
$9
next,
cap
by the
team,
way.
You're going to see a lot of people in that hurdle. So these young players on their ELCs, even in their bridge deals, are hugely important to these franchises.
Any surprise, gentlemen, when you look at the breakdown of players? We have the two talented wingers go 1-2. Then you have the first center. Then you have that run of defensemen, and now we seem to be going back to offensive players and wingers.
Books had him at 15 on his list.
They're doing
He is the highest ranked too. Top off just now.
A lot of people do lists. We all do it for different reasons. And
I can brag about you.
Okay, buddy, I appreciate it. One thing I do want to say about when we start talking about layers and layers of prospects, and you can only afford to have so many on your roster. When you get into this area of the draft, not the first 5 picks, 9, 10 picks, for example.
Okay,
you also
let's
build
slug it out
assets.
here.
These
This
assets,
is
they may play for you, but they have to be as attractive to other teams in the league. Because when you want to get over the hump, those players have to be very good and valuable in case they don't become an Anaheim Duck, a St. Louis Blue, whoever the team is. So you're building infrastructure. You'll deal with roster management and 50 contracts later on.
All right, well, the St. Louis Blues are back on the board. Again, a second pick for them. They already took Ty Lawrence. They traded for Mason McTavish, and now here they are, pick 16. Let's hear from the commissioner.
here we go.
With the 16th selection in the 2026 NHL draft, the St. Louis Blues select from the Quebec Ramparts, Maddox Dagenet.
My inside my mouth. Dagenet.
And there it is, the first Quebec Major Junior Hockey League player, Maddox Dagenet, a 30-goal scorer. Father Pierre, you might look familiar to some hockey fans out there. He was a second-round pick by New Jersey way back in the day in 1996. Played for the Habs as well. And there he is, Maddox Dagenet. How special is this player knowing he went 16th overall?
So I look at
Ranked 27th by the Hockey News.
First overall pick in the queue. So he has those expectations on a young Quebec team. I spoke to his coach Eric Veilleux today. At the end of the year, it didn't go quite so well. His exit meeting with Simone Gagne and Eric Veilleux said, "Hey, we're going to need more out of you, and you're going to have to work harder, and you're going to have to use your frame."
Best compared to Owen Tippett.
Happened so much at the start of the year, but when we saw him, Books, in Alberta at the CHL USA Prospects game, man, was he a different guy. He was finishing all his checks. He was shooting the puck. He was getting under the skin of the opponent. He was using that big frame, that size, that reach. And from the rest of the year on, he became that guy on a more consistent basis. So much so to allow him to be picked here when many had him going a little bit late.
A game, B game. So you're going to get that guy here that's going to at worst give you secondary offense, but at that size, he can be used in a variety of roles. He can play the wing, he can play the middle. Team Canada at the U18 Worlds at the end of the year. Physical, hard player to play against.
All right, let's get back down to the floor. They got to call him the Mad Dog, right? Maddox, it's a perfect name for him. All right, let's get Maddox Dagenet with our Ailish Forfar. Ailish.
All right, Maddox.
Okay, so they're interviewing him right now. He's a centerman, 6'3", 195 pounds, and he shoots left. That's Maddox Dagenet, picked by St. Louis at number 16. He's from Montreal, Quebec. They compare him to Owen Tippett on the Hockey News. At the World Under-18s, in 5 games, he had 1 goal, 2 points. The son of former NHL Pierre Dagenet shares many similarities with his dad. First, both were number 1 picks of the QMJHL draft, albeit 29 years apart. When Pierre was up for his first NHL draft in 1996, we say first because he went back into the draft 2 years later, where he was selected by the New Jersey Devils. Again, he was considered a burgeoning power forward with skill, just as his son is now. In fact, where's that? He was gonna. Sorry, lost my train of my place here. In fact, Maddox won the QMJHL's Mike Bossy Trophy as the best pro prospect this season. There are also some common red flags, like with his father. Scouts who watch Dagenet come away with questions about a player who seems to tantalize more than deliver. I would say that in about half of the games I saw him this season, he looked like a true power forward. One scout said, and the other times he looked like anything but a power forward. If you draft him, you're hoping he puts it all together. There's definitely going to be a little more projection with this guy than other guys in the draft. Oh.
You see the list of finalists. Our winner was surprised.
GM of the Year award.
So tonight, members of the Wild front office and scouts are getting together for the traditional pre-draft pick. But little do they know that tonight we will be surprised.
Okay, Bill Guerin just won the GM of the Year award.
Billy Guerin with the Jim Gregory GM of the Year. He has no idea this is coming, and I would not be surprised if we saw some tears. We needed to figure out the best way to get to the restaurant undetected. So we decided to go across Lake Minnetonka and sneak in the back entrance of the restaurant. Many people have flown in for this, including our kids, Billy's mom, and they're all in.
Okay, so they're just it's just a little splurb here on giving surprising him with a GM of the Year award. We're almost 3 hours into this draft. Wow, or into the excuse me, into this YouTube video. Oh boy, wow. Sorry. Frog. Okay, so who do we got up next? I don't even know who's next picking on the draft. There's been a lot of movement anyways, but I didn't do like sort of a pre-setup like I used to. Oh, there's a little text I got. I should probably turn my ringer off here, but okay. Beep beep beep. Let's see. I'm just taking a quick. Let's. He's talking. Okay, here we go. Back to Gary Bettman.
Los Angeles, you're on the clock.
Los Angeles is next. Okay, LA Kings. Number 17.
All right, well, that's it for Billy Guerin, a man of few words. Congratulations on the Jim Gregory Award in the Minnesota Wild. But let's focus on the Vancouver Canucks and the newest member of the Canucks, Caleb.
Okay, Malhotra's at the table now. They're just having a chat with him. I'm getting hot. I'm gonna turn this fan on. I'm starting to smell myself now too, which is obviously not an ideal thing. Okay. Fans on. We last pick was number 16 was Maddox Dejanay by the St. Louis Blues. Déjeuner sounds like petit déjeuner or déjeuner as in French. Imagine being named like Maddox Breakfast. Or yeah. I mean maybe it's spelled differently in French, but yeah, déjeuner could déjeuner either in Quebec French is breakfast. In France French, it's petit déjeuner is breakfast and déjeuner is lunch. So it could be Maddox lunch as well, which isn't a bad name. I think I prefer it better than breakfast, but breakfast is wonderfully odd. Yeah. Okay. So they're just finishing up with Malhotra at the moment. We halfway. Yeah, we're a little over halfway through here. And LA is coming up next to be picked. There's been some trades. Let's look at the old Twitter feed to see if there's anything new coming up here. There's looking over some of Malhotra's game on the ice with some video. He was, of course, drafted by the Canucks at 3rd overall. Surprise, surprise. And yeah, we're just looking at some details of the McTavish trade. Sometimes I don't know what the St. Louis Blues are doing. Like, I like Armstrong because he's obviously got a lot of hockey acumen, but they've just been they've been a building team ever since they won the Cup. Or in 2019, that's been 7 seasons now, where it just seems like they're sort of spinning. I mean, they had that run where they made the playoffs the season, not this past season, but the season before, last season, where they took Winnipeg to 7 games. and they look a really good team. And then this year, they didn't look as good. So maybe they're on the edge of something here, which is why they picked up McTavish. But they're getting they're sort of in that middling team, which barely makes the playoffs, like the old Minnesota teams of old. So Gary's on. Here we go. LA's pick. Oh, we got a trade. We have a trade before the LA Kings pick, or will they?
Los Angeles Kings trade pick number 17 in this year's draft to the Utah Mammoth in exchange for picks 19 and 83 in this year's draft.
Huh.
Kings pick 17 to Utah, 17 for 19 and 83.
Okay, Kings pick up an extra pick in the second round or third round. Like pick up like a first and a third for a few spots by the Utah Mammoth.
I believe the fourth trade we've seen so far. I love it. And now Utah and Bill Armstrong trading in to get the 7.
I haven't seen this. Yeah, I haven't seen this many trades in quite some years.
Again, thank you to Caleb Malhotra for joining
This is
us.
great.
What a mature and nice.
I just wish they sort of sped this process up.
I'm going to put a bow on Caleb Malhotra. Vancouver can be a tough market, but he's going at a time when they're ready to rebuild. Yeah, really rebuild from the bottom up.
No, there's Utah with all the executives wearing the exact same suit.
Share that burden with his dad a little bit because of they're related, and it's going to be a different pressure for him than other players on the Canucks.
Okay.
Nice,
turn this around. No, it just hides my beautiful eyes. I'm not going to do that.
Dad will share his
Okay.
frustrations, but it's not something that they're going to have to worry about right away. They can have a good time at the development camp there, and then allow each other to make their way down their separate paths until they meet again.
Wow, now it's Marchenko who's unlikely to re-sign. Now it's Marchenko unlikely to sign with the Blue Jackets. As per Kevin Weeks, really, this is devastating for Columbus, huh? I've been talking about Canada teams losing U.S. players. Certain teams in the U.S. are like Columbus is just. I mean, this is nothing new, really. But it looks like Werenski's not resigning. Looks like Marchenko's not resigning. Huh. I don't know what's happening here. It's a team that sort of has come close, in the past couple of years, for sniffing the playoffs. I'm scared this team might get moved eventually. I'd really like to see a team in, is it Ohio? Maybe they just move it to Cleveland. I don't know. But it doesn't seem like they're able to keep a lot of players there. Marchenko's Russian. Werenski is a U.S. player. But, maybe they're just sick of losing all the time. They just, want to go to better teams. And then you get into that talk about the no moves and the no trades and should they even exist, because hockey has them like 200% more than any other league. I think the next biggest was like 5 per team or 5 total, and hockey had like 245. It was crazy. I think there should only be 1 per team max, really. Here we
I
go.
want to once again thank the 2026
Utah.
Blackstone Valley hockey team for being here.
Okay, Utah's about to pick here. Gary Bettman's going to do it for them. Here we go.
In case you haven't seen it, a month ago they were surprised with a special moment in their hometown. Roll the tape.
So before I get started, one thing I want you to know is this team was.
Okay, there's a little piece on the boys hockey team that came, Blackstone Valley, that came to hand out the jerseys and everything. Anyway, so before the next pick gets on the board by Utah, let's see what's in the old Twitter feed here. Jay Fresh just put out a thing about Dorfiev. Pavel Dorofeyev, acquired by New York Rangers, is a top-line sniper with a sick shot, sparkling off-puck hockey IQ, and an underrated defensive conscience. I did not know that. That part of him, the D side, anyways. Not a puck-dominant player, but makes the most of his touches. Okay, what direction is New York going in here? Like, I feel like they're stuck in between rebuilding and um trying to get into the playoffs. They seem to be spinning their wheels for quite some years, but that's not news to anyone. Okay. Just a reminder, you can go to my Twitter at Hockey Crash Test for some info here. Are we going to make this pick now, Utah?
Coach Labrizzi, you're up.
Okay, he's going to make the pick for Utah, I think.
My name is Chris Labrizzi.
Yeah.
And I'm the head coach of the Blackstone Valley Schools. On February 16th, our team experienced an unimaginable tragedy at our hockey rink in Pawtucket, Rhode Island. That claimed the 3 lives of our captain, Colin Dorgan's family. The pain of that day is something none of us will ever forget. And yet, through heartbreak and grief, our team persevered and went on to win the state championship. Thank you. I want to express my deepest gratitude to the NHL for their unwavering support over the past 4 months. Had it not been for the outpouring of love from the NHL and hockey fans across North America, I'm not sure we would have persevered. Hockey is a family, and this family showed up for us in the most profound way. I also want to extend heartfelt thanks to the Utah Mammoth, the New York Rangers, the Vegas Golden Knights, the Boston Bruins. To all the teams, thank you for the love and empathy that you have shown us since February 16th. It has meant the world to us.
A lot of people thinking the Rangers money for Dorofeyev is
congratulations.
Crazy.
You are entering an incredible brotherhood. And to the people of Buffalo, thank you for your hospitality this weekend. You've been amazing. Be safe, be well, and thank you.
Okay, making the pick. Here we go.
With the 17th overall selection in the 2026 NHL Draft, the Utah Mammoth are proud to select from the Windsor Spitfires, Ethan
Ethan Belch.
His mom, Tanya, his dad, Lance, an emergency room doctor. Tanya, an MRI technician at Sickness Hospital, world-renowned hospital.
Left winger, 6'5", 227 pounds. Shoots left.
Name's been talked about for years. Remember, he was the OHL's first
massive from Oakville, Ontario.
Draft 2 years ago, put together a very solid year with the Windsor Spitfires. Yet another Michigan State commit, and probably the number one thing that attracted Bill Armstrong to this pick was the hulking size. Burris, man.
Army,
First of all, they like Bill Armstrong.
It's like Army, exactly. And did you see Army set up tonight, the black and white suits? They're great look by the Utahs, as usual.
6'5", 230.
6'5", 230, guys. This is exactly the kind of player. This kid is a monster. Like, look at this. He's a power forward, clearly. In transition, though, skating downhill, he's got plenty of speed between the blue lines. Like, he can possess the puck in transition and back defenders off. Now, here's the thing. When he gets to the middle of the ice, high danger areas, that length, when he drops the leg and he uses that leg, he's super hard to defend because the puck is just so far away from everybody, Army, and then he finds a quiet area and he rips it. 34 goals. This kid's a goal scorer more than a distributor, and he'll extend plays.
Compare him to best case scenario Velarde from the Jets.
At that point, he wasn't able to come back, wasn't able to play in the under 18, so it left a little something.
Okay, so Let's talk about him here real quickly. Left winger, 6'5", 227 pounds, shoots left. In 57 OHL games, he had 34 goals, 59 points. Let's see what they talk.
On the board. Hockey Moms, this day is for you.
And they're going to commercial. So let's talk about him here. This is Ethan Belichets, by the way, picking number 17 by the Utah Mammoth from Oakville, Ontario. It says, forget about being one of the biggest players in the OHL. Belich would be one of the biggest players on some NHL teams. That was part of the reason he was taken first overall in the 2024 OHL draft, and it certainly paid off for Windsor. He's a safe, high pick because he's going to play in the NHL, one scout said. He has size and skill, but his drive isn't ingrained like Malhotra. But his physical tools, the way he shoots the puck, his feel, and his hockey sense mean he'll play for a long time. There were high expectations for him. He won't dominate the way he did when he was 15. Belich missed the playoffs due to a broken collarbone, which was a shame for Spitfire fans because the team went pretty far even without him. He was a big part of the Windsor team, and his game continues to evolve. Another scout said he's a big, strong guy with good touch. He can play physical. He's hard to move away from the net, and he has good hands in tight. He's a big power forward who uses his size well. There you have it. Ethan Belichets. He was ranked 14th overall by the Hockey News. He goes 17th overall to the Utah Mammoth, who made that trade with LA to get into that spot. Okay, so I'm just going to get him up on the board here. There's still a commercial. Let's see. This guy is huge. Okay, Belich. I think that's how you say his name. Why is my chair working here? B-E-L. See, I'm rolling. B-E-L. C-H-E-T-Z. C-H-E-T-Z. And he is, left wing. Left shot. Left winger. Okay, there we have it. There we have it, folks. Okay then. All right. Let's fire up the old Twitter feed. Let's see what is new. The Atlanta Thrashers put out a tweet here that says, Dylan Larkin has indicated he will expand his trade list to include Atlanta. Love it. Love it. What else we got here? We got Bobrovsky talk. We're talking about how Bobrovsky might feel disrespected by the Panthers. The guy's like 37, 38 years old. Just take like $5 million, help your team out. Like they're already a crazy good team. But like you've won everything. Just you don't like. Do you really need? You're coming off a $10 million AAV 8-year contract. Like just take $5 million and go home with a smile. Really, just weird how some players just like suck every penny out of the. Okay.
Including 8 picks so far.
Here we're back.
One of the busier days we've seen. In fact, 8 trades. It's the busiest day we've seen over the last 7 years on.
Busiest day in the last 7 years, trade-wise.
Podium, but the team's playing a little bit musical chairs to get to the spot they want, including Utah at 17.
Yeah, so one thing I want to say about Utah, I mean, obviously they have a player profile. 32 of their last 40 picks, 6'2" and bigger. The only guy outside of 6 foot, Logan Cooley, and by the way, that guy's pretty good. So Bill Armstrong clearly identifying what he wants. They make the step up even 2 picks because maybe that's an LA type player, and they go get the guy they want. I love that aggressiveness.
When you drop the big power forwards like this, and you have a group as big and strong as they already are up front, and you mix in the Coolies with the skill, and what it does is it further insulates everybody, so everybody drops down half a notch. And when you drop down half a notch, you get more time and space. You start putting the bill in the net a little bit more even.
Tuck, Wilson, Protas, Dubois coming up with. Speaking of size,
wow.
She keeps picking monsters all the time too.
Yeah, Chris Patrick likes the size as well. We'll see if he goes with someone big coming up right now. Again, it's the commissioner ready with the pick.
Here we go. Capitals.
Team selection in the 2026 NHL draft. the Washington Capitals select from Tappara, Finland, Oliver Suvanto.
Oliver Suvanto.
Oliver Savanto, 18th overall. You mentioned they like size there. Well, 6'3", 209. He's not a small human. His dad, Harry, played pro hockey in Europe for 13
Finnish
seasons.
player.
Wow, he looks huge. That's all. Yeah,
Centerman.
he's a little smaller. He just looks
6'3".
out of it. Unbelievable. Again, the second Finn taken in the first round. Last year, we only had one Finn in the first round. We're now up to two. And again, he played quite well at the World Juniors, right, Sam? Is that where he sort of really made us some hay here?
Yeah, he did a lot of really good things there in terms of winning faceoffs. He's a guy who uses his body and his frame to protect the puck. Really good in the cycle game. He can get down. He can shoot a little.
Kind of a
bit, he can
strange
skate.
profile
But there it is
picture
right
for
there. I mean,
the Hockey
this is
News
a guy
here.
who's going to be a little bit of a project here because of his size. He's always played above his age group. And the times that he gets back down playing with his peers, he actually starts to produce, but there's not a ton of
Best
scoring
case scenario, they
in
say
his
Eric
profile
Sinek,
that
according
may
to the
be
Hockey
somewhat
News.
concerning for the Washington Capitals, but they are never afraid to go and pick the exact guy they want and worry about a guy like Protas taking some time to develop. Savanta will have extra time to cook here. Washington likes to do that with their players.
And he's young, too. He doesn't turn 18 till September. You know, Jason, when you think about this player and what he's going to bring to Washington.
Okay, so yeah, like I said, best case scenario, they say is Joel Erikssonek, 6'3" centerman, 207 pounds, shoots left, from Finland.
Around him. These types of plays that you're watching right here, zone entry, he attracts attention, and that's what I'm talking about, opening up space. When the puck gets to the half wall, and we're going to have a guest on the special guest on the panel here in a second, he would remember at the World Juniors, Subanto, he eats people up on the half wall. Like, it sometimes takes 2 checks to get this guy off a puck, and that opens up more space for other people around him. So, big struggle. Not too many teams in this league scout Europe as heavily and successfully as the Washington Capitals do. So Ross Mahoney and his team have identified a player that they value.
They're gonna have to blow a wall out in the dresser room to fit all those guys in there.
I tell you, when he wears the birdcage, his head is literally leaking out of the helmet. This guy is huge.
We're 18 picks in, and it all started about 2 and a bit hours ago with this gentleman on the end of the
Oh,
table.
Kevin McKenna on the panel.
Gavin McKenna, congratulations, the newest member of the Toronto Maple Leafs. The third time ever the Leafs have had a number 1 pick.
We'll listen to this one.
It's been a whirlwind for you. Now that it's happened,
This is
now that
McKenna
the Leafs have, the Leafs
speaking to the panel.
Yeah, it means the world to me. Something I've worked towards my whole life, and to hug my family and see their reactions, and then go walk on the stage with that jersey over your head. It's a pretty special moment and amazing.
How about the Beavs? Did you know that was coming? How about the Beavs?
Yeah, I did know. I don't know if. Yeah, I knew.
That's so sick. You're already dialed.
Seemed like he knew he was going to be picked like a while ago. Like, I know he got the phone call at the beginning, but
NCAA out of junior, everything you've gone through, and then you land in this place with first overall pick 10 years ago. Austin Matthews in the same arena. Pretty wild stuff, eh? Small town kid too.
Yeah, it's been a crazy ride.
Colby Armstrong has a really interesting shaped nose. He's got like this hook and then like this bulb at the end of it. It's almost like a who, from the
pretty special.
The Grinch story.
I got so many people I could thank, but
It's
an amazing time.
You ever see him in person? Ask him just to turn his head to the left or right.
Because I put it on you at the combine a few times. We were looking at some video, Michigan State, Wisconsin games. Your accountability and the way you tested at the combine.
Okay, so they're just buttering him up. Let's talk about the Oliver Suvanto pick by the Washington, number 18 overall. They say in a draft that's lean on centers, Suvanto may end up going higher than the ceiling suggests, but he'll never be outworked. I don't know if I've ever seen anyone who competes as well as he does at his age. One scout said, it's remarkable. His motor is always going. He's always battling, even against grown men. It's very easy to see his game translating to North America. It's just a question of how much offense he has. Suvanto is smart and has enough skill around the net to produce. It's just a matter of volume. He has size. He competes every shift, and he creates. But he's not a high-end creative center. Another scout said his potential is middle six center. The way he protects the puck down low is good, and he has a physical presence too. Coaches will love him. He plays a responsible two-way game. Suvanto played at the World Juniors where he logged decent third line minutes and got some power play time for the Finns. I expect him to have a bigger role at next year's tournament. There we go.
Way to the Toronto Maple Leafs.
Yeah, well, I think I'm going to a team that is pushing for playoffs. So, I want to bring it every single night. Obviously, playing alongside those guys.
Amazing to think that's 10 years ago. Toronto picked Austin Matthews first overall.
In the league and had success. I think I want to learn as much as I can from them at a young age. I think that's really important to learn. And I think I'm going to a pretty good rocket to figure some stuff out.
Yeah, Sam, boys.
Yeah, I'm just fascinated about now when you go back and you look at this entire year and the ups and downs, how difficult was it for you at times throughout
Talking
the
to
year,
McKenna.
when maybe you're seeing your name not at the top of the rankings and people are maybe criticizing your name? How difficult was it for you?
Yeah, there was times where my confidence wasn't as high, but I think honestly it motivates me. And I'm a person that when I'm hungry, I do put in the work. So
What I like about McKenna too is I see more and more clips of him just being mean on the ice, which I really like. Just give me someone mean. You can put together mean with skill. He doesn't even have to be huge. I'll be very happy.
What can they expect? What's the biggest thing that they can expect?
Playoff contender.
A big jump. It's a different style of hockey, and they're going to obviously have ups and downs. So hope they have fun though.
Thanks so much, Gavin. Listen, congratulations.
Okay, LA Kings are next.
Thank you so much.
Here we go.
There's the commissioner.
In the 2026 NHL draft, the Los Angeles Kings select from Modo in the Swedish League, Elton Hermansson.
Elton Hermansson.
What a night it's been.
Elton Hermansson.
Been all over this draft board. It's Elton Hermansson.
Elton Hermansson.
To be taken. His brother Simon
There we go.
plays pro in Sweden, or played pro in Sweden.
17th overall by the Hockey News.
Was a 15-year pro as well.
Goes 19th overall.
This guy is just an absolute goal scorer. Jason will get to his card in a matter of minutes. His player card.
Right winger, 6'1", 181 pounds.
What are they getting in Elton Hermansson in LA?
You're getting a guy who had pretty good bookends to the season, but a guy who got to play with men in Sweden's second league in the Allsvenskan still put up 11 points. It's interesting because internationally he seems to step up his game a little bit. There are some question marks about consistent compete, the ability to track and play a defensive style of game, but there is one thing that we are certain about. When he has the puck, he is extremely dangerous.
He ended the season, guys, at the U18 World. 7 games played, 4 goals, 12 assists, 16 points, gold medal, winning team Sweden. This kid here, coming out of the Allsvenskan, really hard league. And like the second division, Colby, when you're over the second league, it's a little bit more active than the SHL, but it's hard. It's like the American League hard. And it's for a young guy like this, it can gobble you up. And it didn't. It didn't. He took his game to another level there. And he's got top 6 upside here. He plays his off wing. What does that mean? Right shot guy, zone exits. He's got the
Getting a call right now.
He likes to have it and rip the puck.
And he's going to LA with a name like Elton. Just get him the big sunglasses and the whole operation, a sequence jacket. He'll be dialed out there at Tinseltown.
He's just stepping out from the crease there, identifying soft ice, and he's making a play. Again, here you are. Slot area. He's going to open up. Quick catch and release. A lot of these goals here you're seeing from between the dots. He finds that quiet ice and he makes things happen. And this is a really good, sneaky, great pick for the LA Kings.
All right, we're gonna get you back to the point. They tried to have Bill Guerin on after he won the Jim Gregory Award. Didn't work. A little audio issue. We'll see if the audio issues have been.
Buffalo's next.
Maybe we'll have the winner of the Jim Gregory Award for GM of the Year, Bill Guerin, Minnesota.
They compare Elton Hermansson to Nikolai Ehlers, by the way.
I was surprised. So welcome back.
I thought I brought my karaoke microphone from home.
No. We both were getting surprised tonight. Hey, listen, congratulations on getting the Jim Gregory GM of the Year award. You've had a great year. Tell us your thoughts on Jim Gregory's legacy. And
okay, they're talking to Guerin. I think Buffalo's playing next. Anyways, Elton Hermansson, picked number 19 by LA Kings, who says he's got Nick Ehlers comparison, 6'1", 181 pounds. He's a right winger who shoots right. can we do a little ditty on this guy really quick? You always want to end on a high note, and Hermanson did just that, helping Sweden win gold with the under-18s and making fantastic plays along the way. He led the event in scoring and was named top forward by the IIHF Directorate. He's a one-way offensively skilled game breaker, one scout said. He's always good with the national team. The vision and ability to pick out a pass are extremely good. The rest of the game isn't as mature, and his physicality and intensity is more of a wild card than Stenberg or Bjork. That's showing at the under-18s, bookended a season in which Hermanson was also one of Sweden's top scorers at last year's Helenka Gretzky Cup, where the Trey Koner earned silver. The fact he put up numbers against men in Sweden's under-tier pro league is also a harbinger of good things in his future. He has eyes in the back of his head, another scout said. His passing game is outstanding. He dominated the junior league and was very good in the Allsvenskan as well, whatever that is. I guess that's another team. Okay, so Bill Guerin is just finishing talking up here. He's actually a pretty good speaker.
There he is.
Buffalo's up next, I think.
Jim Gregory Award. And listen, what I love about Bill Guerin is he is so bold. Remember when he got to Minnesota and he waved the deals with Suter and Parise, and you were going, "Oh my goodness, what is this guy doing?" He signs Kaprizov for what, $17 million a year. He is not afraid to make big moves, big splashes. We've seen a lot of GMs tonight make some big moves, some big splashes, including Jarmo Kekalainen, who's on the clock now. The home crowd's anticipating this. What they went out and got Daxon Rudolph, the right D from the WHL, the first D man off the board at number 4, and now Buffalo's on the board at number 20 as well. Only have a few seconds. Any thoughts here?
Couple of smallish defensemen, but probably leading the way of the forwards since they already took it.
Okay, Buffalo. Are they picked already?
Let's get back to the podium.
Buffalo's second pick in this round. Here we go. Oh, they got some Bob Marley playing. Fighting for survival. Okay. Oh, wow.
Buffalo, once again, please welcome back Thurman Thomas.
Okay. It's Buffalo's pick.
All right, here we go, baby. With the 20th overall selection in the 2026 NHL draft, the Buffalo Sabres
like this
are
guy.
proud to select from Miami University, Ilya Mrazov.
Ilya Mrazov. Mrazov.
And it is Ilya Mrazov.
Morozov.
You guys talked about Gavin McKenna and that unusual strength with the 15.
Number 20 goes 20.
17 votes, the second
How can you use it? Has him ranked at 20.
strength at the combine. The fifth
Center,
NCAA
6'3".
player taking play out of Miami U.
Shoots
And
left.
Seventh straight forward, as you suggested, Sam. They got their D-man and Daxon Rudolph. Here they are with Morozov. And what are they getting with him?
They're getting a monster of a man. Top 10 in 6 of the events at the combine, so fitness and size are not going to be a question whatsoever. Got off to a hot start, sort of
205
towards
pounds.
the end, but you're looking at a guy who is going to come to work every day, put the work boots
Russia,
on,
obviously.
put in the work necessary to do it. Look at the video, get on and work on his skills.
Pavel Zacha is the best case scenario, they say, in the hockey news.
Yeah, he's a monster, guys. And when he isn't producing offense, he's going to do a lot of really good quality things otherwise for the organization. You know, he's going to check, and he's going to be hard to play against. All the things that Jarmo Kekalainen and the Buffalo Sabres certainly learned in their playoff run this year.
Okay, so let's talk about him real quickly here. Best case scenario, Zacha, right? Morozov won't turn 18 until August, which means he spent the entire season as a 17-year-old on a rebuilding team in a tough NCAA conference. He's a big, strong center, one scout said. Production-wise, he started hot and then dipped a bit. He consistently played top-line minutes, and in all situations, he really had the trust of the coaching staff, and there's a lot of value in that. As a young kid, he really hung in there against older competition and handled himself well. Morozov started hot before hitting the doldrums. At one juncture, he went pointless in 9 games, and he had just 1 goal in his final 21 regular season games. But again, they're interviewing him on the couch. Interesting. His English must be pretty decent. Let's.
All right, Ilya, welcome to Buffalo.
I'm just curious to see him.
What's up, guys?
No, he's confident.
They waited 2 hours
With his
and
English.
41 minutes to welcome you tonight. How's it feel?
Yeah, there's still a long time, but I want to say thank you to all my family, all the coaches I worked with, and every person.
Oh yeah, he's got really good English. Anyway, Morozov started hot before hitting the. I just talked about that. But again, he's a young and has time. Morozov averaged 1935 per game, which is impressive for a player his age. He's a good two-way forward. Another scout said, "You get excited early at this point in production. You get excited with his point production, and later on in the year, he settled in terms of production. But if you look at his minutes played and situational play, he was the first over the boards in every scenario there. Every scenario. Okay. Yeah. So there we go. Number 20, Buffalo, Ilya Morozov. Centerman, 6'3", 205-pound left shot. And he's on the couch at the moment. Who's up next now? Who do we got? Are we going back to commercial here? Looks like we might be going back to commercial. Yeah, it looks like it. They're doing a quick. Yeah, commercial. Okay. So let's get Morozov on the board, and he is a left shot center. Morozov. Say that 5 times fast. Morozov. Center left shot. Okay, there we are. Buffalo. I do not know who's next. There's been some movement back and forth in the positioning here. Let's check the old Twitter stream. Rono from the old Andy and Rono stats are talking about how Marchenko wants out of Columbus, and they got a little stat chart here, and they say he's easily worth $11 million a year, in my opinion. Really? Well, if you're comparing it to Tuck, I guess so. I thought Tuck got a little overpaid, but Marchenko should be pretty young, isn't he? We're talking about Marchenko from the Columbus Blue Jackets. If you missed out there, let's just go look at his stats quickly and see how old he is. Where's Columbus? There they are. I'm just on cap wages at the moment. Marchenko, he's got 1 more year at $3.85 million, and then he's at arbitration rights. He's 25 years old, right winger, and 6'3", 195 pounds. Last year had 27 goals, 67 points, 0.88 points per game. The year before that, he had 0.94 points per game with 31 goals and 74 points. Year before that, he had 23 goals. So he's bounced 23 goals, 31 goals, 27 goals. Yeah, only 25 years old. I guess I'm willing. Wait, his birthday's in July 21st, so he'd be 26. I guess I'd be willing to pay a player more like that than Tuck would. Oh, Elliot Friedman.
And a top 10 protected in 2028 and a 3rd rounder as well. Not only did they acquire him, but Dave, they signed him. A 7-year extension at $11 million per season. The Rangers have been looking to swing big.
Dorieff. Okay, he's talking about Dorieff. I can't say that name.
Big 77.
Yeah. Pavel Dorieff, $7 million.
Amber money.
Elliot, as always, bringing the goods. Wow, 7 years, $11 million per year for Dorofeyev, who was a power play sniper this year for Vegas. That's big money and a big deal.
Wow, really, the money is going through the roof.
They don't so.
It's the start of things to come. We're going to start to see into the 10 millions, into the double digits. That's going to become a regular thing here in the NHL as the salary cap goes up, as franchise valuations go up as well. But the New York Rangers had to do something. We were waiting, right? We talked about the top of the show. All these trades, where are the Rangers? Where are the Rangers? Well, the Rangers showed up, and they showed up in a big way.
Panarin 2.0 for me, fellas. You take a look at it. Panarin moves up this year. This trade brings in another guy that's going to slate for them.
Who's this? Oh, my goodness.
Oh, it's Philly? It's Phillies looks like they might be next.
Feet from us right up there, and he's scaring the heck out of me.
It's taunting me.
Philly.
I think, yeah, pick 21, Philly. Okay.
All right, we'll get it out of here.
Did your brother tip off a little bit what they're going to do here?
No, I haven't heard anything. I have no
I saw him earlier. He wasn't talking to you barely.
No,
Okay, they're jazzing here now
Yeah, I got my
on the
son
panel.
kicking around. Maybe I'll see.
Okay. Let's see what else is out there in the Twitter world. McKenna is just doing so many interviews. I'd probably fall over myself at some point. I wonder if he's like on any. He seems so calm constantly. I wonder if he drinks any of those energy drinks that all the kiddies drink, all the time. You know, Monster, Red Bull, whatever. But he just comes across as a really calm guy, which is probably a good thing, as long as he's not calm on the ice. So, anyways, it all looks pretty good. Sportsnet put something out about a look back at every first overall pick made by Canadian franchises. Interesting. I need to look closer at that list later. Goes back all the way to 1963. Oh, well, the first 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are from Montreal. Here we go. Is Philly up? Philly's up.
Overall pick here at the 2026 NHL entry draft. Here comes the.
Oh, trade. Got a trade!
Obviously, we have a trade. The Philadelphia Flyers trade pick number 21 in this year's draft to the San Jose Sharks for picks number 27, 62, and 120. All in this year's draft.
Wow. San Jose really traded their, wanted to move ahead. They traded 3 other picks.
My goodness. Yeah. Okay. So, Jason, I want you to walk.
They really want someone.
Just traded 3 picks to move up 6 slots. That means what?
First of all, on balance, it feels like an overpayment, but it's not. And I'll tell you why. Because the San Jose Sharks have had so much draft capital over the Brady took it off. Oh. So, sorry, I got distracted there at home. We had Brady falling down the stairs or something there, but whatever happened. Anyways, listen, it feels like an overpayment.
Another trade.
Because when you have a
picks.
target right now in mind, and look at what they've already done in the first round here, they're going to get great value out of this.
Wow, San Jose is having a really good draft.
So much.
I'm really curious to see what they pick next year. I think they're going to be my next favorite team in the U.S. maybe anyways. I'm a big Minnesota, Colorado guy, but I always liked San Jose. Even when they first entered the league, I remember getting a lot of their memorabilia just because of the name, really. I was a teenager, 13-ish.
Stenberg at number 2 tonight.
Stenberg, Verhoff. This is
another big part at number 21.
This is crazy. I mean, the rich get richer, and this guy just continues to wheel and deal. But he does so stealthily. So I was on the draft lottery show. They move up from 9 to 2.
See what happens here.
And it was like he was just having a coffee. Like, come on, man, you got to be excited about that. If you're a San Jose Sharks fan, start to fill that building. It's going to get that way. Young, exciting hockey club. All right, those.
So it sounds like
face Mike.
They got a buck 20 on the clock, but apparently the commissioner Gary Bettman is ready to make the selection for the San Jose Sharks.
With the 21st selection in the 2026 NHL Draft, the San Jose Sharks select from Vancouver of the WHL, Ryan Lynn.
Ryan Lynn. That's another big kid, I think. Oh, yeah. Oh, no, not that big. 6 foot, right shot D.
Tonight, Dad Wiley, who's a principal, his mom Karen, who's a math teacher, his brother Teo, hugs all around. Oh, I love that. What a beautiful scene. Richmond, BC celebrating this. Ryan Lynn, and he's going to be going to the University of Denver. And remember, he was a high pick in the WHL draft a few years ago, and he certainly slipped up to the hype.
Yeah, really interesting. When you look at the 5D that we talked about, the top, those guys all went. The second tier D had Gustafson in it, had Lynn in it, and then you start to get into the Villeneuve and Tommy Bliles. Those are the 2 guys I would expect to go defensive-wise in the first round. But when you get to Ryan Lynn, not quite as small as those guys, and his end of the year playing at the injuries,
Okay, so they give the best case scenario for Ryan Lynn is Vince Dunn by the Hockey News. 6 foot, right shot D, 177 pounds, from Richmond, BC. There are a little spiel here. In the WHL last season, in 53 games, had 14 goals, 57 points. They say about him, here they go. There are definitely higher profile defensemen available in this year's crop of hopefuls. But if you're looking for a low risk option who you know will play in the league and contribute, you could do a lot worse than Lynn. He's undersized by NHL standards and still has a lot of filling out to do, but there is a lot to like about him. When you talk about a safe pick, he's probably about as safe as it gets, one scout said. His size hurts him a little bit, but he's willing and he looks for hits. His defensive game is already good, and once he fills out a little more, it's going to take another step. Lynn might not have some of the high-end skills that some of the other higher-rated D in this draft possess, but he's really good at just about everything. He's a great skater who can create space for himself and is one of the better puck-moving defensemen available to be selected. He reads the play well and is reliable defensively. He's definitely smart enough, and he'll find a way to play, another scout said. Okay, and there you have it. San Jose gets a couple of good D. This guy may take a year to 3 to percolate out of the minors, but he looks like a surefire bet. So some pretty good picks. Let's see. He's interviewing right now.
You're joining a stacked San Jose team, a lot of young talent, a lot of draft picks. Like, it must be really exciting.
We'll give him the purple.
That's on the up and up.
Yeah, I mean, they have a great young team with some stars, and yeah, hopefully I can be a part of that.
Yeah, and they got the newest one, so congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Thanks so much.
Okay.
All right. Well, listen, a huge offensive upside there for Ryan Lynn. And by the way, Kevin Biex's
Ryan Lynn
is shooting a documentary on Ryan Lynn, so he's going to have some great footage coming out of tonight in Buffalo.
Yeah, nice. What a wonderful story is. I love the way this guy plays the game.
Outstanding. You're going to see a little bit of Vancouver. You're going to see a little bit of Team Canada. The escapability, the edge work with this kid, it's phenomenal. And this is what I'm talking about at the U18s. Boom. He read the middle breakout, stepped up inside the upper.
Nice hits.
And laid a guy on his teaser. Here's another one. That's against Elton Herman.
Good at making contact.
So, listen, it comes to you at the end of the year. When you're scouting prospects, they tell you a story from beginning to end. And he told me a different story at the end of the year, and it mattered.
I think that aspect for these guys, like, it's hard to find guys that are willing to do that, right? The physicality stuff, the skill stuff, the skating, elite, good. But when you can do that extra stuff, you guys always talk about A game and a B game. A lot of those little things matter. So when you're talking about a guy that's able to do that, showing that stuff, that
22 is up next.
That matters. That matters for these teams in San Jose.
Almost there.
Yeah, you guys have been talking about size all night. Well, Ryan Lynn's under 6 feet, and that's a bit of an anomaly. All the other defensemen.
Here's defenseman under 6 foot selected in a draft.
Under 6 feet taken. And maybe this is the Lane Hudson.
Oh, their volume is getting screwed up there on the telecast. Oh boy.
All right, you talked about last year, and David, what he was talking about is that there were no defensemen taken under 6 feet last year. When we came into this draft cycle, we were looking at identifying 3 different players in that range. Ryan Lynn being one of them, Xavier Villeneuve the other, and then Tommy Blyle out of the Moncton Wildcats the third. Those 2 guys have yet to go off the board. I still expect them to go on round 1 here, but it's interesting to see just how much size plays a piece in all of this.
100%. I really truly believe that the way Lane finished his year, the way he bookended his year, and he told a different story at the end with that physicality and the ability to kill players against top 6 opponents. I think that was really
the kids are back in the house.
Obviously, the San Jose Sharks, but I think the entire NHL took notice of that.
Ryan Lynn said he's waiting around a while. It's a long wait. I might need a wheelchair to get out of here at the end of the night. We got to get around.
Ryan Lynn went 21st.
Pittsburgh is next.
Cool.
All right.
You went 21st, just like Ryan Lynn. All right, I'm switching my shots today.
I'll be right back.
Here goes Pittsburgh.
56 NHL draft. The Pittsburgh Penguins select from Medicine Hat of the WHL, Liam Ruck.
Oh, they pick one of the Ruck brothers for Pittsburgh. They get a Ruck.
The first hug goes to his twin brother Marcus. He's 8 minutes younger than his twin brother Marcus, but he's the first one off the board. And what a season for him. Liam Ruck, 40
Liam Ruck.
more than
Okay.
100 points. The only person who had more points in the WHL.
He's a twin.
Bro, so talented and no player.
Was ranked 21 by the Hockey News. He goes 22 to Pittsburgh.
45 that Liam Ruck put on.
Well, you look at where the Medicine Hat Tigers were. At the end of last year, they're coming off the title, and then they go.
Okay, so Liam Ruck, he's a right winger, 6 foot, 175 pounds, shoots right. They compare him to a Jordan Eberle. His last season and 68 games, WHL, 45 goals, 104 points. Whoa. Ruck and his twin brother Marcus never seem to be far from one another, whether it's playing on the same line their entire lives or finishing 1-2 in the WHL scoring race this season. They might be split up at this year's draft because they're ranked so closely together, but if a team has 2 late first rounders, they could end up with both. Liam is seen as the better skater between the two and has been a consistent point producer for Medicine Hat. He's super smart and super skilled. One scout said all he does is produce points, and he's a pretty versatile guy on the power play. He's going to the couch. Yes, he is. His sense and skill are both at a high level. Another scout said that if Liam's skating were a little better, he might be a top 10 consideration. Scouts were not terribly impressed with his performance at the Hlinka Gretzky Cup last summer, but he has been one of the more dramatic risers throughout the season. Ruck finished tied for 3rd in the WHL in power play goals and 2nd in power play points this season. There you have it. That's Liam Ruck, picked number 22 overall, ranked 21 by the Hockey News, compared to Jordan Eberle by the same magazine, from Usuyos, BC, and who has a twin who's ranked slightly later than him, ranked 31 by the Hockey News. Let's see if does Pittsburgh have another pick? I wonder if Pittsburgh tries to get into to try and pick his brother. That will be interesting. It's always fun to see twins play for the same team. When did that? Besides, I mean, these are twins. So I was going to say Sutter brothers don't count. All I can think of is the Sedins when it comes to twins, not necessarily brothers, but twins. Yeah, cool. Good for him. A BC boy. Okay. So there we have it. Let's fire up the Twitter feed. Let's see what's going on here. Yeah, a lot of cringe-worthy moments I see here about the first overall pick with Bieber talking to Bettman. There's Rono from Andy and Rono puts out a stats card calling Mason McTavish has been traded from the Anaheim Ducks to St. Louis Blues in exchange for the 15th to 29th overall picks. I guess we'll find out in 2 or 3 years whether this trade was a good one for the Blues. Yeah, his offense is rated decently, not so much on the defensive side, which is maybe a reason why he was benched by Quenneville during the playoffs. Yeah, ouch. Dom Lecision put out a card for Brent Clark after his signing a contract. They say terrific value for him, who is emerging as a top pair defenseman for Los Angeles Kings. What was that contract again? They say he has $7.4 million, but he had a market value of 11.6. Okay. Mind you, I'm not an expert on Brent Clark either. LA fans, please feel free to chime in on that one. Everyone's trying to guess to see if the Rucks will both go to Pittsburgh. We're back.
Liam Ruck. And now it's Utah who's on the clock. Utah's already taken a big behemoth in Ethan Belchitz at 17. We'll see what Bill Armstrong has up his sleeve. And then after that, we can tell you the Canucks. We've got Caleb Mahler, number 3. They're on deck, followed by the Ottawa Senators. Finally, we'll see the Ottawa Senators and Steve Staios make a move. So, big picture right now, 22 picks in. Has there been a massive surprise? Has there been something that you guys have caught your eye?
Oh, Utah's
the
next.
Sharks, they just don't rest, right? Like, you get Stenberg, we expected that.
I know.
Getting Verhoeven,
Oh, wait, I forgot to put Ruck up there.
And then you trade up, go and get Ryan Lynn. Like, what a piece of business for Mike Greer and the San Jose Sharks. you have to love what's coming down the pipe for them, and they should be perfectly staggered. But at some point, Big Mac's going to need to get paid, and everyone else is going to have to work around him with that internal cap, if you will.
Yeah, that's fair. Nothing has really surprised me in terms of the names, DA.
Yeah.
It's just the order has been a little bit, disjointed.
Also, what were your
Well, certainly as soon as Rudolph went at 4, although that we talked about it even on your pod, that if he could be a disturber. Actually, we talked about it coming out of the combine. This guy could be the disturber, and certainly he was right away. And then as soon as you get Smits at 5, it doesn't sound like much, but as soon as 2 players like that go, it disrupts
Okay,
everything.
Utah's
after that. It
next
disrupts
at number
trades, it
23.
disrupts, lists.
Okay. There's some Devils. There's some people who are not thrilled with the Devils pick. That's Command. He went 12th overall. People had him ranked 38th overall. I'm trying to remember where he sat here. He sat 40th overall with the Hockey News. So there's been some debate over that one. Trade alert.
Another trade. This has been a massive day for the GM.
What?
For the commission.
We have a trade. The Utah Mammoth trade pick number 23 in this year's draft.
Oh, the Pittsburgh.
Detroit Red Wings in exchange
Detroit.
for Sebastian Cossa.
Oh,
23
thought Dylan Larkin was gonna.
To the Red Wings for Sebastian Cossa. Detroit, you're on the
Detroit's up. All right.
All right. Well, we were hoping to hear Dylan Larkin's name. You're not going to get him for a 23 pick. Remember, Utah got the 23 selection from Boston in that JJ Peterka trade, which happened. It seems like
Yeah, a lot of pick movement here.
As well as a first-round pick in 2028. So they traded. Utah trades Peterka, gets 2 first-round picks, including the 23rd pick.
I need a little energy boost here myself.
Sebastian Cossa from the Detroit Red Wings, who's a goaltender, and now Detroit and Steve Yzerman are on the board, and they did not have a first-round pick. So we had 7 teams without a first-round pick, and now Detroit is going to have a first-round pick.
Yeah, pretty fascinating stuff there. I mean, you get a goalie who's just about ready to make his mark there. You watch the workload that Vanelka has. I think Kosa can slide right in there and probably take some of those games away from Vanelka to help him last a little longer throughout the course of the regular season. He's one of the most played goalies in the league and has been for the last couple of years.
How important is this pick, Jason, when you look at Steve Yzerman? They have not made the playoffs in the last 9 years. They have this beautiful new arena. In Little Caesars Arena has not seen a playoff game. It's not the first pick, it's the 23rd pick, but still, how important is it?
Highly valuable. They're giving up a prospect that they developed in their system, a goaltender they thought was going to be a number 1. They still get a first-round pick in return, which tells you something. The kid is on the cusp, right? Otherwise, you don't get a first-round pick for him. So it's immensely important. The Red Wings want to swing for something big here, and they want to be a playoff team like yesterday. So I expect the Chris Draper's locked and loaded with something here.
Well, it's interesting when you sit there and you don't have a first-round pick. So you're sitting there and you're wondering, okay. And then as your list starts to go down, you're like, all right, this guy that we really like, he's here. We better get on the horn and start to make something
my sack.
happen. So they've identified a player in this spot that they feel is still available, that they think is super valuable.
Okay, I got to read this tweet to you. So this guy tweets Craig Button, and he says, "Hey Craig, what are your thoughts on Lik Misak? He's an underrated defenseman playing in the Czech junior leagues. Have him going in the 6th round right now." And Craig Button quotes his tweet and says, "I don't know Lik Misak." That's Lik, L-I-C, Misak, M-Y-S-A-K. Lik Misak. Sounds a little more like Scottish. Lik Misak. No, I didn't do that. That's a bad Scottish impression. Here we go. Detroit.
2026 NHL draft.
It's funny.
The Detroit Red Wings select from Kamloops of the WHL, JP Hurlbut.
JP Hurlbut? Jeffrey Hurlbut. Left winger.
Third straight WHL player taken. His nickname's the Texas Tornado.
Ranked 11th overall by the Hockey News.
When he got to the NHL guys, had a hat trick in his very first game, and now he's making a splash here heading to Motown.
Oh yeah, he let everyone know that he was going to be a goal scorer because he had a hat trick in the game before in the preseason. And so Herbert gets off to this great start, but he.
Okay, so Herbert picked 23rd by the Detroit Red Wings, is ranked 11th overall by the Hockey News. His best case scenario, they say, is Troy Terry, 6 foot, 182 pounds, right wing, right shot, from Allen, Texas. Now, what do they say about him here? With CHL players eligible to play in the NCAA, Herbert left USA Hockey National Team Development Program to join the Kamloops Blazers, and it looks as though it was an excellent decision. Having finished top 5 in WHL in goals and points and scored in shots on goal, Herbert displayed the kind of dynamic offensive game he showed as a youth player in Texas. He wants the puck, and he's a shooter, one scout said. He loves to shoot. He's not the smoothest looking skater, but he finds a way to get there. Taking a picture with Bettman now. Another scout took note of Herbert's skating, but doesn't believe it will be a huge issue at the NHL level. And he'll have a chance to work on that at the University of Michigan next season. People talk about his skating, but when you watch him move side to side or in more confined areas, he's not too bad. The scout said to me what makes him special are his puck skills and his release. He can score from awkward angles, and he can release in traffic. He's a scorer and a point producer.
This play here, I don't know how many times.
They're showing clips of him now.
There he went with the shot, backhand pass against the green. It's in his repertoire, and he makes plays. So what a year this kid had. Anybody that bets on himself like
A lot of
that,
east-west
look at
shots.
those numbers. For the love of goodness, Colby, I don't know. Like, were you in that range at that time?
No. He had a pretty big pop going to Kamloops, taking the league by storm.
The WHL Rookie of the Year, and with much more on him, Kyle Bukowskis.
Well, David, I mean, you mentioned the Michigan bloodlines running deep for J.P. Herbert. Here he was at 12 years old, pulling off the Michigan, so it's fitting that he's now off to play for the Wolverines and now a member of the Red Wings. His grandfather, who is here tonight, big Wings fan, used to watch Gordie Howe back in the day, and now one day we'll get to watch his grandson, which is incredible to think of. Very close with the Fiddler family. Vern Fiddler, the ex-NHLer, who remembers going to tournaments, watching his son and showing up at the rink, and there was JP in the parking lot before everybody else, already working on his stick handling. He said from the beginning, JP has been that kind of kid that has wanted to separate himself from the rest of his peers, and how hard he worked.
His mom, Sarah, is just glowing right there. His representation, Pat Brisson, CAA, is in good hands with them. JP Herbert, Michigan at age 12? Is that what they're doing? That's unbelievable, right? No, when you were 12.
So Vern Fiddler down in Dallas,
I lost the
Texas,
marker cap.
down there. I was down there 2 years ago, and my son's team plays against his Dallas Junior Stars teams, and they're always good. And I went out down to Dallas while they were on one of their playoff runs.
It just disappeared. I don't know where it went.
Stars practice, all in Western Hockey League jerseys, all in, on their way out of there, and I was blown away watching what they're able to do down there. Vern Fiddler, Dallas Stars,
way more better than a lot of these guys. Yeah, no, it's they're coming up here.
Fiddler's son plays
Or the
the West
goddamn
League as well, but good players and hockey's popping out of there. And he takes off out of the program out to Kamloops and explode.
What did we hear the news this week? Maybe Austin, maybe Houston is the next potential expansion site. So it speaks to how hockey has been received there. Fascinating stuff too. The USHL starting to expand.
Damn, lost the cap.
Southwest as well.
That's going to bug me.
Downstairs.
It's going to drive my OCD nuts.
All right, JP, I know you're letting this sink in, but this is a special team. Tell me why the Detroit Red Wings should have
Those are my
picked you.
ADHD.
Yeah, I think for me, I grew up, that's how I got into hockey. I was a Red Wings fan, and my grandpa, my whole family's from Detroit, so it's just so special to be able to put on this jersey. I'm so excited.
That is a dream come true. It's meant to be manifested today. I know that your late grandfather, you carry a momentum around for him, a photo. We have the picture of the keys. How special is it to have that, that memory with you today?
Yeah, it's so special. He lost his battle to cancer, but I see so much in him and me, and he's someone who I strive to be like, and so I know he's here watching me tonight, and just so happy.
And you had a lot of fans. I can see them up in the stands screaming your name. How many people are here for you tonight?
Wow.
I had about 13 going into the night, and then I had 4 of my best friends
Okay.
show up at the red carpet. I had no idea they were coming, so it's just so special to have them surprise me like that. It's amazing.
My floor ate my marker cap.
Thank you
That's
so
the big
much.
news. Okay.
All right, yes. I love the local ties, right? This is a guy who wants to play for the Red Wings. He bleeds blue academically, but he's going to bleed red in the NHL with the Detroit Red Wings. Vancouver's on the clock, guys, and I think they make the biggest splash here because it's the best story, at least from our standpoint. That's Caleb Malhotra, Manny Malhotra, united now as members of the Vancouver Canucks. They're back on the board. They're at 24th. Listen, they finished last in the NHL by 14 points, so there's a lot of areas to be picked on here. The commissioner's going to come out in a matter of moments. Any feels at all?
Yeah, lots of options here. Again, you have the two smaller D, lots of forwards still available as well.
All right, well, here it is.
Oh, Vancouver's next. Okay.
Let's meet a very special young man from Vancouver who will be making the pick for the Canucks.
Hello, my name is Spencer Moore, and I'm 13 years old, and I'm a lifelong Canucks fan. This is Exorcist. My name is Courtney Moore, and my son is Spencer Moore, and he has a rare disease called spondyloepiphyseal dysplasia congenital, or SAPC for short. It's a rare disease. It's a disease of the bones, and it means that the person who has it is going to be of short stature. Spencer has benefited greatly from the Canucks for Kids Fund. When Spencer comes out of surgery, often his first stop is to go to the Canucks family room, and it's a fandom like no other. He loves the Canucks. It's his passion. They're his favorite team. It's a great motivator to go to a game right after surgery. I love how much happiness the Canucks bring him.
Spencer, you're awesome. Please make the pick for your Vancouver Canucks.
Hi everyone, my name is Spencer Moore, and as a proud Canucks fan, this is a dream come true. Thank you to the Vancouver Canucks and the Canucks for Kids Fund for this incredible opportunity. With the 24th overall pick in the 2026 NHL Draft, the Vancouver Canucks are proud to select from the Peterborough Pete's Adam Novotny.
Way to go.
Adam Novotny.
So that's a beautiful job for a beautiful moment for Adam Novotny. That was actually great to watch. And this is a nice pickup for Vancouver as well. First Czechia player taken. We saw him at the World Juniors. We've got a good showcase of what he brings to the table. If you're Ryan Johnson and Manny Malhotra and that executive team, what are you hoping to get from an
Left winger
at pick 24?
Well, this is an organization that struggled with its culture over the last couple of years. Let's just be honest about that. It's starting to change. Malhotra, all kinds of character. And this guy, he is loaded with it. He comes to the rink with a smile on his face every day. How am I going to get better, bigger, stronger? You see now, he's absolutely ripped.
Okay, so Adam Novotny picked 24th overall by the Vancouver Canucks, was ranked 13th by the Hockey News here, and they compare him to best case scenario JJ Peterka, who was traded today. Now 6'1" left winger, 204 pounds, left shot. This was Notney's first season in North America, but it sure didn't seem like it. The Czech national fit in right away, leading with the Petes in scoring and making a star turn at the OHL Prospects game, which was played on home ice in Peterborough. He had a really good year, one scout said. He's big, strong kid, good person, good skater. He makes plays and adapted quickly to the OHL. He did very well in the OHL and on the international stage this year. He's on the couch right now being interviewed. Novotny has already won bronze and silver at the World Juniors with the Czechs and will be one to watch next year. While his raw numbers in the OHL didn't pop, part of that was due to his style. Peterborough plays. He's a goal scorer, but he does it with an edge to his game. Another scout said there's some explosiveness, and he does have some creativity on a Pete's team that plays a certain way. He has an element that it doesn't get stifled, but he doesn't have as much freedom as he would on another team. But his details are so good.
One time I just turned on the TV and there was like a darts tournament, and I started to like it, and then I
tried it once, and then I tried for the second time, and all of a sudden I just stick with it. But I think it's a great way to relax your mind a little bit. So yeah, it's fun.
You're better at hockey than you are at
Seems to be a very joyful, pleasant guy. Yeah, I've already said, yeah, Peterka. Now, in the World Juniors with he had in 7 games, he had 3 assists, 3 points. With Peterborough in 58 games, he had 34 goals, 65 points. That's pretty good. And now I'm talking about it more here. Okay.
The Ottawa Senators, you don't replace Brady Tkachuk, and that's really what
Senators on the clock here.
With all the craziness that had Elliott's hair on fire essentially for the last 5 days when they traded Brady Tkachuk. Ottawa's on the board, gentlemen. You don't replace him. What are you expecting Steve Stales and his management group to do here?
I'm fascinated by what's going to go on here. You talk about Spence, he just signs that extension. There's still plenty of good pieces that are there with the Ottawa Senators. So now you're talking about how are we going to rebuild things without Tkachuk? What's the room going to look like? Character type of guy, like a Novotny type of player. That would be something I'd be looking at in terms of the on ice. Of course, you have to replace a number of things there. The physicality, the goal scoring, the net front presence. There's a lot to be done there when it comes to trying to replace
Senators.
Tkachuk, but maybe you do it by committee. And as a result of that, the sum of the parts becomes a little bit better than what the individual parts were.
Yeah, it's a pickle for your organization when something like that happens. You lose your captain, a star player on your team that does things that other people just don't do, right? And so, is this going to be the guy that replaces it? I don't know. And I think that committee play for them is massive. When you look to their lineup, a lot of good players there, still a lot of good youth, a lot of speed, and some of those players also, they have skill and stuff, but they play with tenacity, and you got to look for that right through your lineup. Players that do extra stuff. I think that's what you get when you get down to this area as well. A little extra part to their game that could be difference makers that can move around in lineups a little bit.
So, it's very difficult not to get caught up in the narrative, what happened this week and the moving parts. But Steve Staios is already doing a fabulous job of trying to address it. He's made the deal with San Jose. You can only control what you can control. And on the pro side, you made a pro deal. Now you're on the amateur side. What's the job of the amateur staff? The amateur staff here is going to try and hit a home run on a pick that's going to provide that infrastructure, in some sort of capacity. And there's holes there to fill. So you need a goal scorer, you need a transitional D, you need a shutdown D. There's lots of options. Character analysis, fill a void, nurture him, player development, see where it goes.
And their last 4 times they've selected first, when they've had their first pick, the last 4 years they've selected D-men. Maybe that trend will continue. But again, they have a lot of different holes they could fill. It was a very exciting year in Ottawa, by the way. That's a really good up-and-coming team. Even without Brady Tkachuk, yes.
Sanders, Stutzla, there's good players.
And remember what they did in 2020? Stutzla at 3, Sanderson at 5, Ridley at 8. They turned that whole franchise around. They'll look to do something like that this year as well. Here's the commissioner, Gary Bettman.
Here we go. Pick is in. Ottawa.
Selection in the 2026 NHL draft. The Ottawa Senators select from Leksand, Sweden, Jonas Lagerberg Owen.
Whoa, that's a big name.
Jonas is not here tonight. So with the 26th selection in the 2026 NHL draft, that belongs to the Vegas Golden Knights. Vegas, you're up.
Largenberg Hohen.
Well, here's what I can say. Steve Staios appreciates skill. He wants skill, and he wants skill right throughout the course of the lineup. So now you're at the part in the draft where are you identifying the super high-end skill that you want here? No, it doesn't seem like with what's chalk, what the prognosticators are saying, top 50 list, whatever else. This guy played 9 games this year.
Oh, this is way off the board.
He had an ACL injury. He's out. So you're taking a bit of a risk here based on the fact that you haven't had a full season of viewings on it. Based on what you did see in October when everyone was going to see him, that's when he got hurt. You would have had some inventory maybe from the year previous and from what he did previous to getting hurt. But in terms of the high-end skill, this guy possesses it. He's a big guy. He can really shoot the puck. He's had goal scoring at just about every level. Fascinating pick, however, for me.
He's the best. arguably, so 27 goals, 3 assists the year before. This guy's a pure.
He's not.
He's a big
I
body.
can't
He's
find
only
him.
6'2". He's going to grow more into that frame. The thing with him that's going to have to improve. First 3 steps out of the gate. He's going to have to just get a little bit more separation, but he's got the length and he knows how to rip.
Don't look.
Here's the hard thing. This is scouting at its finest. Don Boyd has went out and found a guy. He's identified him. He said to Steve Stas, we really value this guy, and he's going to put the puck in the back of the net for our organization going forward. And at the end of the year here, guys, he tested. He was 100% healthy, the whole 9 yards. They got the medical on him. They feel good about it. Let's see where it goes.
Goal scorer, skill. Only played, 9 games?
Cohen, he's not even ranked in the top 100 by the hockey news.
Like, where'd you find this guy? Who got him? How do you believe in this guy? How does this happen as a scout when you've got a guy with an injury like that to come back to and to, you're
Wow.
on the table, in the round table, discussing
getting hot
who
in
we're
here.
going to take.
Oh,
It's like,
man.
hey, hear me out on this guy.
Well, here you go. But you also, this is where when you're building your pre-draft list a year in advance, so your underage draft list. Like for my staff right now at the Pro Hockey Group, we've already identified 73 guys for next year's draft. Why? Because they've popped and they've given you something to latch onto already. So for Donnie Boyd and his staff in Ottawa, when they saw this kid score 27 pucks last year with his size and the growth opportunity, they said, listen, let's keep an eye on this kid. He's going to be a sleeper. So get on him here. I like this.
The other part of that, it's not unprecedented to take a guy who's been injured through his draft year. Morgan Riley went through it. Brett Connolly went through it. Those guys went high in the draft, and so you're looking at a guy a little bit lower here.
No idea who this guy is. I gotta Google him. He's not on the hockey news's top 100.
I like the guts to go and make that pick, but again, it's not unprecedented for someone to be hurt for most of the
Ottawa's
and
only
Hodges
pick.
was taken earlier.
Interesting that they do that.
Yeah, we've seen this before. Schaefer. So this could be a
Schaefer.
And maybe there's lower stakes it being the 25th pick than being the 15th pick. Right? Is that fair to say?
No.
Jason?
No, it's not. I'm
Not-
sorry. Yeah,
maybe higher stakes.
and I'm not trying to be disrespectful.
No,
so I'm sorry that came out aggressively if it did, but
No, no.
no, absolutely not. For me, the stakes are high right to the last pick of the 7th round. I don't care. I've only got so much draft capital depending on the cycle of my team. So if it's the 15th, the 23rd, the 1st, I don't care what it is. All of these have value. We picked Mackenzie Weegar with the 4th last pick of the draft. Like you can't be asleep at the wheel at any time. You can't run out of names on your list. It's all valuable. You know what? It's not valuable when you trade out all your picks trying to get good and get over the hump, and you come to a draft with 2 or 3 picks, and then you're struggling.
Well, let me put it this way then. Is it more of a leap of faith at 15 to go off the board with someone, not off the board,
That's
with someone
fair.
who played, than it is at 25, where they say there's a risk involved, but the upside is so great.
The names alone in this draft class, when you're looking at it at 25 compared to the names that we saw go, let's say around 15, DA, like Klepov. There's no way I would have drafted Lagerberg Cohen over Klepov in the 15 hole.
So Ottawa has their pick. Again, they'll be picking pick 32 as well, the Evgeny Dadonov botched trade from a few years ago that was rescinded.
That was a trade.
Another trade alert. Here's the commissioner.
I gotta double back and see this guy. I don't know.
Trade.
Oh, here we go. Trade.
Golden Knights trade pick number 26 in this year's draft to the Montreal Canadiens
Huh.
in exchange for pick number 28 in this year's draft and Montreal's own 3rd round pick in the 2027 draft. 26 for 28, Vegas to Montreal, in addition to the 28
Montreal really likes
3rd
someone.
round pick in the 2027 draft. As a result, Montreal, you're on the clock.
Montreal moved up.
All right,
Who's it going to be?
The 26th pick tonight started with the New York Rangers. It went to Vegas for Pavel Dorofeyev, who signed a 7-year, $77 million deal. And now Vegas flips the pick to Montreal. They fall 2 in the draft. Montreal's clearly identified someone at 26 right here that they want. They can't wait 2 more spots from.
The Vegas scouts may be like, what are we doing here? Why bother?
Address size. When you look at their lineup and you think about the playoffs and where it went, you talked about the Buffalo Sabres going through. a
Maybe the
similar
easiest job in
scenario
the
with
league
their
besides
playoffs. And I
Florida
think the
Panther
Montreal
scout.
Canadiens now are at that point where they need to start to address the size. So it'll be interesting to see what's left. There's still plenty of guys, 6'4", 6'7", whatever the case might be. Whoever that is, a forward or defenseman, I think it's going to be someone with size.
I actually want to ask Colby a question here, Joe, because you analyze a lot of games at the NHL level. It's a copycat league, eh? When teams start winning Stanley Cups, generally it's a copycat league. I don't think the Carolina Hurricanes are the most physically, and they got some big guys, but they're not. Now you look at the Eastern Conference, Army, and all these teams are adding big, strong,
I think so. Florida Panthers changed that, right? In this kind of chunk of the era of hockey. There's no question. And we could look no further than last year's draft even. With just tons of massive monsters going there. Now, when you look at Montreal, to your guys' point, when you start breaking down, we're a good team. We got good young players. Our core is set. A lot of excitement around our team. What do we do now to enhance some of the things we have in our lineup? You see a guy like Josh Anderson, how monumental he was for their team in the playoffs and the difference that he made. Some of those kind of tenacious, big body players.
This is right in the range.
Oh, wow.
That Nick Bob
We're over 4 hours into this video. Live draft.
Out of Russia, and Demidov obviously at 5 a few years
Talking about
ago.
Montreal now, obviously.
They go back to that well in this area as well.
And look at the track record for Jeff Gordon and Kent Hughes at the draft. To name a few, Lane Hudson at 62nd, Jacob Fowler at 69th. You talked about every pick mattering, Jason. And Michael Hage last year, of course, at 20, or 2 years ago, he would have been at 21. So an incredible track record, incredible optimism surrounding this Montreal team and that young nucleus that's in place. Youngest team in the National Hockey League. And here we go now as they moved up a few spots, clearly have someone in mind.
It's synergy. It starts with Jeff Gordon. It goes to Hughes. It goes to Marty St. Louis. I'm sure there's very robust discussion there, but they have great synergy in the organization.
So let's hear what the Montreal Canadiens are going to do with pick number 26 to the commissioner.
With the 26th selection in the 2026 NHL draft, the Montreal Canadiens select from Novogratz, Lig Pugachev. He is not here.
Gleb Pugachev. Gleb Pugachev.
Of this year's 2026 draft, that will be made by the Philadelphia Flyers. Philadelphia, you're up.
So Gleb Pugachev, a winger out of the KHL. You mentioned size, 6'3", 200 pounds, monster, and he's a huge hitter. That's all I kept reading about him, huge hitter.
Monster. Oh my God, look how big he can do that. It's hard to get into Russia. I definitely know. So Nick Bobrov, he probably was living in this guy's backyard.
He's big. I'll say that.
He would definitely know the size and weight of this guy. He's a power forward. But look
There we go.
between the lines, little race slip.
This guy, okay.
This guy swallows people physically. I saw a couple of Montreal Canadian fans up top there. Their hands between their knees. Don't worry about it. You're going to love them.
All right, so there it is, 26th overall for the Montreal Canadiens. It's been a picture perfect.
Okay, commercial coming up. So Montreal just picked Gleb Pugachev, number 26 overall. They compare him to Andrei Svechnikov of the Carolina Hurricanes. He's 6'3", a right winger, 198 pounds, shoots left, from Kazakhstan, I want to say. Now, in his... let's read what they have to say about him here. He's massive. Pugachev put up solid numbers in the regular season and playoffs of Russia's Junior League, the MHL, but scouts noticed him for much more than his ability to create offense. He kills people, and he loves doing it, is the quote. It should come as no surprise then that the offense Pugachev provides often comes as a result of going to the dirty areas on the ice. The team selecting him will have to come to a determination at some point whether he's a top 6 or bottom 6 forward. And if that's the latter, will playing in the NHL still be appealing to him when he could stay home and make good money in the KHL? He plays the game really hard, another scout said. When he's on his game, he's straight line, hard skating competitor who finds his way to the scoring areas. He has a decent shot and decent skills. He's got the size, physicality, and competitiveness to be a good third line player, but there's not enough there for him to move into the top 6. We'll see. He does look like a mutant on the ice. So Montreal took him 26th overall, ranked 50th by the Hockey News. Is this like Montreal kind of like being mad about not being able to get Matthew Nyes, and they're sort of projecting here because they need that kind of power forward in their lineup possibility. Big man. We'll see. We'll see what happens with this guy. It looks like he may be at least a couple of years before he hits the NHL, although he has the size and the weight to come in right away. We'll see. Commercial still happening here. Let's go to the Twitter feed. Beep, 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 beep. Let's refresh. Mason McTavish. Oh, the Flyers are next. Okay, we're back. Pick is in. Flyers.
With the 27th selection in the 2026 NHL Draft, the Philadelphia Flyers select from London in the OHL, Maxim Sokolowski.
Maxim Sokolowski.
Oh, I see here 6'7". Well, we can get a crane and bring him to the stage. He can't sit on the couch. The couch is too small for him. I have to put him up in the stand.
My goodness. He hits, he intimidates, playing with the Hunters in London, and here he is now joining the Philadelphia Flyers. 6'7", 240. Wow.
6'7".
They picked Oliver Bonk, did the Philadelphia Flyers at the 22nd pick. So they appreciate what the London Knights have to offer. This guy looks like a different guy. Boots, you talk about from the start of the year to the end of the year. The fascinating story.
Ranked 52 overall by the Hockey News, ironically.
For prep school, Atlantic Coast. So Mark Hunter's in Michigan one day. He's out to watch a player, and he sees a guy, another GM in the OHL. And so he kind of follows this guy around. They go to another rink, and you see this monstrous guy, Sokolowski. So Mark Hunter sidles up to a couple of players, like, who is this guy? So he does a little bit of digging on him and finds out about him. The other OHL general manager's like, oh, gosh, London's here. Forget about it. They end up taking the guy, and they get him into their fold. They're thinking about Sidorov. And from the start of the year to the end of the year, he's improved immensely. But I think that developmental curve says to the Philadelphia Flyers, this guy just continues to need more time to get to this point. Love it. There it is.
Eighth man taken, sixth member of an OHL team, and the biggest draft-eligible player available, and he's now a member of the Philadelphia Flyers. And like they got to call him the Terminator. Look at this guy.
Yeah, there must be like a who they have Denver Barkey as well. They got Bob. There's a Forrest. They got
Martone. Like they're getting to be the big bad Flyers again. The Broad Street Bullies are on their way.
But I love the Knight connection as well with a lot of those guys too.
Yep.
So Daniel Briere, Keith Jones, the president of Hockey Ops, Rick Tocchet.
How's he gonna get shoulder pads under that jersey?
My brother's in player development. Can you imagine? Like, hey,
your brothers.
Hey, Maxim, can you bend your knees down a little further here?
And he's listed as a shutdown D-man, and he has an incredible wingspan. Born in Kazakhstan, but again, playing in the OHL. And let's take a look at some of his highlights.
You're going to see some of his routes here. That was in playoffs this year. You're going to see some of his routes. So his wingspan is really valuable.
Oh, my goodness. He's
tall. This is self-explanatory, right? So what you're going to get is the physicality. The puck play is on the rise. It's on the rise. Some handles don't look real clean, but they're on the rise. His skating on straight lines is really,
over 6'7".
Good, guys. His routes to kill play is really good. Small area. I mean, he's got to be on time, right? Because little.
Okay, so that's Maxim Sokolowski, pick number 27th by Philadelphia Flyers, ranked 52 by the Hockey News. They compare him to Jamie Oleksiak of the Seattle Kraken, 6'8". They list him here. Left shot D, 238 pounds. Jesus. From Kazakhstan. In the OHL last season in 44 games, 2 goals, 8 points. Another big riser this season, Sokolowski started a great hockey name, by the way. Started as a 7th defenseman, but got a shot to take on a bigger role once London traded Jared Woolley and Julian Brown. And boy, did he take advantage. By mid-season, he emerged, one scout said. He's very physical, moves well for a big man, and has the long reach and stick. He's not fancy with the puck, but he can get it up to the forwards. He's tough to play against. He hits hard and hits often. He closes people down, and he's great on the penalty kill. He'll go a lot higher than originally expected. Exactly when is this big question? What is obvious, though, is Sokolowski plays a nasty style perfect for the postseason, as evidenced by his running battle with Preds first rounder Brady Martin in the OHL playoffs. And of course, being with London helps his resume. He's just a huge man, another scout said. He's brand new to North America hockey, very raw, very strong. London develops players and did a great job rounding his game. They said he's more like a Zadorov kind of player. So we'll see. Very interesting. Just a massive, massive player. Good for Philly. Good for Philly. This is a kind of D I would have liked Toronto to see pick up as well. In the later rounds, maybe. But 6-8. Wow. It's a bit of a lottery, but we'll see.
Up to the big guys, and we've seen that kind of
Vegas is up
transfer
next.
itself into the NHL game.
So we have Vegas, Anaheim, Calgary, Carolina, and then Ottawa again getting back that rescinded pick from before on the Dadonov deal. So we're down to that's the last 5. Are there some names you guys are surprised have not?
Almost there, folks. Almost there. 5 more picks.
What's going on? How is this guy dropping?
We talked about the smaller defenseman. Tommy Blau is a guy for me in hockey who had an outstanding year in terms of point production. And a really good skater. Some Lane Hudson type qualities. Obviously not quite Lane Hudson. Not many people are. There's only one of him, to be exact. But then I'm looking at a guy like Xavier Villeneuve with the skating skills, the puck skills that he has. But again, these are sub-6 foot guys. We're just not seeing a lot of that. And we just talked about all the size, the truculence, all those sorts of things. You have to be a real special player to play at that next level and be an under 6 foot guy. We'll see. But those are 2 names that stick out to me.
So Vegas is on the board, and the commissioner's ready to deliver the pick. The Vegas Golden Knights at pick 28. Oh, here we go.
Oh, trade alert.
This pick.
Vegas keeps on trading.
A lot of trades tonight.
It's Vegas trades.
Golden Knights trade pick number 28
Funny.
in this year's draft to the Anaheim Ducks in exchange for picks 29 and 117 in this year's draft. Vegas sends 28 to Anaheim for 29 and 117. Anaheim, you're on the clock.
Vegas just trying to pick up as many picks as it can.
One spot if you're Pat Verbeek, and obviously you identified a guy you were
That's
worried was
funny.
gonna go off the board.
One spot, I guess, you know.
15th pick, I believe.
That's hilarious.
But for Vegas though, they need to acquire picks, right? They're pickless forever and ever. So the more picks they can acquire, they can afford to move down one spot. Obviously, Martin Madden and his group there, Pat Verbeek, they've experienced something here. They see a player that they really like, so why not move up one? They've got picks to expend.
And they got Nikita Klepov at 15 from the OHL. Do you think they go back to the OHL, or are they going to try something a little different as we look in on Vegas, who now moved from 28 to 29, but it's going to be Anaheim at 28 picking next.
These guys are all pretending to work. They're just going to keep trading the pick down.
What have they done so far? Like, they just keep trading and collecting 2 picks and getting up.
They're playing the odds. They're playing the long game, which is actually kind of smart here, especially because in this draft class, in my opinion, between 25 and 45, there's a lot of similarities between a lot of these players. So Marty Madden and the Anaheim Ducks, obviously they really like a guy here, and they're going to make the pick. But that's just the way the draft goes sometimes, guys.
Earliest guy still available is Brooks Rogowski at 15. By the Hockey News rank, that is.
That's the guy that I'm thinking of.
He's 6'7" too. Centerman.
Is an interesting.
236
player in the
pounds.
middle of the ice, big, strong, straight line.
From Michigan.
Better in the secondary offense. Really, play pro in Switzerland.
It would fit our basketball team.
I would say take a guy from the Western League.
Well, let's find out.
Okay.
No more drama here.
Pick is in for Anaheim. Let's do it.
Let's hear from the commissioner.
With the 28th selection in the 2026 NHL draft, the Anaheim Ducks select from Djurgården in Sweden, Marcus Nordmark.
Nordmark.
Well, the great night for Sweden continues. They win the World Juniors, and they have a lot of talent. I believe this is the 7th Swede taken so far.
Okay.
And
Okay, so Nordmark. He is a 6'1" left winger, shoots left. Best case scenario, Hockey News says, is Seth Jarvis. In the World Under 18s for Sweden in 6 games, he had 3 goals, 4 points. He had international skaters. He's ranked 8th, 6'1", 180 pounds. Now, what they say about him quickly here is Nordmark led the Swedes in scoring at the last year's Helinka Gretzky Cup, then capped off this year by putting up 2 points per game in the Swedish junior playoffs. He's also a second-generational talent, as his dad, Robert, played in the NHL. He's up there with the top of the group. One scout said if you get him on a 2-on-1 or a power play. If you give him a chance, he's lethal. His shot is great, and he has vision. He's got a big frame, but his work ethic isn't always best when it comes to winning pucks or doing the dirty work. The potential is there for him to be a skilled top six swinger. Normick has to convince the NHL team that he's for real. He's confusing, another scout said. He has all the talent in the world, but it's hard to say what goes through his head. In the first 2 periods of a game, you might not see him. Then when the game is on the line, he takes over. He's very inconsistent. He scares me. Is he going to mature? I can guarantee a bunch of teams are scratching their heads. Back to here and some footage.
Some different things going on. So he's a challenge. Can't coach him up. That's it.
And you got to remember, this is a historic night for Sweden.
What a night.
It's the first time ever since 1979 that we've had more than 6 Swedes taken in the first round. And it's worth noting they have Leo Carlson, who's a cornerstone for a countryman to the mix there. So 7 Swedes taken. Maybe that's one of the big storylines here.
Yeah, a lot of Swedes, yeah.
You know, Boots was addressing that with Vigo Bjork. Like, you look at the group that you grew up with, the group that you're playing with, what is it that you're doing so well? This is a highly committed group. It's a highly skilled group. It adds different elements when you talk about the commands of the world and the multi-Gustafsson that are playing maybe a little bit more physical than what we've seen on the whole from Swedish teams in the past. And they're starting to adjust and adapt to what we're seeing in the National Hockey League. And obviously the results speak for themselves.
To get a good crop of Swedish age kids, right? Like World Juniors, all this stuff, right? And then you look what translates with Swedish players. And forever scouts, right, have made, you know, their
Who's up next? Vegas is up next. Finally, maybe?
Guys, their games translate. They're trusted players with their skills at both ends of the ice, and they can come and fit in. And look,
Just wait for the trade horn. It's coming.
Dark. I was playing with my kid when I played. They're outside at 3 o'clock in the afternoon in the dark. Like, you play hockey, and that's it. And that's it. And they do it very well in Sweden.
No question about it. And listen, guys, I don't want to come off that it's his day, right? Yeah. It's Normark's day. I don't want to be hard on him. I'm just saying that he's just got to be coached up. He's a fabulous prospect with upside.
All right, Vegas looking for a little upside as well.
These guys are doing their hardest not to be sound mean at all to the prospects, which I guess is a good thing. Here we go, Vegas.
The Vegas Golden Knights select from Tappara, Finland, Juho Piiparainen.
Piiparainen.
Well, what a name.
Piiparainen. Juho Piiparainen. Piiparainen.
NHL team. 5 vowels, 2 P's, and 2 N's in his last name. It's Juho Piiparainen.
Piiparainen.
Chris Guthrie is just going to roll off the tongue. Him and Don
Oh, there he is. Ranked number 32 by the Hockey News. By the Hockey News. Not by the Hockey News. Hockey News.
So there's another defenseman taken. I believe that's the 9th D-man taken so far in this draft. And as you can see, the captain.
Okay, so right shot D.
What do we get here with Juho Piiparainen?
Piiparainen.
We got to watch him in Minnesota at the World Juniors, and he just played a very steady, efficient style of game. Not a lot of razzle.
Okay, so he's from Finland. Vegas takes Juho Piiparainen, 29th overall. Best case scenario, they say Jonas Brodin by the Hockey News, 6'1", 201 pounds, right shot D. What do they say about him here? At one point, some pundits ranked Piiparainen in the top 10. Piiparainen, excuse me. But that may have been a bit premature. He certainly brings value to the ice, and his experience playing against the best pros in his country cannot be discounted. But a more rational analysis puts him that 25 to 40 range. He's got lots of hype because he played in the Liga. One scout said, he's a smart defensive defenseman who can make plays under pressure, but I'm questioning how much offense he has at the end of the day. He has enough skill to make the first outlet pass, but a first rounder should have more offense. Piiparainen has a small role at the World Juniors and captained Finland's under-18 World Squad, though he was held off the score sheet there. But he still has value. He's competitive, another scout said. His skating is a little up and down, but he's very mobile and has pretty good speed. Once he gets going. Small area quickness is something he needs to work on. He can maybe be more of a defensive guy at the higher levels. Here's some footage on him right here on the telly.
To the right, but look at finish it, grab it, launch the attack. That's really key. Now, fast forward to a Liga game. Pitch down the wall. Look at him. engage 2 yellow shirts. That's really key. We didn't pause it there, but he pitches down. 2 yellow shirts have to go to him to try and kill a play. Somebody's open. The puck's in the back of the net.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like that bag is sturdy, puck moving, big body, able to play that way. And we got a few kids coming out of the combine. Like, I'll play defense. Like, you know, some of these kids in today's game, when you're so pulled to be skilled.
I put them on the board here.
Quinn Hughes.
Keep that in.
And quite a few guys that were like, okay, understanding who they were, defensively, big body, closing, having good sticks, like those meant something to these guys. Now, can they take a little bit of step with some of the other stuff? But that's Golden Knight style right there. Simple, big body guys.
Hats off to the scouts, right? We saw some of it looked like we're trying to Chestwood Arena.
Calgary's up next.
You guys understand you're out there scouting as well, or looking at these players as well.
Woo!
Never sleeps. You're in the small towns. You're taking these long bus rides. You're going to the far corners to find guys like you who people need. But you're also going to some of the bigger events.
I think it might be my favorite
where they're international
name pronounced.
here,
Oh,
here. So you got a nice
okay. I got something in the Anthony Manzano 3551. Oh, you just subscribed to the channel. Thank you very much. Even though you may not be here anymore.
One-stop shopping. You get to see him.
Sorry, I'm keeping busy. What does he say here? Crash Sasaki, I have a question. What are these? What are the value for these late first on picks? Because I'm wondering if it's worth my Panthers packaging 40 and 48 to trade up. Yeah, well, if they have someone in mind who they've been scouting well, I think it is. They have someone they really like. Here's Lanny McDonald coming for the Calgary pick. Thank you for subscribing, Anthony. Appreciate it.
Buffalo has been the most unbelievable host. I want to say congratulations to all of you. To our friends back in Calgary, they are having one heck of a party. If you just check it out at the Scotiabank Saddle Dome.
This my McDonald is really trying to. Lanny is really trying to sell it here. That's funny.
And how about the talent that is here in this room and has already been displayed on the screen?
Yeah, like they said, Anthony, like there's the picks between 25 and 40, there doesn't seem to be a big difference between. So teams are like, yeah, I'll take an extra pick if you want. If you have someone in mind you want to pick earlier. Anyway,
The Calgary Flames
here we go.
Are proud to select from Youngstown in the USHL, Jack Hextall.
Jack Hextall. Is this the Hextall family?
Lanny McDonald, the legend, announcing Jack Hextall. There's this guy, Corey, who's actually cousins with Ron Hextall.
Oh, okay. Cousins of the Ron Hextall.
Another Michigan State commit. We've seen a handful of them.
I feel like their whole team is being announced.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. They better win the championship next year. They're bringing a lot of talent in. Now, he turned 18 back in
That's a
March.
good song.
He's from Illinois. He's making his way to Calgary. And if you just tuning in, Carson Carls was taken way back many hours ago with the 6th overall pick.
Jack Hextall from Meadows, Illinois.
Talented center to go along with Carroll. Yeah, this guy's a worker.
First Canada team to pay a pick a U.S. player
Got off to a really good start in the year.
in this draft, I want to say.
3 points in the gold medal game.
Okay, so it's Calgary. So Calgary takes Jack Hextall. He's 6 foot centerman, 188 pounds, who shoots right. Let me just get him. He's number 30. Number 30 for Calgary. Okay. All right, so let's get into it. Best case scenario, they say, is Vincent Trocheck. In his last season with the in the USHL in 59 games, he had 20 goals, 58 points. Beep, beep, beep. He's ranked 34 amongst North American skaters. This prospect season got off to a surprising start in August when the Team USA won the Hlinka Gretzky Cup. Hextall was a big reason why, finishing second in team scoring with 7 points in 5 games. He kept the party going throughout the USHL season. He's smart, crafty, and has the ability to slow the game down and play to his pace, one scout said. He's a guy that has shown the ability to evolve his game a bit and be a little more two-way. He doesn't have all the physical tools, but he contributes everywhere on the ice. Like several high-end prospects, Hextall is headed to play at Michigan State next season. The fact The fact he has some versatility to his game should help him get comfortable sooner than later. He's one of the more well-rounded kids in the draft class. Another scout said, "You don't see a lot of forwards who are committed to both sides of the puck like he is." But with that said, he's still skilled and he still makes plays. I don't know if the offense is high end. He's more of a sum of all parts guy. Okay, that's for Calgary. Let's get Bettman saying. They're interviewing him right now. Okay, so let's put him on the board. He is a Hextall, so there's a chance he might stay in a Canadian city. Because maybe he values playing in the NHL more than the average player. Who knows? Who knows? Okay, so Jack Hextall, let's get him on the board here. He kind of has the afro his uncle does. Bit of an afro. Okay, beep beep beep. Hextall. Hextall, yeah, and center who shoots right. Okay, there we are. Who's on deck? Carolina is on deck with pick 31. They must have gotten that in a trade. Right. They're interviewing him on the couch now. Is there anything else to talk about this guy? I think we hit all the bases here. Okay, here we go. Some footage of him.
Building this foundation in Calgary, a team that needs a lot more skill, but they also need that together.
Great hands, great stick hands.
Totally agree with that. Yeah, they're going to have to be together as one as they move into the new rink. What are you seeing here? Again, this is an athlete that's taking the puck to the hard areas. So that's what you need to do in the National Hockey League. This isn't taking it from the flank army and ripping one from the hash marks. You don't score like that in NHL. You got to do what you got to do, and let's get to the hard areas.
Yeah, Jack Hextall. What a name. That's a hockey name, too. So
yeah, very hockey name.
Again, second cousin to Ron Hextall. Let's send it back down to the floor. Kyle with more.
So, David, Jack Hextall is an Illinois guy, but lists Wolseley, Saskatchewan as his favorite vacation spot. His father, Corey, grew up just outside of there. The family would drive up there every other summer for about 10 days at a time. That there is the farm that Corey's uncle Roy owns, and Jack really loved spending time at. He told his dad he wants to buy a farm of his own one day. Well, plenty of farmland still to be had.
Really? He likes going to Saskatchewan during his time off. Maybe he will stay in Calgary. They knew something everybody else didn't there. Okay.
They have a lot of work to do.
Great.
Dead last in the NHL in goals for, finished 29th in the standings. But
Good pick for Calgary.
Here, right? And we haven't mentioned Zane Correct, right? And Carson Carls and Zane Correct, like, you now have this foundation on the blue line, which we're seeing championship teams. So are you, Colby. Championship teams have that foundation on the blue line.
They're in a different spot, right? Like they are where they are. But you have this young talent and
Weekends, anyway.
Players and pieces and parts of it that can grow together. That we've seen little things from that. We're like, oh wow, this could be special. Let's see
I
how
am
it
so
comes
hot
together.
right
And
now.
adding to that,
Fan
there's
isn't
extra
helping.
guys that do this.
His lights are
They've got some guys
hopefully
in
at
their
least getting a
mid-20s,
tan.
early to mid-20s as well. That there's more room there for them to be more to this team as they grow together. Also, so they're in a
There's a drone
different
flying
stage,
over the
I'd say.
audience.
Yeah, they're at that starting point where there's some expectations can start to get there when they get that new rink.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Because year one in the new rink is a honeymoon. Year two, you better be winning. That's how you build those types of buildings.
I know they're doing it in soccer, but
Rushlow DA, some of those goals that he was scoring. What do we always talk about when we were in studio last year? Geez, the Calgary Flames, they work so hard as a team. They work as one. They can't put the puck in the back of the net, right? So you want some of these prospects with their work ethic, their defeat, their skating ability, and obviously their puck touch to produce offense.
Well, good on the organization for being patient and allow Craig Conroy to accrue assets and then to use them and expend them and take this slow build. I mean, of course, you talk about year two. And I believe that's highly important, but you have to do it methodically. You just can't rush to say, hey, let's get into the playoffs and be that 16th team and continue to pick in the mushy middle.
Okay, we got two more, folks. We're almost there.
They're showing a very patient
Almost 5 hours.
Still gonna
Wow.
take some time, but it is going to
For one round.
Building. I have faith in this management group.
Well, and then there were two, as in 2 picks left in the first round of the 2026 NHL entry draft. Next up, it is the Champs, the Carolina Hurricanes. Again, whenever this has happened, when the team is off the clock and nothing's happening, I wonder if there's been some movement. We will see. We're waiting. The commissioner looks like he's stepping to the podium right now. Let's hear it. And there it is.
Yeah, trade.
You knew it.
I believe this is the 9th trade tonight. The Carolina Hurricanes trade pick number 31 in this year's draft to the Nashville Predators in exchange for picks 42 and 57 in this year's draft. Carolina sends 31 to Nashville for 42 and 57. Nashville, you're on the clock.
Okay, Nashville just moved up.
All right, so Carolina, they're still in celebration mode, and they thought they were on the clock, and they were about to make the pick. And check out Jordan Martinook with the 31st overall pick.
Unreal shirt too, by the way. The stall, cock stall. Oh, the head shake. Sorry, bro. How long's he been sitting there? Hey?
He's on his front porch. He's got the ring. See the door there?
Martinook was sitting there back home about to announce the pick, and then they traded the pick.
Coming into this draft, they had no second round picks. That would have been the first time since 2007. And they've got some pretty good players like that Sebastian Araujo guy. He was a second round pick. So they have an idea that they want to get more tickets in the lottery. They trade out of the first round. They bump back. Now they're into the second with one additional pick. And you figure, like you say, Boots, there's that bucket of guys who leave at 25 and 40. Well, you can still probably get that guy.
Come back tomorrow, boys.
We'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow, boys.
Seth's buddies.
Yes. All right, so Carolina, the defending champs, they're moving into the second round, moving out of the first round. And Nashville, and Chris McFarland, again, this was maybe one of those kind of quiet stories. Pretty successful, right? GM of a Stanley Cup winning team in Colorado. He goes to Nashville. They've taken Wyatt Cullen already in this draft. And now they have another pick coming up.
Can I just interrupt real quick, guys? If you see the logo on the desk there, DW, that stands for Dave Westby, who was a lifelong scout for the Nashville Predators, a good friend of mine, a great friend for everybody in that room down there in Nashville. He passed away from cancer recently, and he's dearly missed.
Thanks for sharing that. Yeah, that is a really classy act. It's a family there in Nashville. It's always been a great organization for that.
Okay.
Here's the commissioner with the pick.
First overall selection in the 2026 NHL Draft, the Nashville Predators select from Moncton of the Quebec Maritime Junior Hockey League, Thomas Blyle.
Thomas Blyle?
Tommy Blyle the third, I guess.
Blyle?
Thomas
Blyle?
There also is a Thomas from New York State. And I've written down Lane Hudson Light because every time I watch the highlight of his, he reminded me of Lane
Sounds like a
Hudson,
defenseman.
his mom Amanda, his dad Tom, as I mentioned. And he led the queue in points by a D-man. And that's a pretty good pickup with the second last pick of the first one. You were singing his praises about like 20 minutes ago.
His feet are electric, and the numbers he put up this year, not only being named the Defenseman of the Year in the Quebec Maritimes Junior Hockey League, but the Rookie of the Year as well. The last time that happened, you have to go back to Dmitry Kulikov playing with Drummondville in 2009. So he's done something that hasn't been done in the league in 20 years. Interesting story. Gardner McDougall, their head coach, they're trying to recruit him. He's got a demo car from a dealership. He ends up driving around about 600 kilometers, showing this guy all the places, Moncton, all the facilities, everything.
Blyle. I can't find him.
They're like, dude, what are you doing? You put 600 kilometers on the car. Ended up getting a guy who turns out to be a first-round NHL pick in Tommy Blyle. You have to love.
Oh, he's 23rd. Okay, somehow I missed him.
He's going next year, guys.
Okay. Ranked 23rd overall by the Nashville Predators. Picked up 31st by the Nashville. Picked up 31st. Okay.
I don't even want to look at my own stats right now. I'm so lazy. This guy, guys, you look up clips on this guy, you'll show him.
Okay, so they're talking about him like Hockey News says he's like best case Bowen Byram. They say more like a Lane Hudson. He's a right shotty, 6 foot, 160 pounds from New York. In 63 games in the Q last season, he had 13 goals and 81 points. Wow. Let's see what he says here. He does east-west really well. Reminds me a bit of Quinn Hughes. Early in the season, the prevailing opinion was Xavier Villeneuve would be the top player drafted out of the Q, but fellow point man Blyle came out of nowhere to put up the cartoon numbers as a rookie on a big-time Wildcat squad. Most points by rookie defenseman in Q history. Wow. Fittingly, the two met in the semifinal of the playoffs with Moncton prevailing in the 7. He and Villeneuve are in the same conversation. Villeneuve, who ranks next closest to him in the Hockey News anyways. But they're different players. One scout said Blyle is a smoother skater. He's a very good skater with four-way ability. He sees the ice really well. He's better on the ice with his, he's better with the puck on his stick than without it, and is a very good passer. He moves to create time and space for himself to look for better options or good outlet plays. I've seen him make a 140-foot pass tape to tape. While Blyle had a great prep school stats, his rocket-powered ascent this year was one of the cohort's great stories. He's really offensive, smart, and skates well. Another scout said he's able to create offensive offense and join the rush. He certainly moved up the draft board with the season he had. So ranked 23rd overall by the Hockey News, gets picked 31st by the Nashville Predators. Okay, Ottawa's next.
Earlier, here. Well, it was good that they were patient because the NHL gave them the option either 24, 25, or 26 to lose their first round pick as the penalty, and they were patient with it, sort of like the New Jersey Devils were back in the day with the Kovalchuk thing, and it paid off. Now, it cost a lot of money to get that pick back too because there was a significant fine that went along with that, $1 million, I believe. That's not chump change by any stretch of the imagination, but this player could be $1 million or more player down the road. So hugely important for Ottawa to get this pick back.
Last pick. Give me a name. Anyone out there, Colby, you're thinking of Jason?
Last pick, folks.
I'm looking at Books' list here when we get down here.
I'm going to 2 names up front. Valentini, Adam Valentini from the University of Michigan pops off the charts here. I think Mathis Preston is a kid.
It's so hot in here. My pants are starting to stick to my legs.
When he's on the top of things, and he ended the year on a high note. So he's a favorite of mine. I got a special
Okay.
on that kid.
Yeah, I'm just about running out of gas here too. I think that's evident for the past little bit.
He's a monster. Yeah,
I haven't seen the other ruck gone yet. I wonder if Pittsburgh's going to be able to get their hands on him in the second round.
Second through 7th round coverage will be coming your way tomorrow, right here on Sports Center.
Here it is.
The commissioner for the 32nd.
Here we go. Last pick.
Will be addressing the last pick of the evening.
I said I thought it might finish 9 latest. I wasn't far off.
Selection in the 2026 NHL draft, the Ottawa Senators select from London, the OHL, Jackson Cover.
Oh, Jackson Cover. Okay. I heard of this guy.
Now, this is one of the most unexpected and remarkable stories of this NHL draft. Jackson Cover only started playing hockey, ice hockey, at age 13. Think about that. Age 13 is when he
Age 13. He only started skating.
Roller hockey player.
Yeah.
And went out to St. Andrews College. Dave Fanning's worked his magic yet again. Sure did. That's it.
Okay, so the best case scenario they say is Alex Tuck with this guy. In his last season at OHL with London, in 67 games, had 20 goals, 52 points, 6'1", 185 pounds, left winger, left shot, by the way. Born in Miami, Florida. One of the most fascinating players in the class. Cover grew up in the Cayman Islands and has only played organized hockey for 5 years. Before that, he was a roller hockey phenom who even skated against men in a pro tournament. He's a really good athlete. One scout said he skates well and has good hands. You can see his roller hockey background because he has great hands and tight and makes creative plays. He's a good kid, and he has a great program in London. Indeed, playing for London particularly boosts the prospect up around because of the success the Hunter brothers have had developing talent. He was used on the top line as #1 power play, which doesn't always happen with London rookies. There we go. Though they were in a bit of a rebuilding year, another scout said. He's skilled, he's a quick strike guy, he's explosive to openings and makes his best plays on zone entries. Cover still has a ways to go before he's a complete player, but the early returns are so very promising. He's on the couch now. Let's listen, see what he says.
We'll send it back to the floor. Aylers for great interviews tonight, and here comes another with Jackson Cover.
All right, Jackson. Maybe the best story for last tonight is the last pick in the first round. I don't even know where to begin. You have such an incredible story. How are you feeling, first of all?
A lot of mixed emotions. I was really just a little anxious coming into it, but just taking it day by day, enjoying the experience, and really glad I can hear my name be called.
Okay, worth the wait. So you grew up in the Cayman Islands, moved there. You played roller hockey, inline hockey for most of your life. Started hockey at a later age, and now you're a first-round draft pick. I'm almost speechless. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's pretty surreal, but I want to start by thanking my mom, my dad, my whole family in general, just everywhere I am. And I really want to thank them for everything they've done.
It takes a village to get here, and I can see that they've stayed and they're proud to wave that flag as well. We should get that Cayman Islands flag up here. What kind of player are the Ottawa Senators getting in you?
A really hard-working player that wants to get his first foot forward and everything, and a really creative player who likes to use his lateral movement.
Interesting pick by Ottawa, and I'm happy for the kid. Sounds like a good kid.
With the inline hockey, so I'm sure we'll be against you actually. So good luck. Well, congratulations and thank you so much. What a wonderful way.
There we are, folks.
Thank you.
Let's see any parting words. Let's hear if they have anything.
A bunch of Canadian teams excited about their draft picks.
Okay, let's get him on the board. Last guy on the board. Cover. We're gonna wrap this up like Toot Sweet here. Last commercial break till they come and give you give us a little wrap up of the entire day. Cover, that's his name, Jackson Cover. Jackson with an X, by the way. And left winger who shoots left. Okay, there we have it. The only guy I haven't been able to find, and I have to Google later, is Ottawa's other pick, which was picked up where? Which was picked 25th in Hoenn. I got to look this guy up. He's not even in the hockey news. He's not even ranked there. So interesting to see how that guy turns out as well. There we have it, folks. We made it. We're done. That was a long one. We're almost at 5 hours on here doing this. So thank you for everyone who popped in to take a peek. And for anyone who's going to be watching this later, I hope you'll enjoy it. I've been doing this for, wow, I think since 2018 now, I want to say, or 2018. Yeah, 6, 7, 8 years that this has been going on. So I really appreciate all your support. Please don't forget to give me a thumbs up and subscribe if you're new to the channel. Thank you so much. Now, I will be here on July 1st at 9 a.m. Pacific. That's not 10, 11, 12. That's 12 p.m. Eastern, North American time there, for the free agent class trade signings, the free agent frenzy that will be starting. That'll be fun. That'll probably go at least. Usually I do that for a minimum 4 hours, maybe more. We'll see how that goes. A lot of trades today for picks going back and forth. So that's exciting. Some trades. There's some player movement as well. Hopefully there's still stuff left in the pipeline and all the good stuff didn't just come today. I know, Larkin is still out there, for instance. Hellebuck is still out there. His name has been out there. Nyes, of course, I don't think he'll be traded. Riley, I think he'll eventually be traded, but Leafs are like, no, we expect him in the lineup and blah, blah, blah. I think that's just them not getting what they want right away and buying some time. But that's just me. Doriev, I can't say his name. He goes from Vegas to the Rangers and gets an $11 million 7-year paycheck. So that's exciting for him. Trying to think of what other player movement there was. Who went to Boston? Peretta, yes, from Utah. Paterka, excuse me. Paterka went from Buffalo to Utah, and now he's a Boston Bruin. So those are some of the ones that come to the top of my head right away. We hear that Werenski might be available. He's definitely available. He doesn't sound like he wants to return, and neither will Marchenko. So that it sucks for Columbus Blue Jacket fans. It's like they just constantly have to go after draft picks, and it's too bad too because last couple of years they seem to be close to getting into the playoffs. And they seem to be on their way with some of the younger players. Like I know Werenski's a little older, but some of those other players are on like 24, 25 who are starting to blossom. So yeah, day 2 of the draft is tomorrow, rounds 2 and up. I'll be watching it, but I will not be doing a live video. If we can go back to the panel here, they say anything interesting?
By count, 22 forwards, 10 defensemen, 14 players from the CHL. But let's stick on the Canadian theme here. A big night for many of the Canadian franchises.
Well, it starts with McKenna, but when we came into this draft, we're talking about Canadian teams not making the playoffs and having an opportunity to try and pick.
Yeah, anyways, a lot of Canadian teams got picked today, including my Toronto Maple Leafs, who got picked up McKenna first overall, albeit a little awkwardly by Beaver. And that Malhotra, that's another great story, goes to Vancouver, where his dad will be coaching, albeit he probably won't start there next season or maybe even the season after. We'll see. But still seems like a really good pick. And there's so many other great stories. A lot of big guys gone today, like 6'5", 6'7", 6'8", just crazy. And then the last pick going to Ottawa, that rollerblading phenom who's only been skating since he's been 13 years old from the Cayman Islands. Really cool story there too. So yeah, enjoy the draft tomorrow, and I hope to see you on July 1st at 9 a.m. Pacific, 12 p.m. Eastern, and we'll take a lot of nice chats about the trades going on in between then, and hopefully signings happening on that day for free agent frenzy. How do I set this? Don't forget to give me a thumbs up. I'd appreciate it. And subscribe if you're new to the channel. And yeah, end stream. There's the button. I'm going to hit it. Thank you, folks. Hope to see you soon. Have a great weekend.